Good morning. සියලු දෙනාටම සුබ උදෑසනක් වේවා. ත්‍රිවිධාත්මී ආශිර්වාදය ලැබේවා කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරලා අපේ පොසොන් පොයේ වැඩසටහන ආරම්භ කිරීමටයි සූදානම් වෙන්නේ. We are now going to commence the Poson Full Moon Day program at the London Buddhist Vihara. Poson Poya is a very unique, important Poya Day in the Sri Lankan history. As you know, Buddhism was introduced to Sri Lanka on the Poson Full Moon Day during the reign of King Devanampiya in the 3rd century BC. In the 3rd century BC, there was a revival of Buddhism in India under the royal patronage of Emperor Asoka. And under his royal patronage, there was the 3rd Buddhist Council, which was held at Patna in his capital, and 1,000 enlightened monks assembled for the council. The council was presided by great Thera Moggaliputta Tessa Thera was the president of the council. So they recited the Tripitaka, completed the Abhidhamma, and whole Tripitaka they have accepted as the pristine purity of the Buddha's teaching. So at the end of the council, there was a decision to propagate the Dhamma beyond the geographical boundaries of India. It's a great decision for the propagation of the Buddha Dhamma. So 9 countries were selected and 9 countries were sent the Dhammaduta monks, missionary monks. Among those 9 countries, one was Sri Lanka. So Sri Lanka was that time a good friend, Emperor Asoka's good friend. Sri Lanka was ruled by Devanampiya. As a favor for his good friend, Emperor Asoka had a good idea to send the mission of his son, great Arahant Mahamahinda Thera, and a companion. There were Itya, Uttiya, Sambala, Bhaddasala, and also Sumana, a novice monk, and a lay person called Banduka. So the mission arrived to Sri Lanka on Poson Full Moon Day. Our king of Anuradhapura Devanampiya was out of hunting in the forest of Mihintale, 8 miles far from Anuradhapura city. While he was hunting deers, he was called someone, Tissa, come hither. Then king was surprised. No one was in the country to call him by his name. Then he was aware about that. He had seen yellow robes, saffron robes, wearing saffron robes, the monks. He was very curious and asked about their appearance there. Then great Thera Mahinda Thera introduced himself to the king. Samanamayang Maharaja Dhammarajas Savaka Tameva Anukampaya Jambudipaya Gata. Your Majesty, we are the disciple of Dhammaraja, the Buddha. Out of compassion to yourself, all the way we have come from Jambudipa. This is the way Mahamansa has recorded this important historical event. Great Mahamahinda Thera and his followers with other monks welcomed by King Devanampiyatīsa. Then king was very happy to listen to great Thera Mahamahinda. But Mahinda Thera was very aware about the intellectual capacity of the king. How is he able to understand the Buddha's teaching? With that idea, great Thera Mahamahinda asked few questions from the king. That on that occasion there was a mango tree in between them. Then Mahinda Thera asked, Your Majesty, this is like evergreen country. What is this tree just between you and I? What is called? Then king answered, Reverend, Venerable, this is a mango tree. Well, are there any mango trees beside this tree? Oh yes, there are many mango trees in my land. Lot of mango trees are there. After that, Mahinda Thera asked, are there any trees beside mango trees on your land? Oh yes, Venerable, there are many other trees beside mango trees. Then the final question asked Mahinda Thera, Your Majesty, beside all these trees and all the mango trees, are there any tree in your land? He was aware, he was very keen-minded. King answered, you are asking about this tree, Venerable, the tree which is in between you and I. Then Mahinda Thera understood. King is capable to understand the Buddha's teaching. And he gave the first sermon in Sri Lanka was Chullahati Padopama Sutta, parable of the footprint of the elephant. This is the way Mahamahinda Thera introduced Buddhism to Sri Lanka. So he was accompanied to the city of Anuradhapura and under the royal patronage of Devanampiyatīsa, Sri Lanka was converted. Converted means the royal family became Buddhist, follower of the Buddha's teaching. Then finally, all the people in the country, including peasants and ministers, all they follow the king and they start to practice Buddhism. This important event helped to civilize our country. Venerable Mahamahinda Thera was not only the Dhamma teacher, he actually introduced entire Mauryan civilization to Sri Lanka, sculptures, architecture, and so on and so forth, literature, languages, all this. Then he introduced the Mauryan civilization to Sri Lanka, so many buildings, so many important part of the Mauryan civilization was introduced to the country. And he established the Sangha Sasana in Sri Lanka. The process was completed when Sangamita Arahant Theri, his sister, with the invitation of the king, arrived to Sri Lanka. Then Arahant Theri Sangamita introduced Bhikkhuni order to Sri Lanka. This way, the process of introducing Buddhism to Sri Lanka was completed. Bhikkhu order and Bhikkhuni order were established. This way, Sri Lanka became a very strong Theravada Buddhist country. Today, Sri Lanka is one of the main Theravada countries in the world. Sometimes it says Sri Lanka is the home of the Theravada Buddhism. So therefore, in Sri Lanka, teaching were recorded. It was an oral tradition at the beginning. Then it has been written during the Walagamba king reign. Then after commentaries were written in Sri Lanka, Mahavihara became a world-famous Theravada center in Anuradhapura. This way, Sri Lanka is entirely became a strong Buddhist country. Buddhist culture was actually the main culture in Sri Lanka. We are very happy, we are very proud. Theravada Buddhism was introduced to from Sri Lanka to this country as well. Great Anagarika Dharmapala brought the message of the Buddha from Sri Lanka to this country. This way, Sri Lanka has a great reputation as Sri Lanka preserved the Theravada Buddhism. We celebrate the Poson Day with this significant event. So let us celebrate the Poson Day following the Uposatha tradition. Uposatha Day, Uposatha means living with the Dhamma, observing 8 precepts, special precepts, and practicing meditation, paying homage to the Ripurjam, listening to the Dhamma, listening to the chanting, etc. We can follow the program for the day of Dhamma. So I would like to ask you to say sadhu, sadhu, sadhu 3 times in order to observe 8 precepts now. Would you recite this formula requesting the Atasil? Okasa, okasa, okasa. Aham bhante tisaranena saddhing Attanga uposata silang dhammang yachami Anugahang katva silang detame bhante Buddhang saranang gacchami Dhammang saranang gacchami Sanghang saranang gacchami Dutiyampi buddhaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchāmi. Dutiyampi dhammaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchāmi. Dutiyampi saṅgham saraṇaṃ gacchāmi. Tatiyampi buddhaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchāmi. Tatiyampi dhammaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchāmi. Tatiyampi saṅgham saraṇaṃ gacchāmi. Pānātipātā viramani sikkāpadaṃ samādhiyāmi. Adinādānā viramani sikkāpadaṃ samādhiyāmi. Abrahmacharya viramani sikkāpadaṃ samādhiyāmi. Musāvādā viramani sikkāpadaṃ samādhiyāmi. Suramīraya majjapamādatthānā viramani sikkāpadaṃ samādhiyāmi. Vikāla bhojanā viramani sikkāpadaṃ samādhiyāmi. Naca gīta vādita visuka dasana mālā gandha vilepana dharana mandana vibhūṣanaṭṭhānā viramani sikkāpadaṃ samādhiyāmi. Uccāsayana mahāsayanā viramani sikkāpadaṃ samādhiyāmi. Imāni uposatha Aṭṭhāṅga sīlāni samādhiyāmi. Imāni uposatha Aṭṭhāṅga sīlāni samādhiyāmi. Imāni uposatha Aṭṭhāṅga sīlāni samādhiyāmi. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Now paying homage to the triple gem Vandana conducted by Venerable Bandula Thera.
Okay, now let us pay respect to the triple gem and offer these offerings to the Buddha, reciting Pali stanzas, thinking that may these offerings go to the Buddha. Due to that we acquire the merits. May the merits be with us to attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Vannagandha guno pītaṃ etaṃ kusuma santatiṃ ujayāmi munindassa siripāpada saroruhe pujemi buddhaṃ kusumi nene Necha hotu mokkhaṃ upphaṃ milayati yataida me kāyo tatayati vināsa bhāvaṃ pujemi dhammaṃ kusumena nena punyena mete necha hotu mokkhaṃ upphaṃ milayati yataida me kāyo tatayati vināsa bhāvaṃ pujemi saṅgaṃ kusumena nena punyena mete necha hotu mokkhaṃ upphaṃ milayati idaṃ me kāyo tatayati vināsa bhāvaṃ ඝනසාරප්පදිත්තේන දීපේන තමදං සිනා තිලෝක දීපං සම්බුද්ධං පූජයාමි තමෝනුදං ගන්ධ සංභාරයුත්තේන දූපේනහං සුගන්ධිනා පූජයේ පූජනීයන්තං පූජා භාජන මුත්තමං ඉති පිසෝ භගවා අරහං සම්මා සම්බුද්ධෝ විජ්ජාචරණ සම්පන්නෝ සුගතෝ ලෝකවිදු අනුත්තරෝ පුරිස ධම්මසාරති සත්තා දේව මනුස්සානං බුද්ධෝ භගවාති අරහං අරහෝති නාමේන අරහං පාපන්නකාරයේ අරහත් පලං පත්තෝ අරහං නාමතේ නමෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්ධ ඥානේන සම්මා සම්බුද්ධ දේශනා සම්මා සම්බුද්ධ ලෝකස්මින් සම්මා සම්බුද්ධ තේ නමෝ විජ්ජාචරණ සම්පන්නෝ තස්ස විජ්ජාපකාසිතා අතීතානාගතුප්පන්නෝ විජ්ජාචරණ තේ නමෝ සුගතෝ සුගතාර්ථානං සුගතෝ සුන්දරං පිච නිබ්බානං සුගතින් යන්ති සුගතෝ නාම ලෝකවිදුති නාමේන අතීතා නාගතේ විදු සංඛාර සත්ත ඕකාසේ ලෝක විදු නාමතේ නමෝ අනුත්තරෝ ඥාන සීලේන යෝ ලෝකස්ස අනුත්තරෝ පූජ්‍ය ලෝකස්මින් තං නමස්සාමි අනුත්තරෝ සාරති දේවායෝ ලෝකස්ස සාරති පූජ්‍ය ලෝකස්මින් තං නමස්සාමි සාරති දේවයක්ඛ මනුස්සානං ලෝකේ අග්ග පලං දදන්තං දමයන්තානං පුරිසාජඤ්ඤති නමෝ භාග්‍යවා යුත්තෝ භග්ගකිලේසවාහතෝ භග්ගං සංසාර මුත්තාරෝ භගවා නාම ඒතේ නව ගුණායස්ස සම්බුද්දස්ස සිරිමතෝ නමාමි තං මහාවීරං සබ්බඤ්ඤෝ ඉපදුත්ත මං ස්වාඛාතෝ භගවතා ධම්මෝ සංදිට්ඨිකෝ අකාලිකෝ ඒහි පාසිකෝ පනයිකෝ පච්චත්තං වේදිතබ්බෝ විඤ්ඤෝ හීති සුපටිපන්නෝ භගවතු ශාවක සංඝෝ උජුපටිපන්නෝ භගවතු ශාවක සංඝෝ ඥායපටිපන්නෝ භගවතු ශාවක සංඝෝ සාමීචි පටිපන්නෝ භගවතු ශාවක සංඝෝ යදිදං චත්තාරි පුරිස යුගානි අට්ඨ පුරිස පුග්ගලා ඒස භගවතු ශාවක සංඝෝ ආහුනේයෝ පාහුනේයෝ දක්ඛිනේයෝ අංජලි කරණීයෝ අනුත්තරං පුඤ්ඤාකෙත්තං ලෝකස්සාති sadhu. Let us recite the Karaniya Metta Sutta. You all can join with us to recite the Karaniya Metta Sutta. Matta kusalena yantang santang padang abhisamecha sakko ujucha sujucha suacho chassa mudu anatimani santassa kocha rocha අපකිච්චෝච සල්ලවති සන්තින්ද්‍රියෝච නිපකෝච අපගබ්බෝ කුලේසු අනනුගේදෝ නචකුද්ධං සමාචරේ කිංචියේන විඤ්ඤෝ පරේ උපවදෙය්‍යෝ සුඛිනෝ වාකේමිනෝ හොන්තු සබ්බේ සත්තා භවන්ත සුඛිතාත්තා ඒකේචිපාන භූතත්ති තසාවාතාවරාවා අනවසේසා දීඝාවායේ මහන්තාවා මජ්ජිමාරස්සකානුකතුලා දිට්ඨාවායේව අද්දිට්ඨා ඒච දුරේ වසන්ති අවිදුරේ භූතාවා සම්භවේසීවා සබ්බේ සත්තා භවන්තු සුඛිතාත්තාන පරෝ පරං නිකොබ්බේත නාති මඤ්ඤේත කතචිනං කංචි ව්‍යාරෝසනා පටිග සංඥානාඤ්ඤ මඤ්ඤස්ස දුක්ඛ මිච්ඡේය මාතා යථානියං පුත්තං ආයුසායේක පුත්ත මනුරක්ඛේ වම්පි සබ්බ භූතේසු මාන සංභාවයේ අපරිමාණං මෙත්තං ච සබ්බ ලෝකස්මින් මාන සංභාවයේ අපරිමාණං උද්ධං අදෝච තිරියං ච අසංවාදං අවීරං අසපත්තං තිට්ඨං චරං නිසින්නෝ වා සයානෝ වායාව තස්ස විගත මිත්තෝ ඒතං සතින් අදිත්තේය බ්‍රහ්මමේතං විහාරං ඉදමාවෝ දිට්ඨිංච අනුපගම්ම සීලවාදස්සනේන සම්පන්නෝ කාමේසු විනය්‍යගේදං නහි ජාතු ගබ්බසෙය්‍යං පුනරේති sadhu sadhu. Now it is time for meditation. Venerable Kalugame Kassapatero will lead you for the meditation.
Let us now practice meditation on metta for a few minutes. In order to start the meditation, please sit in a comfortable posture, adjusting your body and keeping it relaxed and comfortable, and gently close your eyes. Keeping your eyes closed, first relax your body from the top of your head to your toes. Starting with the top of your head, relax the muscles on the top of your head. Relax your forehead. Relax your eyebrows and your eyes. Keep your eyes gently closed. Relax your cheeks and your chin. Relax the muscles around your neck. Relax your shoulders and let them drop. Relax your chest and your abdomen. Relax your thighs and rest your hands on your thighs or on your lap. Relax your calf muscles. Relax your feet and your toes. Relax your body and keep your body completely relaxed from the top of your head to your toes. Keeping your body relaxed, now bring your mind to the present moment, to your meditation. Now in your relaxed and concentrated mind, generate metta, loving kindness. And next, radiate your metta, loving kindness generated in your mind, first towards yourself, wishing your own well-being and happiness. May I be free from anger. May I be free from ill will. May I be free from enmity. May I be well, happy, and peaceful. And next, radiate your metta towards others, starting with your loved ones, the ones who are near and dear to yourself. Radiating metta towards them, wish their well-being and happiness. May my loved ones, my parents, my children, my spouse, my relatives, be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. Radiate your metta, loving kindness from your mind next towards your friends and friendly people, people who are friendly to you, wishing their well-being and happiness. May my friends and everyone else friendly to me be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. Next, radiate your metta, loving kindness towards all the human beings living all over this world. May all the human beings living in this country and in this world be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. Radiate your metta towards unfriendly people, whether you are aware of or not. Radiate your metta if there are any people who are not friendly to you, wishing their well-being and happiness. May everyone unfriendly to me be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. And next, radiate your metta towards all living beings living on this earth and in this universe, in all the directions, seen or unseen, dwelling near or far. May all the living beings, all the sentient beings, be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. Keep generating metta in your mind and radiating metta from your mind towards yourself and towards others, wishing well-being and happiness of all. Keep your mind full of loving kindness. May I be free from anger. May I be free from ill will. May I be free from enmity. May I be well, happy, and peaceful. May my loved ones, my parents, my children, my spouse and my relatives be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May my friends and other friendly people to me be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May everyone unfriendly to me, people who are not friendly to me, be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May all the human beings living in this country and in this world be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May all living beings living on this earth and in this universe, though seen or unseen, be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. Keep generating metta in your mind and radiating metta from your mind towards yourself and towards others, equally wishing well-being and happiness of all. Keep your mind full of metta, loving kindness. Keep generating and keep radiating metta. May I be free from anger. May I be free from ill will. May I be free from enmity. May I be free from suffering, difficulties, and problems. May I enjoy good health, protection from all the dangers. May I be protected. May I be well, happy, and peaceful. May my loved ones be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be free from suffering, difficulties, and problems. May they enjoy good health and protection from all the dangers. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May my friends and all other friendly people to me be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be free from suffering, difficulties, and problems. May they enjoy good health and protection from all the dangers. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May everyone unfriendly to me be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be free from suffering, difficulties, and problems. May they enjoy good health, protection from all the dangers. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May all the human beings living all over this world be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be free from suffering, difficulties, and problems. May they enjoy good health and protection from all dangers. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May all living beings living on this earth and in this universe, those seen or unseen, human beings and all living beings, be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be free from suffering, difficulties and all the problems. May they enjoy good health and be protected. And may they be well, happy and peaceful. May the entire world be free from suffering, be free from difficulties, be free from all the problems, and the world be protected. All the beings, all the living beings living in this world be free from all the sufferings, all the difficulties and all the problems, and may they be protected, enjoy good health. May they all be well, happy and peaceful. Radiating metta, loving kindness from your mind towards yourself, towards your loved ones, friendly and unfriendly people, human beings and all living beings, towards all the directions in the entire universe. Keeping your mind full of loving kindness, full of metta, and keeping this mind full of metta for the rest of the day. Thinking all the time the well-being and happiness of yourself and others. With your mind full of metta, full of loving kindness, unconditional love. We will now conclude the meditation. Say sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
When we talk about the third one, dogmatic view. Now, Buddha has never taught an ism. What is an ism? ISM, ism means dogma. He has never talked about dogmas. But whereas, suppose, in case you come forward and try to, suppose, for example, you try to counter my Buddhist beliefs, or what I believe as a Buddhist. And in case I get angry, I become defensive. What does that say? So, I am dogmatic. I am dogmatic. So, if you are defensive, meaning you are dogmatic. Now, and then, for example, when you come to say, okay, and tell me, I don't believe that there was someone called Buddha. I don't think there's nothing called nirvana. I don't think there is something called enlightenment. Then I would simply say, if I am not dogmatic, I simply have to say, yeah, that is your belief. No problem. I have no problem with that. Because now that you don't believe in what I do believe, shouldn't create any problems between you and me. If it does, then the situation is dogmatic. So, and this is dogmatic view, and then you have to break it down into daily life. Dogmatic view. So, in a family context, probably between husband and wife, two partners. So, in an applied sense, when the two partners argue with the same thing and try to force each other's ideas upon each other, so that there's no middle ground, and then your behavior is dogmatic because it involves a certain view. You want the other party to accept your view, but you are reluctant to accept the other party's view. That is dogmatic. Now, that invites troubles into a relationship. At times you argue with each other, right? because you can't stand the other party's ideas, opinions, decisions, and that is what Buddha called is a fixation, and that can very easily destroy a relationship. And at the very beginning, because of your romantic, because of your attachment to each other, and you would say, let's say you come from two different backgrounds, right? And then you would say to each other, honey, when we make children, should we teach them your religion or my religion? Because as a family counselor, I know that most of the time parents bring religion into the discussion. At times religion is the source of the problem. And at the beginning, you know what? You don't have to think about that, because we are the lovers, we love each other so much, we shouldn't talk about that. I don't think it's going to be a problem. But later, like 20 years later, you find yourself arguing with your partner about the religion of your children. At that point, what happens? Because at that point, now when you become defensive of each other. When the romance slowly fades away, of course, according to Buddhism, Buddha has recommended romance. Later on, we will talk about that. We will have 30 minutes or so in our future class talk about romance. So, what happens to you is you become defensive because you are dogmatic and you want your children, but actually the children belongs to both parents. But these are actual real life situations that families have talked about me. So you want your children to practice whatever the religion that you believe in, that you adhere to, not the other party. At times, religion has paved the way for divorce in families. I noticed that. I have lots of data. Maybe so far I have counseled thousands of families. At least 12% of them decided to file for divorce because of religion. So at that point you become dogmatic. So that's what Buddha means, dogmatic fixation. Third one. And any other questions about dogmatic views? Dogmatic in the sense of being defensive, so that you want others to accept your ideas, not necessarily in religious terms, not in spiritual practice. In your day-to-day life, we stick to our own views. So we are die-hard believers of certain views. When you are so much into something, you go, okay, you are a die-hard so and so. What? That's right, die-hard. You can even sacrifice your own life to defend your views. And Buddha rejected that, dogmatic views. There were 62 dogmatic views, and Buddha never wanted his view to be the 63rd. Not in Buddhist psychology class. One day we will talk about them in another session. So, any other questions about the third one? What time is it now? 7:55. So, yes.
Can you just happen that you can still have your views on something, or opinions,
Right.
but not be judgmental?
Exactly. Not be judgmental, and you have to listen to the other party. It's always sharing. Actually, that's very practical question. Dogmatic views held by someone could be used to could be in a positive way also, to have middle grounds for discussion. And then while you stick to your own views, you have to take some steps to listen to the other party. Actually, that is recommended in the sutras, in the teachings as well. Because Buddha was highly revered by lots of other non-Buddhist leaders. Whenever he approached different religious leaders, and they were making noise and they were debating with each other, when Buddha approached, they became silent. And then Buddha asked, "What were you talking about before?" No, nothing, we were just talking. "No, I would like to listen to." Simply because you want to listen to us, we never want to talk about that anymore. So that was the other party's answer. And that was so that there was silence, positive energy being created. So as a couple, as partners, as a family, as co-workers, it's always good to listen to the other party. Actually, if you are smart, as you said, you can be smarter than your opponent. You have to make that person speak, and you listen. Why? Then you can see where you stand, and you can have the final say. You never get trapped, and that's the technique. Listening is a very good technique that helps to deal with this dogmatic behavior. When we talk about the third one, dogmatic view. Now, Buddha has never taught an ism. What is an ism? Ism means dogma. He has never talked about dogmas. But whereas, suppose, in case you come forward and try to, suppose, for example, you try to counter my Buddhist beliefs, or what I believe as a Buddhist. And in case I get angry, I become defensive. What does that say? So, I am dogmatic. So, if you are defensive, meaning you are dogmatic. Now, and then, for example, when you come to say, okay, and tell me, I don't believe that there was someone called Buddha. I don't think there's nothing called nirvana. I don't think there is something called enlightenment. Then I would simply say, if I am not dogmatic, I simply have to say, yeah, that is your belief. No problem. I have no problem with that. Because now that you don't believe in what I do believe, shouldn't create any problems between you and me. If it does, then the situation is dogmatic. So, and this is dogmatic view, and then you have to break it down into daily life. Dogmatic view. So, in a family context, probably between husband and wife, two partners. So, in an applied sense, when the two partners argue with the same thing and try to force each other's ideas upon each other so that there's no middle ground, and then your behavior is dogmatic because it involves a certain view. You want the other party to accept your view, but you are reluctant to accept the other party's view. That is dogmatic. Now, that invites troubles into a relationship. At times you argue with each other, right? because you can't stand the other party's ideas, opinions, decisions, and that is what Buddha called is a fixation, and that can very easily destroy a relationship. And at the very beginning, because of your romantic, because of your attachment to each other, and you would say, let's say you come from two different backgrounds, right? And then you would say to each other, honey, when we make children, should we teach them your religion or my religion? Because as a family counselor, I know that most of the time parents bring religion into the discussion. At times religion is the source of the problem. And at the beginning, you know what? You don't have to think about that, because we are the lovers, we love each other so much, we shouldn't talk about that. I don't think it's going to be a problem. But later, like 20 years later, you find yourself arguing with your partner about the religion of your children. At that point, what happens? Because at that point, now when you become defensive of each other. When the romance slowly fades away, of course, according to Buddhism, Buddha has recommended romance. Later on, we will talk about that. We will have 30 minutes or so in our future class about talk about romance. So, what happens to you is you become defensive because you are dogmatic and you want your children, but actually the children belongs to both parents. But these are actual real life situations that families have talked about me. So you want your children to practice whatever the religion that you believe in, that you adhere to, not the other party. At times, religion has paved the way for divorce in families. I noticed that. I have lots of data. Maybe so far I have counseled thousands of families. At least 12% of them decided to file for divorce.
Saddhammam munirajas sunantu sagga mukhadam dhamma savana kalu ayam badanta dhamma savana kalu ayam badanta dhamma savana kalu ayam badanta. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa Janatu ahang bhikkhave passato asvanang khayang vadami no ajanato no apassato kincha bhikkhave janato kincha passato asvanang khayang vadami Yonisocha manasikaro ayonisocha manasikarang ayoniso bhikkhave manasikarto anupanna cheva asava uppajjanti uppanna cha asava pavaddanti yonisocha ko bhikkhave manasikarto anupanna cheva asava na uppajjanti Uppanna cha asava pahinanti. Dear friends in the Dhamma, today in the London Buddhist Vihara we are celebrating the Poson Day. It is an annual event we celebrate. You all know the significance of the day. In the morning, Most Venerable Nayaka Thero has explained the incident and also the importance of the day. So I am not going to go in details on that, but the sutta here we are going to discuss is the Chulla Hatti Padopam Sutta, the lesser discourse on the simile of the elephant footprint. So you are very much familiar with this sermon, but it is nice to recollect some of the teachings of the Buddha which is connected with this day. Because Venerable Mahinda has given this sermon when he visited Sri Lanka on the Poson full moon day. So that is why we always give a sermon on this sermon. The lines I have read earlier is coming from the Sabbasa Sutta, which explain about the importance of Yoniso Manasikara and also the Ayoniso Manasikara. That means the wise attention and unwise attention. This is connected with this sermon, so that is why I have selected. So in that sermon, the Buddha said, I say that the destruction of the taints means mental pollutions, is for one who knows and sees, not for one who does not know and see. Who know and see what? Wise attention, that is Yoniso Manasikara and Ayoniso Manasikara. When one attains unwisely, unarisen taints arise and arisen taints increase. When one attains wisely, unarising taints do not arise and rising taints are abandoned. So according to that, we will find all our mental pollutions can be eradicated, or we can control all those things with the wise attention. So Yoniso Manasikara is one we should all practice to understand and attain the supreme goal of the Buddha's teaching. So Chullahati Padavapama Sutta, when we talk about this, there are many things to discuss in this sermon. So it goes like this. It was recorded in the Majjhima Nikaya, it is recorded, and the Buddha has given this sermon to the Brahmin called the Janusoni, while he was living in the Jetavana monastery in Savatthi. One day, Janusoni was traveling in a carriage, and met a wanderer named Pilotika. He asked Pilotika where he was coming from, and Pilotika replied that he was coming from the recluse Gautama. Janusoni was a well-respected man in that city those days. Then he was traveling in a white carriage and with some people. So, but he has not been to see the Buddha. This is the first time he met Pilotika. Then when he met Pilotika, Janusoni asked Pilotika for his opinion about the Buddha's cleverness and wisdom. Then Pilotika replied that the extent of the Buddha's wisdom could not be properly understood by another Buddha. Only another Buddha can understood his cleverness, and that he himself could not judge this matter. So then Janusoni asked Pilotika why he had such a degree of confidence in Gautama the Buddha. Says that Pilotika replied then. Pilotika said, "Sir, as a skilled elephant tracker might enter an elephant forest and might see a great footprint, long and broad, he might come to the conclusion, indeed, it is a great elephant, great bull elephant. Even so, I have seen the footprint of the recluse Gautama and come to this conclusion, the blessed one is the fully self-awakened one, Samma Sambuddho Bhagava. The Dhamma is well spoken by the Blessed One. So Akhato Bhagavata Dhammo. The community of disciples is well practiced. Supatipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangho. In this way, Pilotika replied. Then Pilotika linked the footprint of recluse Gautama to 4 groups of people. We can recollect some of the nobles, Brahmins, householders, and recluses time to time came to see the Buddha. All those people, like it says the Kshatriyas, Brahmanas, and Gruhapatis, and also Samanas, all those people time to time came to see the Buddha. With intention, those people came with intention, because the different intention, they came, they are very clever, skilled in arguing and disputing with others. They each plan to go and ask the Buddha's question. They expected how the Buddha could answer and how they would disprove his answer. But when the Buddha started to talk to each of the 4 groups, they were so impressed with his teachings of the Dhamma, they did not even ask their question. In fact, they all became converted into followers of the Buddha. Then, not very long after receiving ordination, they, dwelling alone, diligent, and resolute, having realized the Dhamma for himself through direct knowledge, attain and dwell in the supreme goal of the holy life. So that is what happened to them. Most of the people, very learned people, but when they came to the Buddha, they couldn't ask questions. And also the Buddha's teaching, there is no argument with the Buddha for them. And what they have said, this Pilotika is saying that, what they have said, we truly were nearly lost. We indeed nearly rotten. Because before we were not recluses, but we claimed to be in recluse. We were not celibate, brahmacharis, but we claimed to be celibates. we were not Arahant, but we claim to be an Arahant. Now we are indeed recluse. Now we are indeed Brahmins. Now we are indeed Arahant. Then Pilotika said, when he heard those words, those stories of those people, for groups of people, he came to the conclusion that the Buddha is fully self-awakened, the Dhamma is well taught by him, and that the Sangha is well disciplined. So after listening to the Pilotika, then Janusoni decided to meet the Buddha. Then he went to the monastery and met the Buddha and reported his conversation with Pilotika. The Buddha said that the simile of the elephant footprint was not complete in all its details. And he went on to explain why. Because that footprint, he said that all those people compared to the footprint of the Buddha. But Buddha said that simile is not a correct one, that is not completed. So Buddha said, if that person is a clever elephant tracker, on entering a forest, elephant tracker may see a large footprint. But if he is a skilled tracker, he does not come immediately to the conclusion that this is a great bull elephant. Buddha said further, the reason for this, because the elephant tracker knows that in the forest there are many other possibilities. Because great bull elephant is another kind of elephant. But there are some other kind of elephant in the jungle. Buddha said, there are elephants, Vamanika. Vamanika means they are they are short, but their legs are big. The footprints are big. And also there are some other Ucha Kalarika. That is means they are very tall and they can break things, very tall trees. And Ucha Kaneruka, and also another type of elephants. Because I don't know much about elephants, but we can find in even because in Sri Lanka there are a lot of elephants, there are different type of elephants are there, but the great bull elephant is the different one. So like the Dadagabue, that elephant, he is different from other elephants. So his character is different. So that is why Buddha said you cannot decide looking at the footprint what type of elephant he was. Then following the track further and further, tracker eliminate these other possibilities and eventually, lastly, he go further and further and he find that great bull elephant is at the root of a tree or in the open, walking or standing or sitting or lying down. Then he concludes that it is a great bull elephant. So looking at the footprint in the forest, one cannot decide that is a great bull elephant. Same way Buddha said, looking at those things you cannot decide. The Buddha then pointed out that in the same way, one should come to an understanding of the Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha. Who is the Buddha? He is a perfected one, a fully awakened one, endowed with right knowledge and conduct. He teaches Dhamma, which is beautiful, at the beginning, beautiful at the middle, beautiful at the ending. When a person hears the Dhamma, he gains a faith in the Buddha. Then he reflects in this way. The household life is confined and dusty. It is not easy for one who lives in a house to fare the Brahma faring, wholly fulfilled. Suppose that person thinks, suppose now that I, having cut off hair and beard, having put on saffron robes, should go forth from home into homelessness. After time, getting rid of his wealth and relations, having cut off his hair and beard, having put on saffron robes, he goes forth from home into homelessness. So that is what happened when one correctly understood the teachings of the Buddha in that sense. So he wanted to follow that path. He understands this lay life cannot fulfill all the things. So that is why he thinks to leave. Then here what Buddha wanted to explain is how one come to the teachings of the Buddha and ordain. Not as a lay person here you are talking about. Here we are talking about the not outside looking at Buddha's teaching, one cannot decide. So if someone wanted to go and see the real one, real Buddha, then the path Buddha is explaining in this sermon. So what we can understand from this teaching, we can understand how one go further and further, little by little, to attainment of Nibbana. So that is what this sermon is explaining for us. So then the Buddha described the training, what type of training he should have, he is going through, the way of life, and the virtues of disciples who has understood the truth. In the life of a monk, morality is divided into 4 groups. First is the precepts. That is we can say novices' precepts. In observance of sila, and also that is the actions of deed, thoughts, and word. So here, what are the deeds? Buddha explain here. These things actually you may be knowing, but it is very nice to remind all those things. What will happen if someone wanted to follow it, having abandoned the destruction of life, that is panatipata, he abstained from destroying life. He lives a life carefully, mercifully, compassionate for the welfare of all living beings. That is what will happen. Then the second one, Buddha explained, having abandoned the taking of the not given, he abstained from taking the not given. He takes only what is given in, and accept only what is given. Lives not by stealth, but by means of pure mind. So that person has pure mind because he does not have that kind of idea of stealing someone else's things. The third one is, having abandoned in celibacy, he lives a celibate life. So that is the first three of the 5 precepts. Then the Buddha further explained, what about the speech? What type of the speech he should have, he is going to have. Buddha said, having abandoned false speech, he abstained from false speech. He speaks the truth in his bond, trustworthy, reliable, no deceiver of the world. He will never tell a lie. Then the next one is, having abundant divisive speech, he abstained from divisive speech. Here, Buddha said, what he has heard here, he does not tell there, to break those people apart from these people here. What he has heard here, he does not tell there, to break these people apart from those people there. So, reuniting those who have broken apart, or consolidating those who are united, he loves harmony, delights in harmony, enjoys harmony, he speaks word conducive to harmony. That is what he was doing. Because the normal way of life is different. Because what we heard from others and we tell the others and we break families and things happen in the ordinary way of life. That is the nature. But when a person understood the unwholesome nature of it, then he will not do that. The next one is, Buddha said, having abundant abusive speech, he abstained from abusive speech. He speaks words that are gentle, pleasant to the ear, loving, touching the heart, smooth, delight, and pleasing to the people. So that is what we have to practice. The words should be not the abusive words, it should be the gentle, pleasant, and the loving and touching the hearts, that type of word. That is the quality he will develop. Having abandoned idle chatter, he abstained from the idle chatter. He speaks at the right time. He speaks what is the teaching. He speaks what is true. He speaks what is beneficial. What is the discipline. He speaks words worth treasuring. Spoken in time, well reasoned, well defined, connected with this goal. Only that type of things he will speak. So that is the quality, that is the words he will follow in this when he entered. Then he has some other qualities too, other precepts too. He abstained from damaging seeds and plant life because he has respect for all nature. He eats only once a day, refraining from the evening meal and from food at improper time. He abstained from dancing, singing, music, and from watching shows. He abstained from wearing garland and from beautifying himself with the makeup and things. He abstained from high and luxurious beds and seats. He abstained from accepting gold and silver. So in this way, the life of a person as explained here. Then there is second is right livelihood. Abstaining from wrong livelihood. That is the main thing. He does not earn things improper way. So in that sermon, Buddha has explained. Third is the correct behavior regarding the four requisites. You all know that monks depend on four requisites. That is what we call the Chivara, Pindapata, Senasana, and Gilanapatya. So to be content on those things, whatever receive, to have that only. To be content with the things, whatever he is receiving. Buddha explained these four items clearly in detail. He has explained, because when monks are ordained, that Buddha here only monks are why we wear robes, why we eat food, why we have a place to sleep, and also why we have medicine, and those things are explained, and also those are not for enjoyment, it is just to live.
Buddha talked about the life of a monk who lives contented with his robe to protect the body and with his arm food to sustain his tummy. He can take those things easily with him wherever he goes. Just as a bird takes a wing with wherever he flies. The monk should take care not to commit even the smallest mistake. So that is the sila Buddha explained in that part I have explained earlier. So those things are the sila, morality of a person who is following the teachings of the Buddha. Then the Buddha explained about the control of senses, how to control their senses. When he sees a form, that means the rupa, whatever the things we see with the eye, that he neither grasps. He grasps neither its sign nor its detail. If he dwells unrestrained in that eye faculty, bad, unwholesome states of consciousness and displeasure might overwhelm him. To that extent, therefore, he keeps himself restrained. So that is what happens when we are unrestrained in our eyes. When we see things, we take it, nice things or bad things, we take it, and also it produces some kind of negative energy. But when you have restrained it, then it won't develop. That type of thing will not come to us. That bad, unwholesome state of covetousness does not come to our mind. So he practices the restraint of it. He practices eye restraint, whatever. He guards the restraint of the eye faculty. He commits himself to the restraint of the eye faculty. That means you can remember that one line Buddha has given to the Bahya, ditte dittamattang, only, see, only, not take it to yourself. So same way here, ditte dittamattang, that person will practice that. When he heard a sound with the ear, he grasps neither its sign nor its detail. If he dwells unrestrained in that ear faculty, unwholesome, bad state of covetousness and greed and displeasure might overwhelm him. To that extent, therefore, he keeps himself restrained. He practices the restraint of it. He guards the restraint of the ear faculty. He commits himself to the restraint of the ear faculty. So that is called the Sute Sutamatta. When he smell with the nose something, he grasps neither its sign nor its detail. But if he dwell unrestrained, if he live unrestrained in the nose faculty, bad, unwholesome state of greed and displeasure might overwhelm him. To that extent, therefore, he keeps himself restrained. He practices restraint of it. He guards the restraint of the nose faculty. He commits himself to the restraint of the nose faculty. That is called the muti mutamatta. When the taste comes, when he tastes the taste with the tongue, what he is doing? He grasps neither its sign nor its detail. If he dwells unrestrained in that tongue faculty, what will happen? Bad, unwholesome state of greed and displeasure might overwhelm him. So that extent, therefore, he keeps himself restrained. He practices the restraint of it. He guards the restraint of the tongue faculty. He committed himself to the restraint of the tongue faculty. And also, when he feels the touch with the body, He grasps neither its sign nor its detail. If he dwell unrestrained in that body faculty, bad, unwholesome state of greed and displeasure might overwhelm him. To that extent, therefore, he keeps himself unrestrained. He practices the restraint of it. He guards the restraint of the body faculty. He commits himself to the restraint of the body faculty. That is what he was doing. Then when he cognizes the mind object, when things come to his mind, with mind, he grasps neither its sign nor its detail. If he dwells unrestrained in that mind faculty, bad, unwholesome state of greed and displeasure might overwhelm him. So that, therefore, he keeps himself restrained. He practices the restraint of it. He guards the restraint of the mind faculty. He commits himself to the possessing this noble sense restraint. He experiences within himself a joy that is clean, uncontaminated, and pure. That is what we call the viññāte viññātamattang. In this way, Buddha explained about how the person should have the control of senses. That is the quality we all should develop. Because all those problems in this day-to-day life comes because when we are not restraining our senses. So that is why Buddha explained here, if we can restrain, then we can overcome most of things. Bad and greed and also the aversion can be avoided. So that is what Buddha explained, what is this sense control means, the control of the senses. So then come to the very important part of this sermon, that is called the mindfulness. Then the mindfulness comes. That person, when he is living a perfect, pure life, then what will happen? Then his mind is pure. Then it is easy for him to go for the mindfulness or sati sampajanya. So, in order to develop that person, the monk, seek a very out for quiet, like a forest where he will not be disturbed by others, and he can concentrate his mind. He should be mindful of every action, whether it's standing, sitting, walking, or lying down. Those are the 4 things we are all doing. So that person should be mindful of all the time. Then what will happen? Then the monk should clear his mind by means of meditation, which will lead to the removal of the 5 hindrances. When he have pure life with the morality, then he is having a pure life, controlling his senses. Then he can overcome these 5 hindrances. What are these 5 hindrances? You all know that, but I will remind you again and again. First of these hindrances is sensual desires, kama chanda. That is what we all do. Lusting after sense pleasures, grasping of sense objects. It keeps the mind looking outward, searching after this object or that. It's an agitated and unbalanced way. It is in the very nature of sense desire that they can never be satisfied. There is no end to the seeking. We enjoy a pleasurable object and we are left with the same unsatisfied desire for more gratification. It can be desire for beautiful sights, beautiful sounds, taste or smell, pleasant sensation in the body, or fascinating ideas. Attachment to these objects increases the greedy factor, the greed factor, it increases. It is precisely greed in the mind, this clinging and grasping, which keep us bound to the wheel of samsara, the wheel of the life and death. We stay bound by the forces of attachment and possessiveness. So that is what you can understand everyday life. We know we all are stuck these days due to this COVID-19 pandemic. Because those days people are traveling here and there, they are all stuck. We can't go for on holiday. We can't do that and this, and we can't go shopping. All the things are stuck, but people always thinking about those things. But last 1 year, you have spent your life without all these things. Why we can't continue the same way? We know that you have to earn things, but it is a different type of thing. But the more things for attachment can be avoided. It can be controlled. It is a good thing for all of us. You may have many things. You will have very expensive cars, but you can't drive. So you can understand, because the things we greed for, it is useless sometimes. There is no value of it. So we can live without all those things, without that attachment. The second hindrance is hatred, that is called vyapada. Ill will, aversion, annoyance, irritation are all expressions of the condemning mind. All those things we all have. It is the mind which is strike against the object and wants to get rid of it. So that is what happened. Sometimes when we see an unpleasant person or unfriendly person, you wanted to get rid of him. And also the same way, everything, whatever we enjoy in this life, if we don't like it, we wanted to get rid of it. So it is a very turbulent and violent state that those things, when it comes to our mind. The mind in these states is literally burning, actually. Our minds are burning. That is a great deal of suffering, actually. Then the third hindrance is the sloth and torpor. That is the tina midda, which means laziness of mind, sluggishness. A mind that is filled with sloth and torpor won't just go to sleep. Unless we overcome this kind of drowsiness and sluggishness of mind, nothing gets done, nothing is seen clearly, and mind remains heavy and dull. That's what happened. The fourth hindrance is restlessness and worry. The mind that is in the state of worry, regret and tension is unable to stay concentrated. So you all can understand those things. It is always jumping from one object to another without any mindfulness. This unsettled state of mind prevents the arising of deep insight. So that is what most of the people are complaining about their day-to-day meditation practice. They say, my mind is going here and there. I can't keep my mind in my breath. Why it is happening? But the mind is nature, is wandering, but when we understand it, then we know how to get into the concentration. So restlessness and worry gives us so many things. Then the fifth hindrance is called the doubt, vichikicha. That is also very important hindrances we have to eliminate. In some ways it is the most difficult of all. We all have the doubt until we see through it. Doubt harms the mind, blocking our effort for clarity. So doubt gives us so much bad ideas, because every time we have doubt, So whether this is correct or not. So that doubt arises about what one is doing and about one's ability to do it. This is very big obstacle in the path. So you all can understand, sometimes people are practicing meditation. They say, I am not practicing, I don't know whether I am doing it correct way or not. So when that doubt comes in, it doesn't give you proper proceed. You cannot proceed with it. So we should let the doubt go. Then that is very important things. So we have to understand that all these hindrances are mental states. They are not self. Just impersonal factors function in their own way. They come to our mind. There are specific ways to deal with these enemies as they confront us on the path. The first to recognize them, we have to understand. When you get the kama chanda, sensual desire, then you have to understand it. When you get the ill will, you have to understand it. All other hindrances should be, we recognize them when it is coming. Recognition leads to the mindfulness. When we understand it, then we have that mindfulness. And mindfulness means not clinging, not condemning, not identifying with the objects. So that is the quality of it. All the hindrances are impermanent mental factors. Those are not permanent things within us. They arise and they pass away like clouds in the sky. Because if we are mindful of them, when they arise and don't react or identify them. And also they pass through the mind without creating any disturbance when you have that understanding. Mindfulness is the most effective way of dealing with them. So mindfulness is very important in here. So Buddha here, what he was doing, he explaining about the morality. Then Buddha was explaining about the samadhi, concentration, the practice of meditation. Then how to develop his mind. Then the Buddha explained, when one get rid of these 5 hindrances or defilements of the mind, the monk, the person who is practicing, he attained the first jhana. And then he understand that the Buddha also attained that first jhana. And that he is following his path. Then he understand it. Because he knows that I am doing something, I am achieving something. This is called the Tathagata's footprint. Because that path Buddha has gone. So Buddha has rubbed those against by Tathagata. Buddha has gone in that path. So, and also he has cut off those hindrances. So that person understands, so I am in the correct path because I am cutting off those hindrances. And also I am now attained the first jhana. But he does not, but the disciple, he does not come to the conclusion that Blessed One is the fully self-awakened one. Dhamma is well spoken by the Blessed One. The community of disciples is well practiced. He does not come to the conclusion. So that monk continued meditating. He attained the turn of second, third, and fourth dhyana. Each of those dhyanas are called the Buddha's footprint. Buddha has gone that path. But at each stage, the disciple does not come to the conclusion the Blessed One is all enlightened. The doctrine has been revealed by the Blessed One. The community of disciples of the Blessed One has reached the good path. He not come to the conclusion. Then he practiced further and further. He continued with his meditation. and so attain the three special knowledges. That is what we call the first is the knowledge of his former existence. So you all can remember when Buddha was attaining his enlightenment, first voyage, or when he was practicing, then Buddha attained this Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana. That is the knowledge of his former existence. That gives so much understanding about this rebirth and also the karma. What are the karmic effects we had, and also why we have been born in that way. And rebirth, all these things are explained. It comes to our mind. So that is why it is very important to attainment, this attainment. Then second attainment is knowledge and passing away of rebirth of other beings. Then he can see that is called Chutupajnana, Chutupapatha. That means the Chuti Upati. That means the dying and being born again. All those people are coming again. All these things can be seen. Then the person who is practicing meditation, he can realize, he can understand what are the things we have, what all those people are doing, what is the karmic effect, and also the suffering of this samsara. So that is being born again, dying again. It explains that that fear and also that understanding comes especially. Then he knows that this is not a good thing to do. We don't want it to continue this way of life. So that is that understanding comes. That is also called the Tathagata's footprint. Buddha attained all those stages when he was practicing under the Bodhi tree. So at that time also he does not come to the conclusion. Disciple does not come to the conclusion. He do not think that Samma Sambuddho Bhagava, Swakhato Bhagavata Dhammo, Supatipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangho. He does not decide yet. Then third comes that eradication of all defilements. That is called the Asavakya Jnana. The knowledge of the destruction of mental influxes. With his mind so concentrated, purified and bright, free from defects, the monks direct and motivated it to the knowledge of the destruction of the mental influxes. Then the meditator comes to understand what is the suffering. He knows as it is really, this is suffering. Then he knows as it really is, this is arising of suffering. He knows as it really is, this is the end of suffering, ending of suffering. And he knows as it really is, this is the path to the ending of suffering. Then he knows as it really is, these are mental influxes. This is the arising of influxes, how these things arise, why these things arise. And this is the ending of influxes. This is the path to the ending of influxes. So this is the one of another steps of the Buddha. That is another footprint of the Buddha. At that stage also he does not come to the conclusion. He continue further. At that time also he will not decide. The Blessed One is the fully awakened one. The Dhamma is well spoken by the Blessed One. The community of disciples is well practiced. He does not come to the conclusion. Finally, when he attained that state, what will happen? Knowing and seeing that time that meditator's mind liberate. That liberating is called it comes to the yoniso manasikara. The knowing and seeing, he knows this is the real thing, that the mind is released from the influxes of sensual desires. The mind is released from the influxes of existence. The mind is released from influxes of ignorance. That is means the kamasava, bhavasava, and avijjasava. All those things are eliminated. All these with those asavas, mind is liberated. So that is the time. When it liberated, there comes knowledge. It is liberated. He understands birth is destroyed because there is no attachment at all within him. There is no kamasava, there is no bhavasava, there is no avijjasavas. Then his mind is liberated. He understands birth is destroyed, the holy life being lived. But had to be done, he has been done. There is no more coming to any state of being. This is called the Tathagata's fruit pit. At this stage, the disciples come to the conclusion, the Blessed One is the fully self-awakened one. The Dhamma is well spoken by the Blessed One. The community of disciples is well practiced here. So after finding this path, after going little by little, then here long last, the noble disciple sees the Buddha face to face. Having trodden the path of deliverance, he has achieved the deliverance, and he knows that the teacher, the Tathagata, the Buddha, is the teacher of deliverance. Having trodden the path, he knows this is the indeed of the path to deliverance. So, in the Buddha's teaching, the practice alone will bring proof. That is means we all need yoniso manasikara. This is Dhamma for realization, each one by himself. Tummehi kichang atappang akkataru tathagata. That is what Buddha said. So you have to do yourself, then you can attain, you can achieve that state. So according to this sermon, it is important to liberate from all taints. That means mental pollutions, all influxes. There are three taints or asavas explained in the Sabbasava Sutta. So I am not going to go in details now because you all know what is the Kamasava and Bhavasava and Avijjasava. So in this, Buddha explained how person attain enlightenment in this. But the only thing is we have to say, what is this Ayoniso Manasikara and Yoniso Manasikara? Ayoniso Manasikara, that means unwise attention is nothing. What is impermanent is taken to be permanent. That is called the unwise attention. That is Ayoniso Manasikara. Anicce niccangti. That is what we all do. We know this is not permanent, but we think it is permanent. Then what is painful is taken to be pleasurable. Dukkhe sukhanti. That is what we do everyday life. When we know that is suffering or dukkha, but it is painful, but it is we take as a pleasurable things. What is non-self is taken to be self. That is called the anattani attanti. We know this is not mine, my body is not mine, but we take as it is mine. That is the idea we all have. What is impure is taken to be pure. Asubhe asubanti. We know that this is impure things, but our mind always thinks that is pure thing. That is the ordinary way of life. When you have the Ayoniso Manasikara, that type of thinking comes. Then when you have the Yoniso Manasikara, wise attention, what that person is, he is doing what is impermanent is taken to be impermanent. Anicce aniccang. We have to think that this is anicca. Yes, it is anicca. What is painful is taken to be painful. Dukkhe dukkham. And what is non-self is taken to be non-self. That is anattani anattang. That's what. That is what is impure is taken to be impure. That is asubhe asubhang. In that way, when one got the yoniso manasikara, wise attention, that person have that type of thinking. So we should all have that type of thinking to understand the Buddha's teaching. very difficult thing. We don't understand what is dukkha is. We don't understand what is samsara is, because we all forget those things. What are the consequences we have to get when we after dying? Then what type of life we will get, we don't know. But due to that, we try to forget all those things. But if one got Yoniso Manasikara, he knows what to practice. So, only through the wise attention one can attain enlightenment. That is sure. So, Venerable Mahinda has selected this sermon due to very important reasons. So when we look at that, the sermon given, when we look at this sermon has given a very clear idea of the Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha. And it describes how one is transformed to Buddhism and become a bhikkhu. And also it describes in detail the simple and holy life of a bhikkhu. This means the sublime qualities he practices and possesses, the things from which he abstains, the various stages of development of his life, and the attainment of arahantship, which is the final fruit of Buddhism. So all those things are explained in this sermon. The sermon contains also all the principal teachings of the Buddha, such as the Four Noble Truths. Apart from general knowledge of Buddhism, it is necessary for Venerable Mahinda to convey to his host, King Devanampitis, so that the king might learn how to treat his new guest. At the end of the sermon, Devanampitis and his followers expressed their willingness to embrace the new teaching. So that is what happened. So it explained very clearly Buddha's teaching, and also what is that path is, how little by little how one can attain enlightenment. So that's why, because the Venerable Mahinda was new to that country, and also the King Devanampitis, they haven't seen any monks of their life, and all the things should be explained to him. So very clearly and nicely explained in this sermon. So it was the best sermon we can, Venerable Mahinda could find to give it to King Devanampitis. That is why it was selected. In this full moon day, it was delivered, and a lot of people were benefited with that teaching. In this discourse, the Buddha pointed out that Dhamma must not merely accepted, but verified each one by oneself. It is not enough to reason that is the elephant footprint exceeds the size of other animals. So the Buddha Dhamma is greater than of any other teachings. One must follow up the elephant footprint and see lordly creature face to face. Even so, must follow up the Buddha's teaching, travel in the footsteps of the Buddha until he sees it face to face and realize the truth of his teaching. So, see for yourself is the test of the truth of Dhamma. Ehipassiko. So you have to follow it, then you can see the Dhamma. So that was Buddha's teaching. So I have explained today, as usually I do, the sermon. So the life of a monk, the attainment and how to attain. And also the Buddha here explained Sila, Samadhi and Panya. All the things are explained in these teachings. That's the main teachings of the Buddha. May you all understand the teaching of the Buddha. May you all have the Yoniso Manasikara, and may you all attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. sabbityo vajjantu sabbarogo vinassatu mati bhavatantarayo sukhi digayuko bhava.
Good morning, everyone. Today, Dana it is a regular Dana of Dr. Cyril Amar Singh and Sudama Amar Singh. Today, Sudama Amar Singh has prepared the Dana with a few families. Anula Vijayaratna and Mr. Vijayaratna and Shamali here all together. Today they remember they want to transfer marriage to departed Arthur Amar Singh, father of Dr. Cyril Amar Singh. Today is the death anniversary. Also, Shamali's parents and two brothers, their death anniversary, and also parents of Vijay and Anula's parents, and also all the departed members of the family of Sudama Amar Singh. We remember them to transfer marriage to them. Also, Shamali and Prasanna's wedding anniversary, to get blessings for that. And also, our good tiger, Dr. Vimala Sundara, is not well. He is in the hospital, so we would like to extend the blessings to Dr. Vimala Sundara for him to his speedy recovery from his illness. These are the objectives here today. දානේ අද ලෑස්ති කරගෙන මේ ආරමුණු ඇතුව දාන බුද්ධ පූජාව පවත්වලා සංඝික කරන්නයි සූදානම් වෙන්නේ. ඔබ සෑම දෙනාම මේ අවස්ථාවේදී පින්කම ආරම්භ කිරීමට සාදු කියලා নমස්කාරය කියන්න ඕනේ. Buddhang saranang gacchami, Dhammang saranang gacchami, Sanghang saranang gacchami, Dutiyampi Buddhang saranang gacchami, Dutiyampi Dhammang saranang gacchami, Dutiyampi Sanghang saranang gacchami, Tatiyampi Buddhang saranang gacchami, Tatiyampi Dhammang saranang gacchami, Tatiyampi Sanghang saranang gacchami. Panatipata Viramani Sikkhapadan Samadhiyami, Adinadana Viramani Sikkhapadan Samadhiyami, Kame Sumichachara Viramani Sikkhapadan Samadhiyami, Musavada Veramani Sikkhapadan Samadhiyami, Surameraya Majjapama Dattana Veramani Sikkhapadan Samadhiyami.
Let us now offer the Buddha Puja, the first portion of your dana to the Buddha. Today is the regular dana day of Mr. Dr. Cyril Amar Singh and Mrs. Sudharma Amar Singh and family. Together with some of their close friends, they have prepared the dana. And now we are going to offer the Buddha Puja, the first portion to the Buddha, recollecting the noble qualities of the Buddha. You have a few objectives today in offering this dana. To remember some of your departed relatives, Arthur Amar Singh's death anniversary, and also to remember departed parents of Mr. Vijay and Mrs. Anula, and also to remember other departed relatives. And you wish to give blessings to Shamali and Prasanna, whose wedding anniversary, and also to give blessings to Dr. Vimala Sundara, who is not well, for a speedy recovery. With these objectives, you have prepared the dana with respect and reverence. Now let us offer the Buddha Puja, the first portion of your dana, to the Buddha. And all the merits you accrue by offering Buddha Puja be with all the departed relatives of these families. And may they be well, happy and peaceful. May they attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. And also may the blessings be with everyone. Amarasinghe family, Vijayaratna family, Shamali and Prasanna, and Dr. Vimala Sundara, and everyone else who contributed and joined this puja. So may you all share the merits and the blessings. May you all be well, happy and peaceful. May you all have good health and protection. With these good thoughts, let us now recite the stanzas to offer the Buddha Puja. Vanna gandha gunopetang etang kusuma sanktating pujayami muning dasa siripada saroruhe pujemi buddhang kusumena nena punyena mete naca hotu mokkhaṃ uppang milayati athai dhamme kayo tatayati vinasa bhava ghana sarapaditena dipena tamadang sina tiloka dipang sambuddhang pujayami tamonudang gandha sambhara yuttena dupenahang sugandhina pujaye pujaniyang tang puja bhajana muttamang sugandhang sitalang kappa pasanna madurang subang paniya metang bhagava patiganhatung uttama adhivasetu no bante bhojanang parikappitang anukampang upadaya patiganhatung uttama adhivasetu no bante sabbang saddhaya pujita anukampang upadaya patiganhatung uttama vandami cetiyang sabbang sabbthānesu patittita saririka dhātu mahabodhi buddha rupang sakalang sada kāyena vācā cittena pamadena maya kata accayaṃ kama me bhante bhuri pañña tathāgata imina puñña kammena māme bāla samāga sataṃ samāgamo hotu yāva nibbāna pattiyā. Sadhu, sadhu.
Now you have prepared the dana. First portion was offered to the Buddha, recollecting the noble qualities. Again, you are going to offer this dana to the entire community of monks. So as earlier mentioned, this is this regular dana organized by Dr. and Mrs. Samara Singha with the Vijayaratna family and also the Shamali and Prasanna family all got together and they prepare the dana. So you are very much familiar with the practice because you are all connected to the London Buddhist Vihara and also the who regularly contribute to the Vihara. Now let us offer these offerings to the entire community of monks, thinking that may these offerings go to the entire community of monks. Due to that, we acquire the good thought and also the merits accrued by the offering Buddha Puja be with all those departed ones from you all, which whoever mentioned in this list, and also if there are any other relatives who passed away from you all. May those departed ones receive these your pure thoughts and goodwill. May they enjoy these merits. May they be well, happy and peaceful wherever they are now. And also may you all share these merits. May you all be well, happy and peaceful. We would like to extend our blessings for Shamali and Prasanna on their wedding anniversary day. So we would like to extend our blessings for them to have a happy, peaceful and successful life. Especially, we would like to give our blessings to Dr. Vimal Sundaram. He is not well at the moment. We would like to extend our blessings for him to have a speedy recovery and to have good health and happiness. May you all be well, happy and peaceful with these good thoughts. Please recite the sistanza to offer these offerings to the Sangha. Imang bhikkhaṃ bhikkhu sanghassadīma. Imang bhikkhaṃ bhikkhu sanghassadīma. Imang bhikkhaṃ saparikkhāraṃ bhikkhu sanghassadīma.
Patitaṃ tuihaṃ kipameva samijjatu sabbe purentu citta saṅkappa cando panna rasiyata ayurarogya sampatti sagga sampatti mevaca ato nibba sampatti iminate samijjatu. තුන්ලෝ ආසීන්ගේ ආමිස පූජා ප්‍රතිපත්ති පූජාවන් විදීමට යෝග්‍ය වූ භාග්‍යවත් බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ උදෙසා ප්‍රථම කොට සවිසුද්ධ ලෙස සම්බුද්ධ පූජාව පැවැත්වීමෙන් හානතුරුව මහා සංඝ රත්නයේ විශේෂ සංඝගත දක්ෂිනාවක් පූජා කිරීමෙන් ලබන්නා වූ සකල කුසල පුණ්‍ය සම්භාර ධර්මයන් ප්‍රථම කොට ඉන්ද්‍රාදී සමස්ත දිව්‍ය රාජ සමූහයා විසින් සතුටු පින් පඬුරක් වශයෙන් අනුමෝදන් වනු ලබත්වා. එසේ ප්‍රථම පුණ්‍යානුමෝදනාවෙන් අධිකතර චිත්ත ප්‍රීතියට පත්වන්නා වූ දෙවියන්ගේ දේවතේජානුභාවයෙන් හා බුද්ධාදී රත්නත්‍රයේ අපරිමිත ගුණානුභාව බලයෙන් මේ පින්වතුන්ට මෙලොවින් ඇතිවන්නා වූ සකලාන්තරාය සර්වෝපද්‍රවයන් හිරුදුටු ගනාඳුරු සෙයින් විහත විද්වංසනය කෙරෙත්වායේ හැරත් මේ පින් තමන්ටත් තමන්ගේ නමින් නැසී මිය පරලොව ගියා වූ සියලුම ඥාති වර්ගයාත් ඇතුළු හැම දෙනාටම හේතු වේවායි වාසනාව වේවායි ප්‍රාර්ථනාවන් ඉෂ්ට වේවායි සිතා චිත්ත ප්‍රීතියෙන් යුක්තව සාදර සිතින් පින් අනුමෝදන් විය යුතුයි.
සදාන් කරපු සියලු දෙනාම අපේ මේ ආශිර්වාද ලබා ගනිත්වා කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරගෙන දැන් අපි පිරිතිකා දේශනා කරන ඔබ සැමට සෙත් පතන්ඩ ආශිර්වාද කරන්න සියලු දෙනාම අපි හැමෝම ඉන්නේ භයානක කාලෙක. ඉතින් අද දවසේ අපිට ජීවත් වෙන්න මේ විදිහට ලැබෙන තියෙන එකත් වාසනාවක්. ඒ නිසා ඔබ හැම දිනාටම ආරක්ෂාව ඇති වේවා. පවුලේ දූ දරුවන් මුණුපුරු මිනිබිරියන් සියලු දෙනාම ඔබ සැමගේම සිහිපත් කරනවා මේ ආශිර්වාද ලැබේවා 100 කියලා හැම දිනාටමත් වගේම දොස්තර විමසුන්දර මහත්මයාටත් මේ ආශිර්වාද ලැබිලා ඉක්මනට සුවය ලැබේවා. ඊනෝන් මහත්මයාටත් ආශිර්වාද ලැබේවා. ගෙදර ඉන්න දොස්තර මහත්මයා සිල් මහත්මයා ඇතුළු දවල් පවුල් සියලු දෙනාගේම මුණුපුරු මිනිබිරියන් ඇතුළු සියලු දෙනාටම සෙත් පතන ආශිර්වාද කරනවා. නමෝ තස් භගවතු අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස නමෝ තස් අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස ඉතිපිසෝ භගවා අරහං සම්බුද්ධෝ විජාචරණ සම්පන්නෝ සුගතෝ ලෝකවිදු පුරිස ධම්මසාරති සත්තා දේව මනුස්සානං බුද්ධෝ භගවා සාකාතෝ භගවතා ධම්මෝ සන්දිට්ඨිකෝ ඊපාසිකෝ ඕපනයිකෝ පච්චත්තං වේදිතබ්බෝ විඤ්ඤෝහි සුපටිපන්නෝ භගවතු සාවක සංඝෝ උජුපටිපන්නෝ භගවතු සංඝෝ ඥායපටිපන්නෝ භගවතු සාවක සංඝෝ සාමීචි භගවතු සාවක සංඝෝ යදිදං චත්තාරි පුරිස අට්ඨපුරිස පුග්ගලායිස භගවතු සාවක ආහුනේයෝ පාහුනේයෝ නේයෝ අංජලි කරණේයෝ අනුත්තරං පුඤ්ඤා සාතිතේන දච්ච වාජේන පාතු ත්වං රතනත් ඒතේන සාච්ච වාජේන පාතු ත්වං රතනත් ඒතේන සාච්ච වාජේන සබ්බීතියෝ විවාජන්තු සබ්බ රෝගෝ විනාශතු මාතේ වන්තරායෝ සුඛී දීඝායුකෝ භවතු සබ්බ මංගලං රක්ඛන්තු සබ්බ දේවතා දානුභාවේන සදා සොත්ති භවන්තු තේ සබ්බ මංගලං රක්ඛන්තු සබ්බ දේවතා ධම්මානුභාවේන සොත්ති භවන්තු තේ භවතු සබ්බ රක්ඛන්තු සබ්බ දේවතා සබ්බ සංඝානුභා සදා සොත්ති භවන්තු තේ. සියලු ස්ථාතකාමී සාසන මාමක ලෝකපාලක සම්්‍යක් දෘෂ්ටික සියලු දෙවි දේවතාවෝද මේ පින් අනුමෝදන් වෙත්වා. සියලු සත්වෝද මේ පින් අනුමෝදන් වෙත්වා. නිදුක් වෙත්වා, නිරෝගී වෙත්වා, සුවපත් වෙත්වා. නැසීයාවෝ සියලු දෙනා ඇතුළු සියලු සත්වෝ මේ පින් අනුමෝදන් වෙලා සුවපත් වෙත්වා. එත්තාවතාච අම්මෙහි සම්පතං පුඤ්ඤ සම්පදං සබ්බේ දේවානුමෝදන්තු සබ්බ සම්පatti සිද්ධියා Ittavata ca ammehi sampatang punya sampadang sabbe bhutanumodantu sabba sampatti siddhya. Ittavata ca ammehi sampatang punya sampadang sabbe satta anumodantu sabba sampatti siddhya. දවසේ දානය සූදානම් කළා බුද්ධ පූජාමේ පින්කම් පවත්වා දහවල් දානය ඒ වගේම මහා සංඝරත්නයේ බලාගත් උන්වහන්සේලාට මේ දාන පූජාව පැවැත්වුවා. අපි අතිශයින් කෘතඥ වෙනවා. අද දවසේ මේ පොසොන් පොහොය දවසේ සියලු වැඩසටහන් කරගෙන යාමට මේ පින්කම අපට පිටක් වෙනවා. අපි සෑම දිනකටම ආශිර්වාද කරනවා, පින් දෙනවා, කෘතඥ වෙනවා. ඔබ සැමටම තුන්වන්ගේ සරණයි. අභිවාදන සීලිස කචායිනෝ චත්තාරෝ ධම්මා වඩ්ඩන්ති ආයුවන්නෝ සුඛං බලං රෝග්‍ය සම්පatti සග්ග සම්පatti මේවච නිබ්බාන සම්පatti මිනාතේ තු. එනම්
in Kushinara, Ananda was not there. Then Buddha asked, where is Ananda? Other monk said, he is in his kuti crying. So Ananda went to his kuti and he was putting his head over his hands, leaning against the door post, was lamenting, crying. So this monk reported this to the Buddha, and then the Buddha sent somebody to bring him. He came, and then the Buddha asked Ananda, why are you crying? He said, Venerable Sir, I have not completed my work. I have been relying on you, and now you are going to pass away. And you have completed your work. When you go, you pass away, I have nobody to seek advice. The whole world is like without sun, dark. Everything is dark. So how can I not cry, lament? Then Buddha said, Ananda, as I mentioned this morning, all these years, 25 years, you have been taking care of me with living words, living thoughts, and living deeds. Metta sagatena vachasa, metta sagatena manasa, metta sagatena kiriya. You took care of me, and you have acquired great merits. Strive hard, soon you will attain enlightenment. But Ananda, have you forgotten that all these years I have been telling that everything is impermanent? Everything is impermanent. Everything is permanently impermanent. Not something impermanent today and tomorrow permanent. If somebody asks you what is permanent, that is impermanence. Isn't it? So, how is it possible then that I will not be impermanent? I am also impermanent. If that is the case, Buddha also would have had suffering because he was impermanent. Friends, it is not the impermanence that makes us suffer. Buddha said whether the Buddhas come into existence or not, this established Dhamma, this Dhamma Niyama, the law of Dhamma, this truth of Dhamma exists. Uppadava bhikve tathagatanang, anupadava tathagatanang, thitava sadhatu dhammo thitata dhamma niyamata, sabbe sankhara anicchati, tantathagato abhisambhujyati, abhisameti, abhisambhujitva, abhisametva, Achikati, deseti, panyapeti, patthapeti, vivarati, vibhajati, uttani karoti. Whether the Buddhas come into existence or not, this established Dhamma, this law of Dhamma, this element of Dhamma, Dhamma Niyama, Dhamma Dhatu, Dhamma Thiti. Dhamma Thiti means established Dhamma. Dhamma Niyama is law of Dhamma. Dhamma Dhatu means element of Dhamma. Exist. What is the Dhamma? Established Dhamma? Impermanence. Sabbe sankhara anicchati. Tan tathagato abhisambhujyati. All sankharas are impermanent. Remember this passage, this is very important. All sankharas are impermanent. That Buddhas realized, understood, comprehended, having realized, understood, comprehended, Buddhas declare to the world, explain it to the world, expound it to the world, and teach the world that everything is impermanent. By becoming Buddha, by attaining enlightenment, you don't make impermanent permanent. Even if you attain full enlightenment, you don't make impermanent permanent. Impermanent remain to be impermanent forever. Buddhas come and go, Buddhas come and go, come and go, all the Buddhas. All the Buddhas come and go, discover this and tell the world and go. So, impermanence does not exist by itself. It is not hanging from clouds. Impermanence exists if there are things called sankhara. If there are sankharas, so long as sankharas are there, impermanence is there. There must be something to be impermanent. Right? There must be something to be impermanent. If there is nothing, how can impermanent exist? So this is a dependently arising, interdependent, paticca samuppanna, samuppada dhamma, the truth. Where impermanent does not exist is where there are no things. What is that? Where there are no things. Is there anything? There is no thing where there is no impermanent. That means Nibbana. That is why you see, sabbe sankhara anicchati, yada panyaya passati, atha nibbindati dukkhe, esamaggo visuddhya. Sabbe sankhara dukkhati, yada panyaya passati, atha nibbindati dukkhe, esamaggo visuddhya. Sabbe dhamma anattati, yada panyaya passati, atha nibbindati dukkhe, esamaggo visuddhya. These three stanzas also are very important. I am not running away from your question. I am telling everything that related to the question, answer. Everything pertaining to the answer. So if you remember this, you will get full answer to your question. Sabbe sankhara anicchati yada panyaya passati atha nibbindati dukkhe esamaggo visuddhya. Seeing every conditioned thing is impermanent. Seeing every conditioned thing is impermanent with wisdom. Yada panyaya passati. We see with wisdom. What is this wisdom? What is this wisdom? Uppada vaya, vipassana jnana. Anything you ask, what is vipassana jnana? Samudaya dhamma, vaya dhamma. Uppada thiti. Knowledge, knowing things arising, knowing things passing away, is called vipassana jnana. Yada panya, this is panya. Udayabbeya panya. You have heard the word udayabbeya panya. Panya means knowing, rising and falling. Is there anything that doesn't rise and falls? Nothing. And therefore, what can we choose? What can we choose? There's nothing to choose. Whatever experience, whatever we perceive, whatever we feel, whatever we become conscious, whatever we perceive, it can be body, feeling, perception, thought and consciousness. These are all we have. We don't have anything else. We are not concerned about anything external. In our awareness, we must be aware of our body, feelings, perceptions, mental activities or mind objects, and consciousness. And this is what we find in 4 foundations of mindfulness. And this is what we are becoming aware of when we meditate. So, yada panya pasati, with wisdom means without prejudice, without preconceived notions, without concepts, without words, labels, ideas, we pay attention. I always recommend people not to label, not to name, not to use any words. Just become purely aware. Become purely aware. This is extremely difficult, almost impossible for most people. Why? Because from childhood through university and till we die, we have been conditioned to express clearly. Right? Whether we write or talk, we must learn to express very clearly using words. And for this reason we need words, labels, ideas, concepts. But when we meditate, do we try to express something to somebody? We are not forming phrases, sentences, ideas in our mind. Of course, some people might say, well, what I should tell so and so. How can I say to so and so? Somebody might be thinking all the time during sitting as meditation. And when a person gets up and if anything happens and gets very harsh words come out of the person's mouth. Why during meditation? That's what the person was thinking, words, ideas, concepts. The people who Buddha, I sometimes begin to laugh at, thinking this. Most of us are very good in words. We love words, names, labels. And therefore we are called Padaparama. There are 4 kinds of people, Ugatitanya, Vipantichanya, Nyaya, Padaparama. You know these 4 words, right? Uggaditanya, Vipanchitanya, Nyaya, Padaparama. Uggaditanya is like when the Buddha, after attaining enlightenment, he looked at the world. Who to teach the Dhamma? Then he saw the whole world is like a lake where there are lotus. Some lotus buds have come out of water and ready for the sunlight to fall on it to blossom, open. As soon as they hear the Dhamma, attain at least stream entry. Like Venerable Kondanya, Venerable Sariputta, Visakha, Upali, and so forth. There were people, as soon as they heard the first few lines, few words of Dhamma, attain enlightenment. They are called Uggaditanya. Uggadita means coming in contact. Coming in contact. As soon as the ear, object, consciousness come together, attain enlightenment, at least first level, destroying Sakkaya Ditthi, Vicikicca, Silapata, Paramasa. And then there is second group, second kind of people. They are called Vipanchitanya. Vipanchitanya means just like lotus buds have come out of mud and only few inches below level of water, few inches below. They take few days to come up to blossom. Similarly, there are people who meet the Buddha, meet Arahant, listen to Dhamma, and think, take some time to attain stream entry. And they are called Vipanchit. Vipancha means it comes from the papancha, Vipancha. Delay. The attainment is delay. We all know that. Some people are slow and yet they attain. Third are called Nyaya. Nyaya means you have to, that those individuals, just like lotus bud coming out of mud, few feet deep in the water. They have come out of mud and come to the sort of middle of the water level, water lake, and then slowly takes maybe a week, 2-3 weeks to come up and blossom. Similarly, Nyayas are those who have listened to Dhamma, seen the Buddha, associated with good friends, Kalyana Mitta, Paratogha Sappacchaya, Kalyana Mitta, Yoniso Manasikara, and Dhammanudhamma Patipatti. They follow these four. That means, so listen to Dhamma, Paratogha Sappacchaya. Paratogha means sound of others, not any sound or gossip and so forth. By listening to them, then nobody attains enlightenment. Or somebody's political talk, somebody's business talk. No, Paratogha means sound of Dhamma. Associate with Kalyana Mitta. Use Yoniso Manasikara. and follow Dhammanudhamma Patipatti. Live in accordance with the Dhamma. One can listen to Dhamma, associate with Kalyana Mitra, and even meditate, Yoniso Manasikara, mindful reflection, and yet don't follow the Dhamma. When somebody does all these four things, eventually that person attains enlightenment. They are called Nyaya. The last is called Pada Parama. Remember this word, very important word, Pada Parama. Pada Parama means that those individuals' paramount thing is Pada. Parama means paramount, the best. They are words are their best. They read books, they listen to Dhamma, they discuss, they analyze, criticize, write books, write dissertations, go to universities, go to this teacher, go to that teacher, associate with this, go to this meditation, that meditation, all their lives. All their life. Listen. Oh, that Dhamma talk, wonderful. So and so gives wonderful Dhamma, let us go there. So and so sing Dhamma, oh, let us go. So and so give Kavi Bana, let us go there. So and so recite Dhamma mantra, go there. Those go chant beautifully, go there. All their life, that's what they do. Never attain enlightenment. At least try to attain Sotapanna, the best thing to do in life. Aim at the full enlightenment. When you aim at the first prize, you at least will get the third prize. It's an extremely difficult thing. For that, we go to pay mindful attention without words. This is what is called choiceless awareness. It's a very big word. Big word. So, sabbe sankhara anicchati yada panyaya pasati. When one sees with wisdom that everything is impermanent, then one becomes disenchanted with suffering. When one becomes disenchanted with suffering. When you hear this word, disenchanted with suffering, then you assume that there must have been period of time in your life that you were enchanted with suffering. Is there any time we enchanted with suffering? Nobody enchanted with suffering. Then why it is said that when one sees with wisdom that everything is impermanent, that person will become disenchanted with suffering? What does it mean? You must ask this question. Have I ever been disenchanted with suffering? Have I ever been enjoying suffering? Have I ever been enjoying suffering? Answer will be, friends, yes. We are all enjoying suffering. We are enjoying. We don't like to say we are enjoying suffering. Why? Because of our ignorance, avidya. While enjoying suffering, we don't see that we are having suffering. So I call this, whenever you experience pleasure, Buddha said, yo dukkhang abhinandati, so yo sukhang abhinandati, so dukkhang abhinandati. Yo sukhang abhinandati, so dukkhang abhinandati. One who enjoys pleasure enjoys pain, suffering. One who enjoys pleasure enjoys suffering. Is it true? Yes, friends, it is true. Can pleasure comes without pain? No. You buy one, get one free. Right? You work very, very hard to enjoy. While working very hard, is it pleasure? Getting up in the morning, going to metro station, getting into car, going to bus station and going to work and working. They are under these mean, nagging bosses. Bosses so mean, nagging, criticizing, come to work at such and such. Even Saturday and Sunday you have to work, otherwise you not. So I have to work very hard. Work. Why? To pay your bills, to maintain this body, support the family, pay the bill for the house, pay your mortgage. See how many things we have to do. Do we do all this with pleasure? Yes, there is little pleasure. There's little pleasure. Sensual pleasure. Have a family. Raise children. Don't get me wrong when I say this. Don't be upset. Every mother who is here, every father and mother who is here, see how much suffering you go through to raise your children. Having children is a great pleasure. Is there anybody who doesn't enjoy the pleasure of having children? People, when they are in great difficulty, problem and so on, trouble, they say, I live purely because of my children. I go through all these things because of my children. Everybody enjoys having children, but just imagine how difficult it is to raise a child. Mothers who become pregnant, from the moment she became pregnant, see how much pain and suffering you go through to maintain this little embryo in your womb. Mothers know that. A lot of anxiety, a lot of fear. You have to eat right food. You have to drink right thing. You have to consult gynecologists or physicians, doctors, so many. I don't have to list any of these things. Mothers who have children know all this. Why is that? To have a baby. To have a baby. If baby dies, even spontaneous abortion, without, even the mother does not know. Sometimes embryo dies in the womb. See the pain mother has. Even during birth, if the child dies, soon after child dies, and so forth. So much pain, so much suffering. Even the thought of my child's death, child is not dead, child is living. Even the thought of if my child dies, Buddha said, there is Mata Puttaka Bhaya. You know that? Mata puttaka bhaya. Suppose there is fire. House is on fire. Everybody runs here and there. Everybody runs. Then all of a sudden remember, my child. Where's my child? Where's my child? House is burning. So, mother cannot find the child. Crying and crying and crying and crying. Then one day, or a day after, or many hours later, mother finds the child. So mother is so happy. And children run here and there. And afterward, when the fire is over, they are looking for the mother. Then children might find the mother, possibly. Suppose there is a flood, tsunami. You remember tsunami in Sri Lanka? How many parents, children separated? Mothers were looking for children. Maybe sometimes mothers find the children. Similarly, children may look for the mothers, parents, and they might find. There's a famine. There's the murderers. We all experienced that. Sri Lanka had almost 30 years killing. And when they go to bed at night, they don't know whether they can keep their children in. If the child goes out, they are worrying about it, and so forth. So mother is always concerned, afraid of looking for disappearing, dying children, and children also. Occasionally they might find. But there are certain things that they can never fulfill. For instance, child is going to die due to some very miserable sickness. Can the mother tell, my darling, my son, my daughter, please don't die, let me die on your behalf? Can the mother do that? No. When the mother is going to die, can children tell mother, please don't die, I die on your behalf? No. Mother grows old. Can children say, mother, please don't go, you look beautiful. You are breastfeeding me. You are very young. Live like that. I become old. Mother, you remain. Cannot. Like that, there are certain things that happens to all of us. Our pleasure is to live, to see, live young, to be together, associate with one another, and therefore when this don't happen, we have suffering. Why? Why all this? Because we have attachment. We have attachment. So, Buddha said in short, not to get what one wants is suffering. Not to get what one wants is suffering. But we can put on the other hand, even to get what you want is suffering. Even to get what you want is suffering. Why is the second is suffering? Getting what we want is suffering? Because as soon as we got it, we become attached to it. We buy an expensive car. We are looking for it. Earn as I mentioned, money, borrowing money and buy the car. Beautiful car, very expensive car. You are very proud that you have this car. You park by the road and come inside next day or the same evening, somebody's crashed this car. How you feel? That brand new car that you like is crashed. Why you are upset? Because you are attached to the car. Nothing wrong with the car, nothing wrong with the scratch. Attached to the car. So, sabbe sankhara anicchati yada panyaya passati ata nibbindati dukkhe esamaggo visuddhya. Seeing with wisdom that all conditioned things are impermanent, one becomes disenchanted with suffering. This is the meaning. Esamaggo visuddhya, this is the path to wisdom. Esamaggo visuddhya, this is the path to wisdom. Sabbe sankhara dukkhati yada panyaya passati ata nibbindati dukkhe esamagge visuddhya was the same. But the last sentence, in the last stanza, sabbe dhamma anattati. Sabbe dhamma anattati yada panyaya passati ata nibbindati dukkhe esamaggo visuddhya. Sabbe dhamma, why the third stanza changed the word from anicca, dukkha, dhamma, sankhara. Sankhara, first two sentences, stanza sankhara. Last stanza says sabbe dhamma. Sabbe dhamma. Some people say sabbe dhamma means even in order to include nibbana. That is what sometimes you see, include nibbana. This is the path to nibbana. If we are disenchanted with nibbana, why should we strive to attain nibbana? These three stanzas refer only to everything before nibbana. Only all refer to all conditioned things and conditioning things. Nibbana is the only unconditioned. So, friends, I hope I have not overstepped your answering a question. All I mentioned are in line with the answering your question. We pay mindful attention to our experiences exactly as we are experiencing. That is called yatha bhuta jnana darsana. Yatha bhuta jnana darsana means seeing things exactly as they are. Seeing not with eyes but with wisdom. For that we don't need word, concept, ideas and so on. I think I spent a lot of time answering this question. I like to hear other questions so that this can be everybody's participation. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Impermanence is Dhamma Dhatu. Dhamma Dhatu means elements of Dhamma. Elements of truth. The basis, the element here means basis, foundation of truth. All conditioned things based on these elements. All conditioned things based on this element of impermanence. That is why it is called elements. Nibbana dhatu is not in the same sense. It is not the word dhatu there is not used in the same sense as it is used in other sense. Like Nibbana is Dhamma. But others are also Dhamma. Nibbana is Lokuttara Dhamma. Others are Lokiya Dhamma. So the word Dhamma is used for the truth. Mundane things, Lokiya things also are truth, conventional truth. Nibbana is ultimate truth. Yeah. Dhamma means truth. Dhamma also means that which exists by itself. Dhamma is that which exists by itself. Nibbana exists. When we say Nibbana exists, we have a problem. Therefore, Nibbana is a state which we achieve, which we attain by removing all the conditioned things, removing all the mental defilements, particularly greed and ignorance, we attain that state. And that is the truth which we can attain by removing mundane, conventional truth. Yeah.
Nibbana is there within you. It's just got to uncover it. Is that what you mean?
Exactly. Nibbana, that is, I call in the what do you call Dhamma description, Swakhato Bhagavato Dhammo, Sanditthiko Akaliko Ehi Passiko. Sanditthika means to be seen by oneself. Seeing by oneself. Because when I attain Nibbana, it is only I know it. I cannot share it with you. I cannot share with anybody. It is my attainment. Even the word I attain, my attainment are very contradictory terms. But since we want to express it, we use this I, my, and so forth. Otherwise, attainment is here. Sanditthika. Akalika is unaffected by time. Even the Buddha's time, people attain Nibbana. Today we can attain, tomorrow we can attain, because it is not affected by time. It is translated sometimes as immediately effective. Immediately effective, there are many things immediately effective. For instance, when you get angry, you don't have to wait till tomorrow to feel anger. As soon as you get angry, that instant you feel how painful it is. When you have a joy, pleasure, that instant you can experience joy or pleasure. You don't have to wait too long. So, that is what is Akalika means, unaffected by time. Time doesn't involve in it at all. Immediately, at the same moment. And Pacchattam Akali Ehipassika. Ehipassika also come and see. Come and see, I put it this way. Come and see is an invitation. come and see. That's what you hear from people who announcers, politicians, commercial people, marketing people say, come and see the show, and so forth. So people, when we have this invitation, we must ask 3 questions. Who sent the invitation? Question number 1. To go where? Number 2. Number 3, to see what? For the first question, who sent the invitation? Some people say Buddha sent the invitation. Buddha did not send any invitation to anybody and ask, come with your family and enjoy the night. Signed by Sincerely Gautama Buddha. He did not send this invitation. To go where? Go to supermarket? Go to the temple? The monastery? No. To see what? To see the show, theater, movie, and so forth. No. So for the first question, who sent the invitation? Answer is nobody. To go where? Answer is nowhere. To see what? To see nothing. So does this invitation make any sense? You may say no, but this invitation has a whole lot of sense. This invitation comes from within. Come here to see dukkha. Where is dukkha? It is hanging from trees, in the sky, in supermarket, in a house, in a temple. Where is dukkha? Here. Where is the cause of dukkha? Craving, greed, desire. Here. Where is the end of dukkha? Nibbana. Here. Where is the path leading to end of Nibbana? Here. Right understanding. Where is right understanding? Is it hanging somewhere? Right thinking, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right consent. Where? All are here. So we keep asking ourselves, do I have right understanding? Do I think rightly? Do I speak rightly? Do I act rightly? Do I make my livelihood rightly? Do I earn my living rightly? Do I make right effort? And do I have right concentration? And right mindfulness? So, all are here, including Nibbana, all are here. It is this world, Buddha said in Rohitassa Sutta in Samyutta Nikaya. Remember Rohitassa Sutta, a very famous discourse? Ime Bhyamatte Kalabre, Lokancha Panyapemi, Bhyamatte Kalabre, Saviññānake, Lokancha Panyapemi, Lok Samudayancha Panyapemi, Lok Nirodhancha Panyapemi, Lok Nirodhagamini Patipadacha Panyapemi here. So everything is here. Now, if you say Nibbana is in you permanently, then you don't have to do anything. you make things happen. It is not happened there. It is not happened yet. By doing all these things, you make it happen. I give you a very crude example. Now this wood right here has potential energy, right? This has potential energy. You should turn it to kinetic energy. You burn it. You get energy from that. But where is that energy? Where is that fire? It is not there. You go to create it. You go to do things. You go to get a matchstick or some other primitive system to make it hot, create enough heat to combust its potential energy and make it a kinetic energy. Otherwise you cannot say that this has fire. Similarly, only when we do what we are supposed to do can we find Nibbana. If you say, that's what some people say, you are enlightened, you don't have to do anything. There are teachings, some individuals in some traditions, they say, you are enlightened. Do anything you want. Why worry? You are enlightened. So you do any hanky-panky thing and you like, I'm enlightened. Some people say there are some persons in Sri Lanka, I mean these days or anything you can do. And they say, I do whatever I like because I am enlightened. Enlightened means you Nibbana. Yeah. So we must understand this very clearly without much confusion. Yeah.
Say something about free choice in Buddhism, because on one side, the way you perceive you're the choice maker, you can have their attention or choiceless awareness, and you can change a lot of things. And there's cause and effect on the other side and karma and the and this is something about freedom, free choice in Buddhism.
This is freedom. Free will, exactly, free will. Free will. This is a very important question in Christian tradition. They want to prove that nobody has free will. I myself very hesitant to discuss things like this without, it sounds like I am attacking somebody's faith, which I am not actually. I don't mean to be mean when I try to answer the question. They want to say that we all living beings are sinners. They have no choice. They have no free will. It is decided by God. In order to prove this notion, they say that there is no free will. We are free to have free will. We are free from that concept. It is a very traditionally established concept. This concept, a thought, notion, created by theologians, based on theistic religion. So we don't want to be a part of it and contribute it and think that yes, there is no free will. We have free will. Of course, Buddhists can argue on various bases, greed, ignorance, karma. These are things they can bring up. But friends, even karma is what we do. We decide what to do. And that decision we make. We decide what to do, what not to do. And therefore, according to the Buddha's teaching, we have free will. We choose. Especially when we practice meditation, we choose not to choose. We can have that. You choose to be independent or you to depend. And this free, as she pointed out at the beginning, choiceless awareness is what we choose. We are free to do that. According to that notion of not free will, you cannot have choiceless awareness. You choose what you are destined. This is not having free will is the deterministic or fatalistic notion, doctrine. We are not fatalists or determinists. We are free individuals. Huh?
Self-induced peace
Who's
and innate peace, and how does it lead to meditation?
I was not paying attention to your question. Could you repeat it?
Innate peace and self-induced peace, how does it lead to meditation?
Can somebody repeat that?
Innate peace.
Huh?
Innate peace.
Innate
Innate
peace.
and self-induced peace.
Uh-huh.
How can it lead to meditation?
Innate peace and
Self-induced peace.
self-induced peace.
How can it lead to meditation?
Now, innate peace can be peace based on ignorance, not knowing anything. For instance, you take a baby, you feed the baby, and baby is very happy and immediately goes to sleep. It's very peaceful. We don't call it innate peace. Or cats and dogs, you feed them, give them water, give them a good place to sleep, they are peaceful. We don't call it a peace, innate peace. Because they don't know anything. They're just there. Induced peace is the peace that we get from the practice of meditation. Induced peace, there cannot be induced peace without background, without training, without awareness. How can we induce it? We induce it through the practice of meditation. Therefore, induced peace is not the beginning, but that is the end of practice. If there is anything called induced peace. Yeah.
I'd like to understand a bit more about metta meditation. In a sense, is it very important to do that to get that state of mind to lead to vipassana, anapanasati, or is it a form of meditation that is for good living, for kind of peace of mind, in that state of mind?
Oh, very good question. I saw one gentleman over there raise question earlier. Raise hand. No? Okay, I come back to your question. Before you, somebody raise hand. Say, what is your question?
It was to do with free will. I was wondering if our free will is limited by our wisdom, defilements, and ignorance.
No, I did not hear the question. Could somebody repeat the question for me?
I was wondering if our free will is limited by our ignorance, wisdom, and defilement.
If we have freedom, free will,
Is it limited by wisdom, ignorance, and defilement?
defilements, free will. Ignorance, defilements, and wisdom. Okay. Limited. They limit our free will. Two of them can limit our free will, not by wisdom. When we have wisdom, then we use our free will through wisdom. If there is ignorance, and what is the other one? Defilements. Ignorance is also a defilement. When we say defilements, ignorance is included there. Therefore, we ourselves, being unaware, being unmindful, being unwise, become a victim of defilements. And therefore we don't know how to use free will. If we become wise, we know how much free will we have, how much freedom we have. Surely if we don't have wisdom, defilements or ignorance can limit our free will. Yeah. Now her question is how important it is metta practice to develop vipassana. I think that is very important. At the very beginning in Mahasatipatthana Sutta, Buddha mentioned it. I recite only one part of it. Kaya kayanupassī virati ātāpi sampajāno satimā vinaya loke abhijjā domanasam. Okay. Abhijjā means intense greed or the desire for others' properties. It's called abhijjā. It's not the same as avijjā. Avijjā is spelled as A-V-I-J-J-A, V. Abhijja is spelled A-B-H-I-J-J-A, Abhijja. Abhijja means desire for others' possessions. Whatever others have is sometimes called covetousness or jealous. That's a part of abhijja. That is desire for somebody else's property or things. Domanassa means grief. Grief comes from anger. Grief also comes from desire. Domanassa in Abhidhamma, you know, domanassa-agata, patika sampayutta, asankarika mekam, sasankarika mekam, you learn in Abhidhamma. Domanassa means anger. When we practice metta, I wanted to, this morning I mentioned there are some misunderstanding of metta. In the Mettanisansa Sutta, you know there are 11 benefits of metta practice. In one group is sattangva, aggingva, visangva, kamati. Na sattangva, aggingva, visangva, kamati. When you practice metta, you will not be affected by weapon, fire and poison. Right? You have heard that. Nasa, aggingva, sattangva, visangva, kamati. So people think if you practice metta, I wanted to clarify this misunderstanding. That is why I picked up this particular section. When we practice metta, weapons will not affect you. Poison will not affect you. Fire will not affect you. Is it true? Not true? I think these are the Buddha's words. How can you say Buddha's words are not true? Practice the metta, I tell you a story. 2 stories. You know Samavati and Magandhya. In Anguttara Nikaya, Buddha said, Etadaggam bhikke mamas gihi upasikanam metta viharenam yadidang Samavati. He said, among lay women disciples of mine who practice metta, Samavati is number 1. Right? In Etadagga Pali Anguttara Nikaya. Samavati was practicing metta and she had a metta retreat every week. All women of the King Udaya's harem, kings had harems those days. There were 500 of them. And they all came to her retreat. It is said that she was not only teaching meditation, but practicing meditation. That is why Buddha promoted her, gave her this award, title. Like you get a knight title like that. Buddha get knighthood to her. She was number 1 of metta practitioners, practicing lay women. Udayana had another woman in the harem that is called Magandhya. In Sutta Nipata you can see Mahagandiya Sutta. Mahagandiya was a beautiful woman. Whenever a man came to marry her, made a proposal, she would find one mistake or another of this person and reject it. Because she was so proud of her beauty. And never agreed to marry any man. So of course as time passes by, she is not getting younger every day. So parents want to marry her very quickly. So when the parents were looking for a good groom, a young man to marry, one day the father, Mahagandiya's father, saw Buddha was sitting under a tree in a forest, looking at his radiant, majestic, beautiful young body. Thought, this is very good for my daughter. She ran home and brought his wife and daughter and presented to the Buddha and said, don't you see my daughter beautiful? Don't you like to marry her? Then Buddha said, Dissvana kamang arating ratincha nahosi kamang apimetunasmik kime vidang mutta karisa punnang padapitang pusitum na icche. Having seen Tanna, Rati, Raga, divine nymphs, I didn't have a scruple of desire. How can I have any desire for this woman full of urine excrement? Mahagandiya got very angry. Daughter. And she wanted to revenge the Buddha. Of course she could not. Then she decided somehow King Udena married her. And then she got an opportunity to take revenge on Samavati. Because Samavati was the Buddha's very devout follower, practicing metta. So she tried everything to destroy Samavati. Nothing worked. You see so many stories, so many things. She put poisonous snake into king's veena. When he took the veena, he found the snake. And Mahagandiya said, who else did that? Your Samavati, and so forth. Many, many things. She fabricated all kinds of stories to destroy Samavati. Finally, she said, got her own uncle and got some people. On the day when she was meditating, practicing metta meditation, and she surrounded the whole building and set fire to this. Everyone died, including Samavati. Didn't fire burn her? She practiced metta. And while practicing metta, not afterward, while practicing metta, she died. Fire. I think this story will prove the fact that fire definitely burn you even while practicing metta. So, what you said is true. So is poison. Suppose somebody put poison in a piece of cake and you eat, you don't know. You will die. And a weapon. While you are meditating, somebody comes behind and stab. Doesn't the blade of knife go through your body? Or bullet? Go through your body. Friends, it is not the meaning. What is the fire? There is a Aditya Pariyaya Sutta. Aditya Pariyaya Sutta, Buddha said, Rupam Bhikkhave Adityam.
Good afternoon, everyone, dear friends in the Dhamma. In our Poson Full Moon Day celebration program, now we are going to start our Dhamma discussion. So, according to our program, as you all know, this is the time for the discussion. So, starting now, in the next hour, we are going to conduct this Dhamma discussion. So we would like to invite everyone to join this Dhamma discussion. And to discuss today's topic, I very cordially invite Dr. Upali Abesiri, who is our usual resource person. Every time he joins us to the program, very kindly accepting our invitation. So today also he has joined us. I would like to welcome Dr. Upali Abesiri and also everyone else who are joining this Dhamma discussion. So we start the discussion with some introduction to the topic by myself and also from Dr. Upali Abesiri. Then we would like to invite everyone else to contribute. You can ask questions, you can give your comments when we start the discussion. So the way in which you can join this program, you can join this via Zoom. We have sent the information with our notice in the email, and also those of you who are listening and watching us on YouTube and Facebook, you also can ask questions and send your comments as a comment. You can type whatever the question or your comment, what you have to send us and what you have to say, and then you can send that as a comment on Facebook and also YouTube. So we watch all these comments live, and I can ask if there are questions. I can read out the question so that everybody will know what is the question and sent by who. So with that opening remarks, let us start the discussion. Yes, the topic is, today's topic we have selected is the 3 characteristics of conditioned phenomena, or the 3 characteristics, as very well known, anicca, dukkha, anatta, or impermanence, suffering and non-self. Anicca, dukkha, anatta. These 3 characteristics are called the 3 characteristics of conditioned phenomena. So this is one of the core teachings of Buddhism, and Buddha has taught this as one of the most important teachings that we have to realize in order to see the reality, the truth. And also this particular teaching, the 3 characteristics of conditioned phenomena, is treated as the bedrock, the hardcore teaching of Buddhism. And when we talk about wisdom, panya, or when we talk about insight or vipassana, it is nothing else understanding and seeing these 3 characteristics: the impermanence, the suffering and the non-self. So that is what we have selected for the discussion today. I know it is a very big topic, but we will try to understand it and discuss it, and to have a discussion on this topic so that we can have some understanding of these 3 characteristics. And of course, I know most of you are aware, and most of you have studied and read and listened to a number of discourses which talk about these 3 characteristics, so we can revise and recollect our knowledge and our memories when we do the discussion. So in my first introduction, I would like to give a brief introduction to these 3 characteristics, and then I would like to invite Dr. Upali Abesiri to give his introduction, and then we can go to the discussion. So these 3 characteristics, as I said, are the most important things that we need to understand, and these are treated as one of the most important teachings in the Buddhist teachings. And the first one is impermanence, anicca. What is anicca? So Buddha said, all conditioned things, if not every conditioned phenomenon, is impermanent. Everything is impermanent. All conditioned things, if there is anything which is conditioned, that is impermanent. So it covers everything in the world, all conditioned things, animate, inanimate, living or not living, all conditioned things are impermanent. Nothing is permanent. If something is conditioned, that is impermanent, anicca. Sabbe sankhara anicca. All conditioned things are impermanent. And here we need to understand what is impermanent. So in number of the discourses, Buddha has explained this. And briefly, as a summary, Buddha says, the 5 aggregates are impermanent. What are the 5 aggregates? We know the form, rupa, feeling, vedana, sanya, formation, sankar, mental sanya, perception, formation, and vijnana. They are all impermanent. When we say the 5 aggregates, it covers everything, all conditioned things. That is the first characteristics. The first characteristic, very briefly, the impermanence. The next one is suffering. Now, this is going like a formula. Buddha says, if those conditioned things are impermanent, everything which is impermanent is causing suffering, or it can be a cause of suffering. If something is impermanent, that causes suffering because of that, the changing nature. If something is changing, that can cause suffering. So if everything is impermanent, yadaniccan tan dukkhaṃ, if something is impermanent, that can cause suffering. That is a cause of suffering. So due to this impermanent nature, the suffering arises. And we can in detail talk and discuss about these things. And the third thing is non-self or anatta. Now that is the next link in the formula. All conditioned things are impermanent. If something is impermanent, that can cause suffering. So if things are impermanent and suffering, there's nothing which can be taken, which should be, and which is fit to be regarded as mine, myself, or permanent entity. That thing is called, that particular teaching is called anatta, non-self. So you might not understand in these brief ways, but we can discuss further as we progress in the discussion. So anicca, impermanence, dukkha, suffering, and anatta. That is going to be our topic today. So with this very brief short introduction, I would like to invite Dr. Upali Abesiri to give an introduction to the 3 characteristics on the whole, and then we can go one by one in the progress. Dr. Upali Abesiri, please give your introduction.
Thank you, Bhante. Now, I think we need to, first of all, think of the religions that were available, that were practiced in India at the time, to better understand this impermanence, suffering, and non-self. At that time, the Vedic religion, they said that there is a permanent Atman or self within us. Everybody could understand that the body, the form or the body or the physical phenomena are impermanent. Everyone can.
Recording in progress.
So there is no question about the form or the physical things being impermanent. But they said this, it's all right, the physical things are impermanent, but the mind or the Atman is permanent. And when it is permanent, and when you find out that it is permanent and free from the body, then it becomes very happy, bliss, happy forever. Especially Atman, when it frees itself from the body, becomes very happy forever. They coined the 3 terms, Sat, Chit, Anandan. Sat means permanent, Chit, the self, Anandan, very happy. Sachittanandan. In fact, I had a friend of mine in the medical college called Dr. Sachittanandan. Now, that name comes from this Sat, Chit, Anandan. Now, when Buddha became enlightened, he not only saw the rapid changes in the physical side, which nobody knew at that time. The slow change everyone could see. But then when he did the insight meditation, he found out that he could analyze the mind, what they call the Atman, into feeling, perception, then thoughts or mental formations, and the consciousness. And that each one, when you think about it, when you observe it, that they are not permanent. They change all the time. And therefore, he coined the three words against this Satchitanandan to say anicca, dukkha, anatta, the changes. And this is, and the Buddhism is based on this definition that everything is impermanent. And because it is impermanent, it leads to suffering. Suffering is a bad translation of the word dukkha. And because if it is suffering, how can a permanent Atman suffer? It should be happy permanently. Therefore, there is no self. Now, and he said everything arises due to conditions, not because of God, creation of God, or not because of chance. And when they arise, they start decaying immediately. They start getting older. Now we know that every day we are decaying slowly. Although young people grow, after some time they start decaying and then cease to exist or die. And this he emphasized in many discourses. For example, in a discourse called the Mahasudassana Sutta, he explained about an emperor called Mahasudassana, who had an emperor with everything that could be found in the world. But at the end, they all disappeared because they were impermanent. Then also he explained that these world systems are not permanent. He talked about what he called the Sapta Suryagama Sutra, where he said one day there will be the world system become very hot. Not only one, people will see 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 suns together, and everything will become too hot and burn and become vaporized. This is what the modern scientists say about black holes. They say that a black hole appears in a galaxy and it starts absorbing all the solar systems, and they come together and they get destroyed. So he described that the universe is also impermanent and gets destroyed. Then in the mind, however much you think that however much you think that the mind is permanent, and we always feel that from our small young days to now itself, that there is something in us that is permanent, that follows us, that grew with us, and that sort of enjoys everything and becomes sad or happy. And therefore, it's a very difficult thing for us to get rid of this, what we call the permanent mind. And this is the problem. This, when you sort of start following the path of the Buddha, he has prescribed how to get rid of this idea that there is something permanent behind us. And the permanent behind us, you can start by studying your sensory organs. Think of the eye. Your eye, when he sees something, it develops consciousness, eye consciousness. And that gives rise to idea that what you are seeing, perception. Then when you see that, you develop either attraction or aversion. You like it or you don't like it, or sometimes you are indifferent to it. And then depending on these three feelings, then you decide what action you want to take. You may, if you like it, you may want to take it for yourself, keep it for yourself, and then you develop what is called craving, tanna. And this is how the but you can't keep it because it is changing all the time. Your body is changing, your mind is changing, whatever the object you are seeing, or even a person you see, they are also changing. And therefore, this gives rise to dissatisfaction in your mind. For example, when you grow old, you are not happy. You grow old, you become, your power goes down, your muscle strength goes down, and then you become sort of stressful when you become old. Like that, when you fall ill, same thing happens. So this is the chain reaction to these three conditions: impermanence, not self, and suffering. Suffering starts because of this. And the third thing is the self. This self, they said, according to the Vedic religion and the Jainism, they said it is the one that is permanent entity, and it enjoys whatever you experience, whatever you see or hear, or whatever you, and it is following it. And also it controls whatever your actions. And then they said when you die, it goes from body to body till time comes when you join with either Brahman or Brahma and become permanently blissful if you follow the path or the prescription they said you should do to do that. In Jainism, they said it is not created by a god, but at the end, it becomes a sort of individual Atman which becomes happy when it is free from the body. And they said the body is there because the karma, what you do, causes the body to join the Atma. So this goes on. And the other problem is the language. We can't get rid of this permanent self in us because of the language. Because every time we use the language, we have to use a name, noun, and a verb, as if somebody is doing something. Now, for example, take one word. It says, it rains. When it says it rains, there is something rains as if somebody is doing it. And in the olden days, they thought it was done by God. So they followed the god or the rain god or whatever it is. Now with science, we know how the rain comes. Therefore, although we say it rains, it never comes to our mind there is something in it, permanent. But if you say, I see, or I hear, then it's very difficult to get rid of something permanent inside us, seeing or hearing. So this is what the language does. And that's why Buddha said, although everything is impermanent, everything is changing all the time, and there is no permanent self, but the language and the way you live and communicate with others, you have to assume that there is something there called yourself. And therefore, now we have sort of what is called the conventional truth and the ultimate truth. Ultimate truth is there is no self, but to live and to practice and to communicate, we need to use the name. And this is very nicely illustrated in a book called The Milinda Questions of Menander, King Menander with Nagasena. The King Menander asked Venerable Nagasena, what does Nagasena in you show? Is it your body? Is it your sound? It's your mind? Like that, he went asking everything as a person in Nagasena, and everything Nagasena said no. Then he said, what do you call Nagasena then if you can't call all these things? Then Nagasena said, I'll ask you same question. How did you come to this place? He said, I came in a carriage. What is a carriage? Is it the wheels, the axle, the pole, the seat, the horses, or anything? Nothing. Therefore, when everything is put together, we have to use the word carriage. Similarly, when everything in our person is put together, we have to say myself. I am Upali, I give it a name. My parents have given a name. Like that, the self is a conventional truth. When you say no self, it doesn't mean that there is nothing, but there is something that we use, what we call virtual self, to use for our communication and to live. But at the same time, we know that ultimately nothing is with our body is not myself, our feeling is not myself, perception is not myself, my thoughts are not myself, and my consciousness is what everything put together is myself. The problem is how to get rid of this inner feeling in us. Unfortunately, this doesn't go away till you are completely enlightened. Now, people say that when you become Sotapatti or first stage of enlightenment, that you get rid of this what you call Sakkaya Ditthi, the view that it is you have a permanent self. Although it is gone, it is not gone completely. Very nicely illustrated in a discourse called the Hemaka Sutta in the Majjhima Nikaya. When Hemaka was a priest who was ill, and the other priest came to see him, they were discussing things. He said, Hemaka, Venerable Hemaka or Bhante, what do you call yourself, Hemaka? Do you feel ill in your body? He said, no, I don't call myself my body, myself. Then he said, is it illness in your mind? They said, no, I don't call my mind myself. Then we went on asking all the 5 conditions. And at the end, they asked him, then why do you call yourself ill? Hemaka, if nothing of your body, your feeling, perception, everything is not well known. He said, the thing is, it is all completely together. Although I know that all these 5 are not myself, but I have something inside me, something that tells me I am myself. And he gave an example. He said it is like somebody has washed a very badly soiled cloth, and when at the end of washing, it still has some scent of the what was there in the when it was dirty. It is like that, and therefore it is a very difficult thing to get rid of till you are enlightened at the end. So these are the 3 conditions that we need to think or observe when we are doing meditation in your mind, and every sort of all the things that happen in your mind. So briefly, these are the 3 characteristics of conditioned phenomena. One thing is that the nibbana, or when you attain nibbana is the only thing that is supposed to be permanent, without any change. And that is why when they give this describe this, they call the conditioned things are impermanent, selfless. Conditioned things are impermanent and cause suffering, but everything, conditioned things and the unconditioned nibbana put together is selfless, because in the nibbana there is no self. Bhante, I think we can now open for discussion.
Okay, yes. Okay, at this point, we would like to invite you all who are listening and watching us. We can start the discussion. If you have questions or comments, please do raise them, speak, and you can send your comment as a comment on Facebook and YouTube if you are watching on those 2 platforms. And those of you who are joining on Zoom, you can, if you like, speak and present and raise your questions. It seems like people are not yet ready with their questions. So, Doctor, let us elaborate a bit more. Then let's see whether we have questions. So, at this point, I would like to talk a little bit more about the second factor of these three characteristics, that is suffering. So, the impermanent nature or the impermanence was very well explained by Dr. Upali Abesiri, and of course other two as well. So, however, I would like to go a bit more into detail of suffering, or the second factor of these three, that is dukkha or suffering. As Doctor said, this translation of dukkha as suffering does not convey its true sense or the true meaning, which is why in most places we find suffering as it is, dukkha as it is used. Instead of calling it suffering, we use the original Pali term as dukkha. So this dukkha has been explained by the Buddha in number of discourses in various ways. So the ways in which dukkha is interpreted and defined varies from sutta to sutta. Depending on different contexts, Buddha has explained this sutta. Sometimes the most famous and well-known places where dukkha has been described and explained by the Buddha, one such place is the very first discourse of the Buddha, Dhamma Chakkapavattana Sutta, in which Buddha gives us a list of things which can be regarded, or various types of sufferings. Jatipi dukkho, jarapi dukkho, vyadipi dukkho, maranampi dukkhang, so and so forth. The birth is suffering, old age is suffering, death is suffering, not receiving or not getting what we want is suffering, so and so forth. So in that we find 8 kinds of sufferings. And in another sutta, Buddha, excuse me, the suffering has been interpreted and explained as 8 kinds. Or in another sutta, particularly in Satchavibhanga Sutta, it has been interpreted as 10 kinds of suffering. So depending on various contexts and various places where Buddha was talking about this suffering, he has explained it in various ways. So here what we need to understand is that from amongst these various kinds of suffering, mainly suffering can be divided into 3 categories. The first one is called dukkha, the ordinary kind of suffering, ordinary type of suffering. For example, birth, aging, old age, sicknesses, all these things can be regarded as the ordinary ways of suffering. And the second kind, or the second type, is called viparinama dukkha, which is the suffering caused by the change. Viparinama is meaning change, changing. Then that can be also taken as another name or another term for impermanent. So the suffering caused by change, this constant change, constantly, every moment, the moment to moment. The moment that I started this sentence was a different person, and when I end the sentence, lots of things have changed. So that suffering which is caused by the change is called viparinama dukkha. And the most profound and very difficult to understand is the third type, that is called sankhara dukkha. The sankhara dukkha sort of encompasses the previous 2 as well, but however it particularly means sankhara, all formations are suffering. Now for all formations we can again say the 5 aggregates, we can say also all mentality and materiality, nama rupa, except tanha, everything except tanha is sankhara, so they all cause suffering. Now this third one says sankhara dukkha, or the mental formations or the formations are cause of suffering, and they can cause suffering. That particular type of suffering is called sankhara dukkha, or the suffering caused by formation. So in these ways, suffering or dukkha has been explained in various places by the Buddha. So what we need to understand is that everything is impermanent, therefore everything can cause suffering, and therefore as a result there's nothing called a permanent self or permanent entity. So that is what we need to understand. And now again I would like to go to our audience. I think there's someone who would like to speak and say something or maybe ask a question. Please go ahead and speak now.
Thank you, Bante. I just wanted to clarify something. I heard somewhere, I can't remember exactly where, that Buddha didn't say that there is a no self, but there is a non-self. Some sort of a distinguish between that. That he didn't say that there is no self, but there isn't a non-self. A subtle difference there. I was just wondering.
Yes.
That makes sense, Doctor.
It makes sense. What he said is there is no entity that could be called the self. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
everything got together is the self. That's the non-self.
Yeah, no entity called self.
What you mean is you have in your mind, you feel that you have a self.
Yes.
But it is a non-self. That means that it is not what is there. Either mentally or physically, there is nothing called the self.
Yes.
But you feel as if there is a self.
Yes.
That is what is meant by the non-self.
So there is that's the difference between no self and a non-self. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, let's see whether we have any more questions. Okay, until somebody wants to ask a question and raise any point, Doctor, would you like to go ahead with our topic?
Yes. One thing I was hoping that somebody would ask this question. If there is nothing permanent, how can you tie it with rebirth and also the karma, which is supposed to give results in the next birth? The thing is, the rebirth doesn't mean that there is a new entity coming up. It is the same. The Buddha called this mind Vijnana Sota, stream of consciousness. It's like something like describing a river. When you go to River Thames, you can put your hand into the River Thames once, but if you take it out and put your hand again, it's not the same river because the water has flown away. There's a new bit of water flowing down at the same time. It's like that. The mind is changing all the time. And therefore, there is no sort of, even in life, there is no permanent mind going on. What happens at death is this stream of consciousness. When the body becomes dead, the stream of consciousness goes and starts in a new body. And it carries the sort of what are called the tendencies, like the impressions of karma and your tendencies, like what you have, what development in your mind is, or whether your mind has regressed, and accordingly, a new body is sort of it gets into a new body. For example, if you are somebody who has started killing people and you enjoy killing and you keep on killing people, then your mind regresses and you develop the mind of an animal like a lion or a tiger, and you might be born as a tiger. And if you develop your self-mind and you become Sotapatti, you will carry the same tendencies and you will have the same sort of developed mind when you are reborn. And that is how Buddha tied the rebirth, which was already known at that time, with non-self or impermanent self. The other thing is karma. It is the same thing that your karma impressions are carried over and gives results. Now this was again very well illustrated by Nagasena when King Minanda asked. He said, supposing somebody steals a mango from your mango tree and you catch him and say, you stole my mango, he can say, no. How can it be your mango tree? The mango you planted is not the mango that I plucked. From the mango you planted, a new tree came up and I plucked a mango that came from the tree. So I am not a thief. And that does not apply, does it? You are still a thief. Similarly, what you carried over, the karma impressions, when they give results, you suffer for it. That's one thing. And the suffering, and you can suffer even with happy things. Buddha never denied that there are happy things in world. He said there are 5 kinds of happiness in lay life and 2 kinds of happiness in the bhikkhus. When you give up the lay life, but the 5 kinds and the 2 kinds of happiness are what are called consciousness, what is called jhanic bliss. And he said none of these last. And when they don't last, they cause dissatisfaction, stress, and that is suffering. Therefore, even happy experiences are suffering. That is where this dukkha is not a very pessimistic word. It's not pessimistic all the time. Dukkha is reality. Any questions coming up at the moment?
Yes, we have a couple of questions, and I think one we already mentioned. Actually, you explained it. However, I would like to take that and read it. It was sent to us by Shelvi Sivasubramaniam, who's been watching and joining our program since this morning. And thank you for joining and watching this. And the question asked is about self, actually. If there are non-self, where is the I come from? And also there's another part of the same question: how can there be non-self? Self and I become one, eliminating the split due to dukkha. What do you think about my understanding? So both questions I understand relevant to the concept of self and non-self. So the question asked is how to distinguish between I and being non-self. So would you like to elaborate a little bit further?
The I comes because we naturally have what is called a delusion or avidya. And therefore, I told you that whatever the explanations given, we still feel within ourselves there is something permanent that we had from childhood and carrying all the way up to the time when we die. And therefore, we give it a name. We call it I. When we see, we can't say my consciousness, stream of consciousness, but we have to give it a name. It's a naming. Language is the problem here, because whatever we identify, we give it a name. Therefore, we call it I am. I am means that myself. We think there is a self, so we call it I. But this is a virtual I. Unfortunately, we cannot eliminate this feeling that myself, I, my body, my thoughts, my feelings. You cannot eliminate it till sort of you progress in the path of Buddhism and start meditating and then develop what is called insight meditation. And still, even when you enter what is called the first stage of enlightenment, Sotapatti, still there is something left. Till you are completely enlightened, you can't get rid of this feeling I. That is the problem. But I is given to the whole thing that you feel as yourself, which is what we call the non-self. There is no actual physical or mental component within us called the self. But we have a virtual self built into our mind, consciousness, to communicate with others. Otherwise, you can't communicate. You can't say, I want this, may I have this, I want to go like that. Without using, this is called the conventional truth. For convenience, to communicate and to live, you need to use the word I, you, we, he, she, or the name. Mr. Siva Subramaniam, like that, we have to use your name.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor, for that answer and explanation. I think it was a clear answer. And there's another question came to us asking about Sakkaya Ditthi. And also another part of the same question, also what are the elements? So Sakkaya Ditthi, please, Doctor, would you answer the question, Sakkaya Ditthi and elements? We can.
Is the Sakkaya Ditthi is the one that we all have. That's what Mr. Subramaniam asked before. That is, you have the view that there is a permanent self in yourself. That's the view of Ditthi, means the view that the belief that you have that there is something called I in me, somewhere in me. Sakkaya Ditthi. What's the second part, Bhante?
Elements.
Elements are the elements are what are called the physical things, physical processes. Buddha said there is no substance physically. They are all processes changing all the time, and those elements were one is one is called solidity. The other one is the cohesion or liquidity. The other one is the sort of movement or pressure. And the other one is the heat or cold. These come together to form the elements of physical processes. It's like the modern science describing atoms. And the atoms is formed by the electron, the positron, and all the subatomic elements like that. And they are changing all the time. Even science now knows that even the atoms are changing all the time. And its conglomeration of these 5 units made by these 5 elements, according to Buddhism, are the things that form physical processes. And the physical processes are not substances, though we feel it, we see it, we can touch it, we can feel the temperature, we can feel the movement. That is because our sensory organs cannot see the elements themselves, how they are all the time changing. So these physical processes are changing, which he described as a little bit lower than the mental elements. The mental elements is consciousness, which arises with what are called mental factors. And they are also changing. They are supposed to change much faster than the physical elements. This is how everything was divided into ultimate realities in the universe. They are all together what are called, there were supposed to be 28 types of compounds made, physical processes made in the world by these things. And then something like 52 mental factors, 1 consciousness, and 1 nibbana. This is the ultimate realities to which the universe can be divided into.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor, for your answer. And I would like to also comment on the fact that you just mentioned about this factor of suffering or dukkha being understood or described as being pessimistic, or does the Buddhist teaching decline happiness, and if everything causes suffering, isn't there a happiness or something like that? Because those are some frequently asked questions, and people might have these in their minds. If we always talk about suffering, if we see everything as suffering, can't we be happy? Isn't there anything that can be enjoyable or that we can enjoy? As Doctor very correctly mentioned, we can enjoy happiness. Buddha never denied that ordinary beings, particularly the lay people, can be happy. He said, "Santutti paramang dhanang." The happiness is the greatest wealth one can have. Therefore, happiness is not denied. The thing is, in reality, according to the insight knowledge or vipassana or pajna, you have to see these three characteristics. That doesn't stop you being happy or enjoying your worldly happiness. For example, if you are a lay person, if you are a man or a father, today is a Father's Day, I think, I understand. So you can enjoy your family life, you can enjoy the company of your family members, your children. That is not denied. However, there are these three things that Buddha has mentioned that you need to understand when you enjoy the happiness. These three things in Pali, they are called asada, adinava and nissarana. Asada means pleasure. Now this very well has been explained by the Buddha in the sutta called Maha Dukkha Kanda Sutta, the mass of the great sutta on the mass of suffering, Maha Dukkha Kanda Sutta, in which Buddha has very clearly has mentioned and explained how this mass of suffering comes into being. So in which Buddha says, you have to understand these three things. Asada, the pleasure of sensual pleasures and everything. You have to understand it first, pleasure. Unless you understand pleasure, you can't see its the next thing, or you can't see its dangers. Adinava. Adinava means drawbacks or dangers or pitfalls of these karmas, of these sensual pleasures. So you enjoy it, you have to enjoy it and experience it. Then only you will be able to see adinavas, the dangers of it. And then only you will want to have escape. You will want to escape from these dangers. So these three things we need to understand when we enjoy happiness. With these three things in our mind, we can enjoy everything. We can be happy. We can enjoy our worldly things. For example, particularly if you are lay people, so you can enjoy it. Enjoyment and happiness is not denied or declined by the Buddha. However, you need to have this understanding, asada, adinava and nissarana. You have to have this understanding of whether you enjoy it. Now, for example, if you enjoy the company of your children and family members, one day all these things will come to an end. So we don't know when, but we need to have that understanding in our mind. We should not take everything as permanent. So when we take everything as permanent, that is the problem. So that is how you can enjoy the happiness. These three things actually I wanted to mention when Doctor was talking about the happinesses and dukkha being interpreted as a pessimistic things. We have to understand this asada, adinava and nissarana. That understanding will lead us to enjoy with understanding whatever we might be enjoying in our life. And there's another question. Let me read that question and come back to you, Doctor. When I die, my consciousness joins with the stream of consciousness. Therefore, does my consciousness have my identity? Is my karma force? Am I right? If so, there is some kind of entity that goes on until I finish my good and bad karma.
Well, when even now, your consciousness is changing all the time. When you wrote that question, your consciousness was there, but immediately it changed. Therefore, it's changing all the time. Only thing is, when you one unit of consciousness gives rise to another unit, it passes on your affinities, like your development, your karma, everything is passed on to the new unit of consciousness. It is like burning of a candle. The candle, when a candle is burning, you see the flame, but it is a large series of flames rising and dying. But they always pass the heat and the property of whatever is burning to the next flame. Like that, your consciousness stream is always passing all these things. Only thing is that when you die and when you are reborn, your tendencies are passed to the next life. Now, in a sutra discourse called the Mahalunkya Putta Sutra, Buddha says, no baby is born with a pure mind. They always carry the tendencies of their previous life, previous consciousness. That is what happens. But it is not a permanent thing. It is a unit that arises and gives rise to another one. So this is the way that your development of your brain, of your mind, and everything will be passed on to the next life.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I think we have another question. In pragmatic manner, how do we adjust our mindset to keep these thoughts in mind on a daily basis, being lay people with many responsibilities?
Can I say a simple answer to that? Now, supposing I am a diabetic and I am very fond of chocolates and I enjoy the chocolate, what happens? If I eat, as soon as I swallowed the first piece, then I want to have another piece. And if I don't keep in mind these three things, I will keep on having more and more pieces, and then my blood sugar will go up, and then I'll have to take more medication. That is asada, adinava. Adinava is the consequences. Your blood sugar goes up. Nissarana, that is how do you escape from it. When you eat the first piece, you realize I am a diabetic, and therefore my blood sugar will go. And as soon as I swallow the piece of chocolates, my enjoyment will go, and I would want to have more. Therefore, if I don't want to have suffering, therefore I stop now. Is that a simple way to tackle the thing?
Yeah, I think it's a very good advice to keep in our mind in a pragmatic manner. So as of now, we don't have any more questions. However, we are reaching the end, the closing time as well. We have a few more minutes in these last few minutes. So to end our discussion on this topic, these three characteristics of conditioned phenomena, anicca, dukkha and anatta. So we discussed and we mentioned that this is called the vipassana knowledge, or understanding the reality, or seeing things as they are, what we call insight or vipassana. Now when we take this into practice or into a pragmatic level, as asked in that question, when we are mindful, as just Doctor mentioned, when we are mindful, we can see these three things, asada, adinava and nissarana. So this mindfulness will be a great help for us to understand these things. And when we are mindful, we can see these things. So that is what we do in the vipassana meditation. In vipassana meditation, we try to see these three characteristics: impermanence, suffering and non-self. So we can, I think we can do this in our day-to-day life as well, being mindful all the time, whatever we might be doing, whatever our profession or job or the education and whatever, regardless of many differences, we can always be mindful of these three things, so that we can see the reality in the world. So with that brief message, Doctor, would you like to say some things to end the program before we come to the closing of the discussion?
Well, I think it's a very difficult subject, especially the non-self. And the more we think, sometimes the more we get a bit confused. I think best thing is to not to worry if you don't understand it, or if you can't get rid of this non-self thing, and just keep on living and enjoy things. But remember, the adina, asa, the enjoyment, adinava, side effects, and sort of nissarana, how to avoid side effects. And I wish you all good health.
Thank you very much, Doctor. So with that note, let us conclude and end the discussion for today. And I would like to thank again Dr. Upali Abesiri for accepting our invitation and also for sharing your valuable thoughts with all of us when we celebrate Poson Full Moon Day today. And also I would like to thank all of you who joined us and who asked questions and send your comments on Zoom and on Facebook and also YouTube. And finally, I wish all of you may we all be well, happy and peaceful. With that kind wish, we end the discussion for today.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am here to say a few words to welcome you all for the mindfulness seminar. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to the inaugural mindfulness seminar organized by the British Mahabodhi Society at the London Buddhist Vihara. Mindfulness is now very popular subject in the Western world. Among the many areas of study on this subject are mindfulness-based stress reduction, MBSR, mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, MBCT, secular mindfulness, etc., etc. Today, many people are experiencing the benefits of mindfulness without understanding the deep history and origin of mindfulness. Those who have a headache just take a paracetamol tablets to get rid of the headache and do not want to know who discovered the paracetamol or how and why it works. Likewise, bhavana, mind training and cultivation is the most important technique and practice that Siddhartha Gautama undertook in his search for enlightenment. The culmination of his search through experiencing meditation was the enlightenment, the attainment of the Buddhahood. So in his first sermon, the Buddha pointed out that mindfulness or Samma Sati is one of the factors in the Noble Eightfold Path leading to wisdom. Among the spiritual faculties, the controlling faculty is mindfulness. In explaining the main purpose of mindfulness practice, the Buddha said, I quote, "This is the direct path for the purification of beings, for the overcoming of sorrow and lamentation, for the disappearance of pain and distress, for the attainment of the right method, and for the realization of Nibbana." End of quote, I say. As the Buddha advised to his son, Rahula, the purpose of a mirror is reflection. If we develop the faculty of mindfulness, all our intentions of our bodily, verbal, and mental actions are reflected in the mindfulness. And we can practice restraint in our speech and actions so that we do not do harm to others and to ourselves. So we can live more skillfully and with more consideration, kindness, and compassion. During the long history of mindfulness practice in the West, a landmark moment was the establishment in the UK of the All-Party Parliamentary Group of Mindfulness, which published a report in 2015 entitled Mindful Nation UK. It was an invitation for the whole nation to test and taste how the practice of mindfulness may benefit the well-being of every individual. That report concluded that the teachings of mindfulness can be beneficial in the four main national sectors: in health, education, the workplace, and the criminal justice system. Considering the significance and its application to the modern world, we have decided to organize this mindfulness seminar today. Here in our vihara, there are regular meditation classes, weekly basis and monthly basis. Various meditation teachers take our classes and our participants have had beneficial experiences. Actually, Vihara is a long-standing center for mindfulness practice. So why have we organized this seminar? Because we need to contribute to the field of mindfulness, deepening the theoretical and experiential knowledge, and to promote mindfulness in our society. So we had a dream to organize such a seminar today. Our dream has come true. Another point I must mention here is the British Mahabodhi Society. The Vihara's great founder, Anagarika Dharmapala, had a very keen foresight, and he realized that the modern world would be interested in Buddha's teaching, especially in meditation. He first visited Great Britain through the invitation of his contemporary friends in England, such as Edwin Arnold and Christmas Humphreys. His dream to spread Buddhist teachings in the West turned to reality with the establishment of the London Buddhist Vihara in 1926. His name is written in bold letters in the history of Buddhism in the modern world. Also, we have to recognize, appreciate, and to be grateful to the British people who inhabit this land for their respect for democratic values, their understanding, and their tolerance. There has been a yearning and willingness by people to learn about the Dhamma and to experience the benefits of practicing meditation and mindfulness. Our great founder, Anagarika Dharmapala, started his mission with the establishment of the Mahabodhi Society in India. Then similarly, Mahabodhi societies were started in Sri Lanka, in Great Britain, and in Japan. In England, the London Buddhist Vihara was originally established under the British Mahabodhi Society. However, in the middle of 1980s, the Anagarika Dharmapala Trust decided to focus their work in the UK by focusing its activities through the London Buddhist Vihara. And so today the British Mahabodhi Society is being revived through this inaugural event, the Mindfulness Seminar. The purpose of the British Mahabodhi Society is to introduce a fresh, new programs of events to the international community. This is the commencement of a new era of the British Mahabodhi Society. It is a branch of the London Buddhist Vihara. We have invited the participants of our classes and retreats. We greatly appreciate your participation and attendance. Some of you gathered here to already experience mindfulness, but the ancient path of the Buddha, which is the Noble Eightfold Path, connect us with 7 other factors along Buddhism in middle path. Mindfulness practice originated as an ascetic practice. Its aim was to purify one's mental defilement. Today, mindfulness practice is a part of our everyday life, not only in the lives of monks, but also in the lives of ordinary people as well. Societies around the world are already being changed through the introduction and the practice of mindfulness. Being mindful means being more aware and attentive so that we can experience more peace and calmness. I hope the outcome will be beneficial to many. We are going to print the papers and discussion of this seminar as a book and share our seminar results with others. We have invited the speakers, our leading teachers of this subject, who have long time experience. Most venerable, with my greatest respect, Ajahn Amaru and Bhante Kovida, Dr. Jeffrey Hunt, and Dr. Desmond Biddulph. They are all very good friends of the London Buddhist Vihara. Thank you enormously for accepting our invitation, and you are most warmly welcome to the seminar. Thank you very much.
Venerable Mahasangha, distinguished speakers, and the friends, good afternoon. Thank you for being here this afternoon. It is now my great pleasure to introduce our speakers for the seminar on mindfulness organized by the British Mahabodhi Society in association with the London Buddhist Vihara. The topic of our first speaker is mindfulness and precepts. This is a very important topic when we are talking about the mindfulness. The speaker is the most venerable Ajahn Amaru. He is the abbot of the Amaravati Buddhist Monastery. He is also a prestigious author of a number of books and articles on the field of mindfulness and various aspects of Buddhism. If I say about him on his own words, I found in a website this one. I think of myself but primarily as a monk who occasionally teaches, who strives to convey the spirits and the letter of Buddhism through my lifestyle, through explanation, and through the imagery of storytelling in order to bring Buddhism to life for people who are seeking truth and freedom. We are grateful for his presence among us today. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Most Venerable Ajahn Sumedho.
Venerable Sila Vimala, Sangha members, very honored to be invited to speak this afternoon, and I'm very glad to be sharing a platform with Dr. Desmond Biddulph, who I've collaborated with for a number of events, and also to meet the Professor Hunt, who I haven't encountered before, and other venerable, to be offering our thoughts and reflections this afternoon. The theme of mindfulness and the precepts, in looking at this, I was immediately caused to recollect my own training and the kind of questions that I had when I first arrived at the monastery in Thailand, which is about 40 years ago. And one of the things that were about the monasteries, the forest monasteries of Venerable Ajahn Chah, was that the emphasis of life was about meditation, and that was, the focus of interest and attention for most of the Westerners. And so it was curious to me that there was such an enormous detail that was, guiding the way of life that we had. There's a certain way that you carry your shoulder bag, there's a certain way you put your sandals, there's a certain way that you wear your robes, that you put down your sitting cloth, you pick it up, there's a certain way you relate to everybody else in the community. 10,000 details of what you do and what you don't do. So early on in this encounter, this was my first real encounter with Buddhism, so I began to ask, well, I thought this was all about freedom and letting go. So what's all this detail about what you should, all these shoulds and shouldn'ts? How is this helpful? Because I used to be a real worrying kind of person, and so then you can pick up all these do's and don'ts, and it becomes 10,000 things to worry about. But our teacher, Ajahn Chah, was, even though he didn't speak any English, he was very, very skilled, both in his own simple explanations that could be translated, but also through the embodiment of his way of being, his way of life. And you could see by watching him and being around him that even though there were 10,000 details that were being taken care of, there was a fluidity and an ease and a relaxation in his manner and his way of dealing with different situations and difficult issues. And when asked about that question and why there were so many rights and wrongs and things you shouldn't do, and this doesn't just relate to monastic training, but relates to the 5 basic precepts that are the encouraged standard for the lay Buddhist community. The principle was, if you have a clear standard of how things are done, then when you are carrying out that action, when you're eating your food, when you're talking with someone, when you're putting your clothes on, when you're taking your shoes off to go into a room, when you're using a tool to help with the maintenance or construction, then the attention is brought to that action. And so, how am I doing this? What's on my mind? Am I paying attention to what I'm doing? And that clear set of benchmarks about how things are done in the right way, are not there to increase anxiety and distress, but rather to help sharpen the attention on the present moment, and particularly to help there to be a mindfulness and awareness of intention. And essentially, where is your mind? What are you doing with your mind as you're carrying out this action? So that I found, particularly picking up that way of life, and then watching the example of Ajahn Chah and the other elders, that if those precepts, those standards of etiquette and good conduct were observed, then it did indeed help sharpen your attention. The way that my feet are constructed meant that flip-flop sandals never quite fitted my feet. They'd always be off at the side. So, and those were the only kind of sandals available. So I couldn't wear flip-flops. They didn't work. So I would go around barefoot. And living in the forest with sort of dusty tracks with stones and tree roots, I was forever stubbing my toe and catching my foot on various stones or sharp roots. And every single time I found that I stubbed my toe or cut my foot, it was because my attention was off in dreamland, somewhere else. I was not paying attention to the act of walking. I was lost in my thoughts and memories and plans and so on. And so I'm not encouraging everyone to go around barefoot, but to use that as an example of how we can use the precepts, we can use clear structures for our life as a way of both bringing attention to the present moment and then clarifying the intentions that we have when you're having a conversation and you start to bend the truth for the sake of a good story. You know, the person you're talking to is starting to look a little bit bored. You know, you're kind of laboring the point, so there's this inclination to spice things up a bit, just make it a bit more interesting, kind of load your facts a bit, just to keep the conversation alive. And then if we've taken a precept against lying, something in the heart goes, yeah, it wasn't quite that way, or that's a bit of an exaggeration, or like, did it really happen that way? So that precept helps us to be aware of those intentions. So those clear lines help us to see that kind of drift. Now, one story that the real Ajahn Sumedho would often tell was how at that time, when he was a young monk in Thailand, another of the very famous teachers there was a monk called Ajahn Buddhadasa, who lived down in the south of Thailand. And Ajahn Chah had tremendous respect for Ajahn Buddhadasa's teaching. And in fact, at Ajahn Chah's hut, where he would meet and receive people, there was one picture on the wall behind him, and that was a picture of Ajahn Buddhadasa. So when you went to see Ajahn Chah, there was a picture of Ajahn Buddhadasa right above his head. So Ajahn Chah had tremendous respect for him and greatly admired his insight and his teachings. So when the young Ajahn Sumedho went down to go and stay with Ajahn Buddhadasa for a while, he was really surprised that at Buddhadasa's monastery they didn't have the same kind of focus on etiquette and precise conduct and the refined kind of detail that they did at Ajahn Chah's monastery. And so Ajahn Buddhadasa's approach was, you don't really need all of that detail spelled out, you just need to be mindful. Mindful is the most important thing, and if you're really mindful, then all those details will take care of themselves. So this was a new story or a new approach for the young Ajahn Sumedho. And so when he went back to Ajahn Chah, he said, so Ajahn Buddhadasa's got a bit of a different angle on this, and he says that you don't really need to bother about the precepts in detail. As long as you're mindful, then that's the most important thing, and that the details look after themselves. And this is when Ajahn Chah made this very interesting comment, which in Thai is "Ching damai tuk, tuk damai ching," which means it's true but it's not right, it's right but it's not true, which might not help you very much. But he was, Ajahn Chah was very gifted at coming up with these kind of cryptic statements. But he is saying, yes, in theory that's true, but in practical living, it doesn't quite work that way. That's my interpretation of it. So that yes, you can put it that way, but on the ground, in the way we are as human beings, it doesn't really bring that result of say, enabling us to live from a perfectly harmonious point of view. So this was Ajahn Chah's perspective, was having those guidelines spelled out. So this is a dialogue that's going on within the world of MBSR, MBCT, mindfulness-based stress reduction and mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, because in both of those approaches, ethics, sila, the precepts, are very specifically not spelled out. They are implicit, not explicit. And I've had long discussions and lengthy correspondence with John Kabat-Zinn, even very recently, about this issue, because of course I'm a card-carrying, spell out the precepts kind of person, as you would expect. And he, as the founder of MBSR and the founders of MBCT, Mark Williams, Zindel Siegel, John Teasdale, it's a very strong principle for them that the sila should not be spelled out or be explicit, because it's following very much a therapeutic model, whereby, as I understand it, a therapist does not make comments about a person's behavior, but rather they talk about the inner mental world, but it's not the role of the therapist to tell a person to modify their conduct in terms of sila and so forth. So that's a big area of discussion in that field, and I've been very actively involved in that, and maybe this afternoon there'll be some interesting reflections and discussion around that. Because in a sense, they're following John Teasdale and Mark Williams and John Kabat-Zinn and the founders of those trainings. They're following more of the Ajahn Buddhadasa approach. If you're just mindful, if you're really mindful, then those things will become, they will look after themselves. You will draw upon what they call the better angels of your nature. You will see the painful results of your actions, and through being mindful and aware of the consequences of your actions, then your behavior will modify itself accordingly. That's a thumbnail sketch of it, but again, I'm interested to hear what some of the other speakers will say on this area, because it's a very key point. As I said, I'm obviously biased. I'm a monk, and out of the Ajahn Chah tradition. So my own feeling is that having those precepts articulated and spelt out, it's like you've got names for the better angels of your nature. You've got the detail is written, so that when the heart is drifting, when you are bending the truth for the sake of a good story, when you are finding somebody across the room who's attractive, who you're not married to, and that you find yourself kind of drawn to start a conversation. I'm not reading anybody's mind, by the way, just in case you're worried, but just the way people are as human beings. When you're at a party and somebody hands you a glass of champagne and you think, oh, well, it's in my hand now, so what do I do with it? Oh, well. These things happen. So that my own feeling is that having the precepts spelled out, then it gives a clarity to those inclinations of the heart. So one image that I like to use, I know that the language of talking about the instinctual aspects of the mind as the reptile brain, some people object to that language. I kind of like it myself, but this is speaking about the sort of instinctual basic driving forces of our neurophysiology, the limbic system of the brain, the area of the brain that drives the aspects of aggression, sexual desire, the feelings of ownership, of territory. These are very powerful instinctual reactive processes within us as human beings. So I personally use the shorthand of calling it the reptile brain. And when we reflect upon the 5 precepts, the first precept to refrain from taking life of living things, to refrain from taking what's not given, to refrain from stealing, to refrain from sexual misconduct, to refrain from lying, and then to refrain from intoxicants. The first 4 of those, to me, they are defining the areas of the reptile brain: aggression, acquisition of property, sexual desire, and the third one, the fourth one about lying, is about seeking self-advantage. So in a sense, I see the precepts as what I call ring fencing the reptiles. If any of you are familiar with the movie Jurassic Park, so on the island where they have the Jurassic Park, they have a very heavily fenced area where all of the dinosaurs, reptiles, Tyrannosaurus rexes and such like, they're fenced in. So I like to think of the precepts as like the fencing around the reptiles. And when there's a hole knocked in the fence, then the dinosaurs get out and the movie gets exciting. But that's, within us as human beings, the structures of the precepts are like that way of ring fencing those instinctual forces, the desire to aggress against another person, either out of anger or out of the desire to get something that they've got, to acquire the possessions of others out of greed or the search for self-benefit, sexual desire, the attraction between yourself and others that is, as everybody who's ever studied human society and the law will know, theft, sexual desire and aggression, these form a huge amount of the laws of most countries, and then false speech, the precept against lying. So if we look at the laws of most countries around the world, they hinge around these areas, because this is where we most easily get lost. So having the precepts, having a fence, in a sense, you have to climb over to follow those impulses. It means there's a way that the heart is alerted to the direction that it's drifting in. The attention is going towards an object of desire or an object of aversion, or that sense of bending the truth for self-advantage. So that the Buddha established these structures as a way of helping to sharpen mindfulness, helping to counteract those powerful instinctual forces of the mind where our own kind of good intentions or our sort of high-minded values are overridden so easily. It was very interesting. I was at a conference on mindfulness and Buddhism in San Francisco a few years ago, and Professor Clifford Saron, who's at University of California in Davis, gave the presentation. And if I can remember correctly, he talked about the neurophysiology of idealism and of restraint. And so you might have the idea that I respect the lives of all living beings. It's a kind of a high-minded aspiration, that all beings should be able to live happily. That's controlled by that kind of idealism, or that positive thought is controlled by one part of the brain. The other part of the brain that says don't kill is a different part of the brain. And that the don't kill, direction is more easily accessed and has more control over action than the high-minded aspiration. So I haven't got a record of all the detail of that, but it was interesting to me that, because sometimes people think, well, the Buddha was very negative. Why did he say, I will refrain from killing, refraining from stealing, refraining from sexual misconduct, refraining from lying, rather than talking in more positive terms? I vow to love all beings, or I vow to be generous and kind. And that it was interesting to me that even in terms of neuroscience, that the setting the intention to not kill, setting the intention to not steal, setting the intention to not engage in sexual misconduct, that's more effective on the ground in helping us to control our behavior. That high-minded ideals don't have such a power as those clear, definitions of restraint. So a couple of things I'd like to also share with you in terms of the precepts and mindfulness. We think, let's talk about ring fencing the reptiles containing the kind of unruly forces. That's one way of looking at the precepts. But there's a very interesting teaching that the Buddha gave. It's in the the Book of the Eights, the Anguttara Nikaya, the discourses connected by numbers, the numerical discourses. I looked this up, so don't be impressed, but it's sutta number 39 in the Book of the Eights. And in this particular sutta, the Buddha speaks about the 5 precepts as mahadana, as the 5 great gifts. So we think of precepts as like, don't do this, don't do that, as restrictions or something that stops us doing what we might like to do or might be interested or inclined to do. But we don't think of the precept as a gift to others or a gift to ourselves. But in that particular teaching, the Buddha calls these the 5 great gifts that are respected and loved, admired from ancient times. They're treasured and valued from the most ancient times. Because if we refrain from killing things, not just killing other people, but killing animals, if we are harmless, that is a great gift, because on account of that restraint, then you give immeasurable, incalculable freedom from fear, freedom from distress to other beings. And in turn, you bring freedom from fear, freedom from distress, freedom from anxiety to yourself as well. So similarly, if you are refraining from stealing, from taking what's not given, then you give that as a gift to the people. If people in the office know, that Susan or Joe or Sanjay can be totally trusted, you can leave your things on the desk and they'll all be there when you come back, then that's a gift to the people that you work with. People don't have to hide their stuff. People know you're not going to lie to them. You're not going to, say, tell them a story just because of seeking your own advantage, or you're not going to flirt with them. That's a gift, that people know they can trust you, that you're a benevolent presence. So that's a gift to them, and it's a gift to you as well. So I feel this is a very important way to respect and to relate to the precepts as offerings. And obviously, if we get inflated about this and think, I'm such a gift to you, you're so lucky to have me in your office, you're so blessed to have me around, aren't you lucky? Then that's grasping the principle in the wrong way. But I feel to see the precepts not just as a limitation, but a source of blessing. So the Buddha called this abhayadana, the giving of fearlessness. And that in another of his teachings, he said the different kinds of generosity is amisadana, the giving of material gifts, is one kind of giving, but superior to that is abhayadana, the giving of fearlessness. That's a superior kind of giving. And dhammadana, the giving of Dhamma, is the greatest kind of giving of all. But I feel this sense of abhayadana is an important principle to understand. In relationship to mindfulness, then we can see the results. If we, follow these kind of principles of living in a way that's respectful, in a way that is kindly, in a way that is compassionate, as guided by the precepts, defined in that way, then we can know for ourselves the blessings that come from that. We can see, we can detect that for ourselves. Another teaching is also very close to that one in the Book of the Eights. Sutta number 42 is called the Uposita Sutta. And again, this is an interesting reflection on the precepts. It's talking about the origins of the 8 precepts, which include the 5 precepts and the more renunciate precepts as well. But in that particular teaching, the Buddha is talking about the establishment of these precepts, both of moral restraint and also of simplification, the renunciate precepts as well, as establishing a form of training for the lay community on the observance days, those kind of Sabbath or holy days. And so the Buddha, this is a paraphrase, he says, all their lives, the arahants, the enlightened ones, they never deliberately take the life of another living being. Wouldn't it be a useful thing for the lay community, one day a week, if they follow that behavior, then they will be living as the arahants do, and that will be for their long-lasting welfare and happiness. So similarly for all of the 8 precepts. So the 3rd precept is changed from not engaging in sexual misconduct to celibacy. So in that particular respect, the Buddha says, all their lives, an arahant never engages any kind of sexual activity. So if for one day a week the lay people follow this principle, then they'll be living as the arahants do. So that by adopting the behavior of an arahant, then the 8 precepts are formally taking on the behaviors of an arahant. So what that's doing is helping us to tap into that, the purest nature of our own heart, our own highest and purest aspirations, the most, say, trustworthy and beautiful aspects of our own heart. Is encouraging us to draw upon those qualities and to be guided by those. And again, by adopting the behavior, say, of moral restraint and also simplicity, then we can see the results of that for ourselves. And as the Buddha observed, by living in this way, then one is living as the arahants do, and that's for one's long-lasting welfare and happiness. So again, we might look at the 8 precepts, like not eating in the afternoon or the evening. Ooh, no supper. I'm not sure about that. Or not wearing any jewelry or any decorations, not watching the TV or seeking entertainments. Like, ooh, that's tough. You know? And but the Buddha, again, in this way, it looks like a going without. It looks like a kind of limitation from the outside. But what the Buddha is doing with using the precepts in this way is helping us to draw upon that in our hearts that is incapable of violence. To look at, there is that in your heart that's not interested in taking possessions that belong to other people. There's a part of us that is completely uninterested in sexual activity. Part of us that is incapable of lying, that is not interested in just seeking distraction or by using drugs and alcohol to be less mindful. So that it's a drawing upon your own pure heart, if you like. And so rather than being a set of restrictions, in a sense, it's for a period of time, either a day or however long one takes the 8 precepts for, it's say drawing upon your own sort of purest spiritual sense and letting your life be guided by that for that time, and seeing what the results are that come from that. So maybe the last thing I'd like to talk about then is the 5th precept, because this has an interesting position in connection with the other first 4 precepts. So when in the suttas, sometimes when the Buddha is describing moral conduct, say what is kusala karma, wholesome action, then the first 4 precepts are mentioned. So to refrain from killing living beings, refraining from taking what is not given, refraining from sexual misconduct, refraining from lying. Those are all spelled out, and the 5th one about refraining from intoxicants is not mentioned. Sometimes in the list of the precepts it is, sometimes it isn't. So for some people that's like, oh, really? So there's an escape clause, right? But again, this is, I feel it's an important principle at work here, because the first 4 precepts are what are called pakati sila, which means the Buddha said, these are intrinsic to the human condition. So whatever society you live in, whatever time, whatever period you live in, deliberately taking the life of another living being will necessarily have a painful consequence, not just for the being who's killed, but for yourself as well. Stealing and sexual misconduct and lying will always necessarily have a negative and painful consequence of some degree, in some way, shape or form. But the 5th precept is different. So there's not an automatic negative consequence. So again, I realize I'm being recorded, but I feel it's important to be true to the scriptures on this. But what you find is, in a way, the 5th precept is kind of almost more important than the first 4, because probably everybody knows what it's like when you've had a couple of drinks. It's like the first 4 precepts, the wall comes down, right? That's when the gap in the fence around the reptiles opens up, and that's when all the velociraptors and the Tyrannosaurus Rex get out. Is that when you've had some alcohol or some drugs that distort the quality of mindfulness, you find yourself saying things that are untrue much more easily. You find yourself being aggressive much more easily. You find yourself flirting with people that you're not married to, or that you're acting in ways that are inappropriate. You find yourself bending the truth for your own advantage much more easily. Speaking with Venerable Kema Dhammo, he's in charge of Buddhist chaplaincy for most of the United Kingdom. And he's very, very strong on the 5th precept, because he has very direct knowledge. He says 70 to 80% of people are in prison because of actions taken under the influence of drugs and alcohol. So the vast majority of people who are in prison because of the distortion of consciousness that comes through using intoxicants. So I would say in terms of mindfulness and the precepts, number 5, even though it's not always on the list of precepts in the scriptures, I'd say it is highly important, because we make most of, as evidenced by the legal situation in this country and most countries around the world, that's where we make our most mistakes. Our most dangerous mistakes is when our mindfulness is compromised, and people drink and use drugs in order to be less mindful, I would suggest. In order to not feel, to not care, to have your moral sensitivity sort of temporarily switched off, to disable the hiriotapa. That's one of the reasons why people use alcohol and drugs. So to give a sense of freedom, but it's a false freedom, and we create much more difficulty and struggle for ourselves. So by way of offering a reflection, I would suggest in terms of mindfulness, the precepts, that the 5th precept is, I would say, is highly unnegotiable. And if we want to live skillfully for ourselves and for others, then that is something to give great respect to. The last thing I'd like to share, I've got 1 more minute for my allotted time. In terms of developing the precepts and using them as a tool for mindfulness, going back to what I was saying about life in Ajahn Chah's monasteries in Thailand, so he didn't see that sila was really separate from the meditation. He saw that the sila, the keeping the precepts and refinement of behavior, is a direct support for meditation and a direct support for mindfulness. So one exercise that we can do is to take a particular precept, say the precept about speech, and just say, okay, during today, like early in the morning, the beginning of the day, set the intention, okay, during today, I'll pay particular attention every time my speech starts to drift away from the truth. Notice that. Pay attention to that. Be careful about that. Or say the precept about stealing. Any time during the day that I find myself trying to get a bit extra for myself or taking advantage of somebody else's property for my own benefit, notice that. So that you can take each individual precept and make a little project for a day or for a week to particularly look at that. And I would say, particularly around speech, it can be astonishing. If you, rather than just letting things drift, if you take that seriously and say, okay, during today, I'll pay attention and I'll notice how many times I speak in exaggerated ways or false ways or ways that are kind of teasing or unkind, and it's very revealing. So then the precept can help us to be more alert to the habits that we have, and by being alert to it, then we can train the heart to no longer follow those habits. So I offer these thoughts for consideration this afternoon, and I look forward to hearing what everyone else has to offer today as well.
The topic for our next speaker is mindfulness and non-duality, the benefit of non-reactivity. So this is a very important point to discuss. So the speaker is Venerable Kovido. Venerable Kovido is the author of an Inquiring Mind's Journey, a book about life with Buddhism and the world is myself, a monk's travel journal. He took ordination under the late Most Venerable Balangoda Ananda Maitreya Nayak Thero. He has been traveling and sharing the Dhamma in many countries. Bhante Kovido has introduced techniques of mindfulness meditation, Qigong and Hatha Yoga as an effective tool in dealing with emotional stress, anxiety and depression. He has conducted retreats and lectures across Canada and many other countries. We are grateful for his presence among us today. Please join me in welcoming Bhante Kovido.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes. First, I would like to do a reading. Mindfulness is a skillful way of relating to and connecting to life and daily experience. It is paying attention on purpose in the present moment and in a non-judgmental way. It is a way of being, and it takes practice. It is calm attention to what is happening from moment to moment without discrimination or criticism. It is the observing power of the mind that sees without the filter of desire or aversion, liking or disliking, or delusional reaction. It is therefore a wholesome way of seeing what is happening in the present moment. Mindfulness has the power to heal past traumas and conflicts because it is a state of non-duality, and so one is able to be objective and see things as they are without identifying with them and let them go. Mindfulness also helps us not to react to unpleasant words and situations, and not to take things so personally. A great deal of our mental energy is caught up in habitual reactions. It is our reactions which make us burn out, which throws us off balance and causes us suffering and discontent, dis-ease. Things get better in our lives when we react less and less. We can remain calm and patient, wise, strong, and secure. Then we can respond in a beneficial way and be helpful to others. Our basic problem in life is that we take things too personally, even things that are not directly related to us. This is an aspect of ignorance and delusion. Mindfulness is much more than you think. Our minds are conditioned to react. Our brains are educated, programmed to label, judge, criticize, condemn, compare, to like or dislike, or to want or not to want, or to have aversion and ill will. This is the conditioning of our mental defilements. So this is the cause of our conflicts, discontentment, disharmony, and dis-ease. The idea of a permanent, unchanging ego center or self is strengthened by this conditioning, and it is this deep-rooted illusion of a permanent, concrete, and separate ego center which is the source and cause of our problems and conflicts, fears and worries, craving, greed, and attachments. Now, one of the Buddha's essential teachings is when you see, just see. When you hear, just hear. When you think, just think. And when you know, just know. As you can see, this is a very radical and challenging teaching, isn't it? Because we're so conditioned to be reacting all the time. But the ability not to react to many situations has great benefits. For example, if someone is angry at you, and you get angry also at that person, you are not improving the situation. You're only making the problem seems worse. But if we can focus our minds and be patient, we can see the cause of that person's anger. Now, when we can remain calm and patient, you see that person is suffering. But if you also get angry at that person, you cannot see this because you're also suffering by your anger. So with that awareness of that person's suffering, there is compassion. And naturally, we want to improve the situation. And one way is to say to that person, I'm really sorry that you're very upset. Please tell me what I did or what I said to make you angry. Because maybe you did do something or you did say something, but you're not aware of it. And if you did do something or did say something to make that person angry, then it is mature to say, I'm very sorry, please forgive me. And if it was not your unskillful behavior, then you try and see what is the cause of misunderstanding. Because misunderstandings happen all the time in human relationship. And if there's a misunderstanding, then you make the effort to clear up that misunderstanding. And then both parties will feel much better, much more positive. Once I was conducting a retreat in Hong Kong during the April holiday, the Easter holiday, and a young man got very upset about something I did, something I said. So I listened calmly, and I was going through a translator because he didn't speak English. And then I said to him, "Do I know you? And do you know me?" He shook his head. And I said, "Most people here I don't know. I just know the monk who built this retreat center and my translator, the high school teacher. And so because I don't know you and you don't know me, why should I say something specially to make you angry? Because I don't know you. So the problem is not really what I said, but it's your reaction to it. Somehow you take it personally and you got upset. Maybe it's some unpleasant memory it triggered from either childhood, from the family environment, from the school environment, or maybe in your workplace. So that is something you have to be aware of. And I realized that he was very new to Dharma practice. So I said, this is what the practice is about, learning how to be mindful and not to take things so personally. And in my own experience, I found that whenever people have gotten very angry with me, I find it is a good opportunity to practice this calmness. Just to be patient and just to breathe mindfully. And you find that when you don't react to somebody's anger, you act as a mirror in which they can see their own anger. Your calmness reflects their deluded behavior, because normally when somebody gets angry, it's out of delusion. So I found that a good opportunity to practice this teaching. Once a friend of mine was working at a company for 3 months, and his supervisor was very difficult. It was a lady, and she obviously was having a difficulty at home. She had a lot of anger, a lot of frustration. So every day she would come to work and she would behave in a very unprofessional way. Very challenging, very difficult. So he asked me if I could suggest something, how to deal with this very difficult person. And I said, you can try this. Said, the important thing is that you don't get angry with her or try to tell her off. Just keep calm, and the next morning when she's behaving in the usual, very frustrated, very angry way, just to say to her very calmly, I'm really sorry that you're not feeling well today. Please tell me how I can help you. And he did. He said that to her very calmly. And about 3 days later, he sent me a message and he said, thank you very much, it really helped. Because first by saying to her very calmly, I'm really sorry that you're not feeling well today, she became aware of her mental state. Because before she was not aware of it, she was just acting out her anger, her frustrations. And by saying with compassion, please tell me how I can help you, she completely changed her behavior because she was obviously suffering. So when he acted with compassion, with patience, she changed her attitude. So I thought that was a very good lesson in being kind, being patient, and being compassionate. There's another story that I'd like to tell. It's a well-known story about the Buddha. During one of his sermons in the forest, a man got very angry with him, and he stood up and he began to shout at the Buddha. Some of you may know the story. He was really livid, and he was shouting and he was cursing the Buddha. All the swear words he knew in his language, he was throwing at the Buddha. So the other people in the group, in the audience, were surprised at this man's behavior, especially in such a peaceful setting. So naturally they looked to the Buddha to see how he would deal with this very angry person. And the Buddha sat calmly and smiled at him, that's all. And the man got even more angry because he expected the Buddha to argue with him. But the Buddha just sat calmly and smiled. And eventually he just stood there huffing and puffing, completely exhausted and completely mystified by the Buddha's behavior. And then the Buddha asked him, "Tell me, sir, if somebody is offering you a gift, a present, and you don't accept it, who would the gift belong to?" And the man was surprised that the Buddha would ask him such a rational question, especially after his irrational behavior. He thought for a moment and then he said, "Well, since I refuse to accept the gift, then naturally the gift will still belong to the person who is offering the gift." A rational answer to a rational question. Then the Buddha said, "Well, sir, in the same way, I have not accepted your anger and all your curse words, and so they all belong to you." And it was such an amazing answer that the man suddenly had an awakening. He became aware of his own mental state, and he realized that all along the problem was not the Buddha, but his own mind, his own, ego, pride, his arrogance, and of course his delusion. So he apologized to the Buddha, thanked him for the teaching, and sat quietly down. Now, the miracle of mindfulness is the nature of non-duality. Now, what does this mean? It means that when we practice, when we train the mind, we begin to see that there's no I, no me, that is being mindful, or being aware, or being attentive. There is just that energy of awareness, of attention. Initially, we don't see this. But when we train the mind, we investigate, we see this wonderful quality of mindfulness. In other words, there's no subject. There's only the awareness and the knowing, the intuitive knowing of what one is seeing, what one is hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, and what one is thinking. There's no center of experience. So that gives us the ability to see clearly, objectively, what is happening, what is arising in consciousness. Now, the other essential teaching of the Buddha is this: nothing should be grasped at or clung to as me or mine. Nothing should be identified with, whether it's physical, mental, or emotional, as me or mine. Again, you see, this is a very radical, very challenging teaching. Because as you know, we're all conditioned to identify with everything. The physical body, we identify with other people, material things, and of course, mental, emotional phenomena, mental, emotional experience. So what the Buddha is saying is that we have to realize that all the things that we identify with, whether it's physical, mental, or emotional, are impermanent and subject to change. So when we identify with anything which is impermanent, subject to change, obviously we experience suffering, conflict, frustration, anxiety, fear, and so on. So again, the miracle of mindfulness helps us to stop identifying with these things that we normally identify with. We're able to see things more objectively. For example, when we train our minds, calm the mind and reflect, say, on the physical body as phenomena, we begin to see that this body is not really me or mine. That actually it belongs to nature, to the changing conditions of nature. For example, if you tell the body to get, not to get sick, does it listen to us? The body will get sick because of certain conditions. Likewise, if you tell the body, not to get hungry, not to get tired, not to go to the washroom, not to age, not to die, the body does these things. So when we reflect calmly, objectively, we begin to see that the body follows its own nature. It is not me or mine, as we normally believe. It is anatta, or non-self. So the Buddha said when we have this understanding, this wisdom, then the mind can be at peace with the changing conditions of the body. There's no more attachment, no more identification with the body. Of course, we have to take care of the body as best we can, but we can't be too attached to it, because it's just a temporary shelter, and it's composed of the elements: earth, water, heat, air, and space. There's also the element of consciousness. Also, we have this habit of identifying with feelings and emotions and thoughts. As you know, we identify very strongly with the thought process, with all the stories, all the desires we have, all the fears, frustrations. We identify with those mental states. And every time the mind says I, we think this I is who we are. But upon investigation, we realize who we really are is the awareness that can see the changing nature of all these thoughts coming and going. And of course, we identify very easily with feelings and emotions. A happy thought arises, we say, I am happy. Seems perfectly normal or natural. Unhappy feeling arises, we say, I am happy, I am unhappy. Or I'm upset, I'm afraid, I'm depressed, I'm lonely, I'm bored, and so on and so forth. Now, initially, when we say I am happy, there is no dukkha, no conflict. But when we say I am unhappy, or I'm frustrated, immediately there is dukkha or conflict, because those are unpleasant mental states. But when we say I am happy, initially there is no conflict. So what the Dhamma is teaching us, that these feelings and emotions, they don't really belong to us, whether they're pleasant or unpleasant. Also, when we become too attached to a happy feeling, or a pleasure, or a certain enjoyment, eventually we experience frustration. Why is this? Because they don't last. And anything that feels good, feels pleasant, we want it to be permanent, or we want it to last as long as possible. So this is why we experience frustration. And from that comes craving. Because very often we would like to hold on to a pleasant experience, but we can't. But the mind holds on to it as memory. So when we remember that pleasant experience, that enjoyment, the mind says, I would like to repeat that pleasant experience again. That is the nature of craving. Whereas if we've had a painful experience or something unpleasant, whether it's physical pain or emotional pain, the opposite happens. We don't want to repeat those painful, unpleasant experiences. Hence the fear of pain. This is one of the fears we have, the fear of pain, the fear of repeating anything which is unpleasant. So in the practice of mindfulness, which really is miraculous, we're able to see these emotions as just emotions. We're able to see thoughts and feelings as just thoughts and feelings. Now, initially, it's not easy to see thoughts as just thoughts, especially when you're not in a retreat environment. So one skillful way is to use the mental noting. I think some of you are aware of this. That came from Burma initially. When any thoughts arise, or any stories, any dramas that are being created, you just note mindfully, thinking, and come back to a present moment. And by doing that, it helps us to get out of the contents of those thoughts and images. It helps us to realize that they're only thoughts. The stories, the mini-dramas, the worries, the fears are not real. They're just delusions of the mind. They're just thoughts. It's a very useful technique, only thinking. And of course, with mindfulness, we begin to see that whatever the mind creates are not solid, permanent reality. They're just temporary, transient, mental objects. So that's a very useful technique. Now, when it comes to objectifying emotions and feelings, there is one method that one can use. Instead of saying, for example, I am angry, or I am upset, or I'm afraid, just breathe mindfully and you say to yourself, there is anger, or there's a state of anger, or there's a state of upset, or there's a state of fear. You see the difference. There's a big difference in saying I am angry or I'm afraid and there is anger or there is fear. That is the miracle of mindfulness. To see the emotion as just emotion instead of identifying with it, grasping at it as the I. And then we remind ourselves, this too shall pass. It is a temporary mental state, a changing condition of the mind. These 4 words, this too shall pass, contains the greatest wisdom in human experience. This too shall pass. The profound truth of impermanence. And the reason why things are impermanent is actually very simple. It's because we are actually a process of body and mind, what we call nama rupa or rupa nama. We are not this solid, permanent ego personality or a self. On the social level, yes, we're using words, we're using names, so we think of each other as selves, as personalities. But a deeper reality is this process of mind and body. And we're alive because we are a process. But we tend to overlook this fact because we are social creatures and we are caught in language and labels and so on. And of course, we have to keep recharging this process. The same way you recharge your cell phones. It's the same thing. And so it is because we are a process why everything that we experience is impermanent and constantly changing. So this this technique of objectifying things is very, very useful. And that is the miracle of mindfulness. To see things as they are, know they're impermanent, unsatisfactory, uncertain, and no permanent self, and let them go. Now, in the case of anger, because it's such a strong illogical emotion, it's not easy to sit with anger. So this is why it's good to do something physical, whether it's yoga, qigong, tai chi, running, swimming, whatever you like to do, even rollerblading. Do it and dissipate that energy of anger, because it's a very illogical energy. But keep objectifying that anger. There is anger, or there's a state of anger, and keep reminding yourself, this too shall pass. It's only a temporary mental state. And so with perseverance, patience, we allow that energy of anger to dissipate. And when we feel more balanced, then we can do some loving kindness, some metta, like this. So I'll just end with just one more reading. Normally, we see the world with our conditioned minds. Our view of the world is colored by our judgments and discriminations, our likes and dislikes, our desires and aversions, our hopes and fears, our worries and anxieties. So our perception of reality is limited by our mental states, by how we see and react to the world. Rarely do we see the world with a calm, clear mind. Rarely do we see things as they are with clear awareness or bare attention. The restless, untrained mind is vulnerable to circumstances. It is easily affected by changing conditions. Sometimes good or pleasant things happen and the mind is happy. Sometimes bad or unpleasant things happen and the mind gets upset. There is suffering, dis-ease. Our state of mind depends on how we react to things or situations. It can remain cool and calm or become heated and upset depending on how personally we take things. One who follows the path of mindfulness has less fear and anxiety. One can be calm and patient despite the changes and accidents around him or her because one sees things as they are, impermanent, unsatisfactory, uncertain, and empty of self. Although there are problems in life, one can be calm and patient without anger or resentment. Being impatient and angry or irritable does not remove the problem. It only causes more suffering and makes the problem worse. With patient endurance, wisdom, and determination, dukkha is overcome, and the mind becomes peaceful. One is light-hearted, optimistic, and free, and not gloomy and depressed. And I'll just finish by saying that when we're mindful, we begin to appreciate the difference between reacting and responding. Because when we react, we become very unbalanced. We either become upset, anxious, afraid, sometimes happy, but we're not calm, we're not clear. But when we can stay focused and patient, then we can respond in a very beneficial way. We can act in a very beneficial way. So you begin to see that difference between reacting and responding. So I offer this for your reflection. May you all be well, peaceful, and happy.
The topic of our next speaker is mindfulness and common psychiatric disorders, anxiety, depression, borderline personality, post-traumatic stress disorder, and insomnia. This is also a very important topic for present day. The speaker is Dr. Desmond Biddulph. Dr. Desmond Biddulph is the president of the president of the Buddhist Society in London and a practicing psychiatrist. He is a writer and lecturer on Buddhism. He was awarded the CBE by Her Majesty the Queen in 2017 for services to interfaith relations in the UK. Your presence is appreciated today. With that, I ask that you give your full attention to Dr. Biddulph and help me in welcoming him to deliver his talk. Dr. Biddulph.
Thank you so much for inviting me. It's extremely kind. I have a few thoughts I'd like to share with you. So, Venerable Sila Vimala, venerable members of the Sangha, and distinguished guests, This subject of mindfulness is a very important one, and it's something that shouldn't be taken lightly. A number of things occurred to me during these two excellent talks. In fact, they're so good, there's hardly anything I can really say to add to them. But maybe I can look at it from a slightly different perspective, and that's from the kind of common complaints that people have. Mindfulness without ethics, without moral responsibility, is a terrifying thing. Completely scary, isn't it? I mean, you can imagine becoming. I mean, in fact, they do teach it to gunners and snipers, don't they, in the army? You learn mindfulness so you can kill people more effectively. Or think of the complexity of robbing a bank. I want to rob a bank in Hatton Garden, and I've got to set it up with my crew. I've got to get all my fellow thieves together, and we've got to get it all timed exactly. I could even rehearse it. And for it to be pulled off properly, I've got to be extremely aware. Not just, up here, but I've got to be hyper alert to the possibility of the police arriving, of strange sounds, and, who is that? What could that be? Could that be a watchman? Could it be the police? Could it be an alarm? So to pull these things off, I have to be really aware. And this brings us really to perhaps the reptilian side of human beings, because these awareness has its roots in survival. And to survive like a reptile in a human form is not a really good thing to do. It doesn't lead to happiness. You can survive, and you probably do quite well. You might be able to rob a few banks and live in the Costa Brava. Think of that. But will you be happy? No, you won't. You'll probably be absolutely miserable, but you'll be on the lookout all the time for the police or for rival gangs and so on. But there is something in that, and it reminded me when talking about walking barefoot. I occasionally do it, and I'm surprised how incredibly painful it is. I was walking up a little lane down in Dorset from the sea, and I'd left my shoes, and I had to walk, You have to be very, very aware all the time, of where your feet are going. If you think of the sort of little Neolithic community, or when we first sort of emerged from the trees and the savannas, this little human group had to survive. Awareness was absolutely essential, wasn't it? Because if for a moment we lost awareness, we'd probably be eaten, be gobbled up by something. Or we'd forget to do something and starve. We'd kill an animal and we'd hide it somewhere, and we didn't hide it well enough, and some rival species had gobbled it all up when we came back to find it. Not only that, not only do you have to be aware on the physical side, but you also had to be aware of your companions, because you could only survive, really, through the support of your group. We do know that in these early, say, chimpanzee communities and so on, if one of them is left out of the group, he'll die very quickly. And so it is with us human beings too. In order to survive, we need to get on extremely well with our fellows. And things that really matter, things like trust, the capacity to be generous to them, to be loyal, to have love and affection for them, because then you look after them, and they will look after you. So these good things, these virtues, that come from that small original group, are absolutely fundamental to what it is to be human. They're absolutely inbuilt, they're inherent. But unfortunately, so are some of the other things, which we've talked about too. And when you look at the development of the brain, I've got to keep an eye on the time. When you look at the development of the brain, you see that the earliest parts of the brain are really to do with running away from things that are unpleasant and moving towards things that are pleasant. That's right down in the sort of cord, the lower brain. But also down there is the breathing center, believe it or not, the respiratory center that responds to concentration of carbon dioxide and oxygen in the blood. what actually comes almost last is the inhibitory center. And that's located right in the front of the frontal cortex. So in evolutionary terms, one of the last things to develop is the capacity to inhibit one's behavior. That conscience, what we would call conscience. And that is an extremely important function in human beings. But that change from just acting blindly and living blindly to living with awareness is a crucial turnaround. Because unless we can make that move from just being angry or being in love or being happy to the awareness of happiness and so on, happiness, joy, misery, and that awareness is quite crucial. And the Buddha's story, which I found really sort of spot on, when the Buddha said, well, who owns it? And he had to admit that he owned it. Well, that wouldn't happen with many people. And it reminds me of a sort of funny story, which you may have heard, I'm sure some of you have, about a man who came to see a psychologist. And he said, I want to know everything about myself. So he said, psychologist says, well, I'll give you a series of Rorschach tests. These are ink blots. You look at them and tell me what you see. So he gave him the first one. And the man said, oh, you've given me a picture of a beautiful woman. Absolutely lovely. So he said, yes, he made a little note. He handed him another one and said, what is that? Oh, you've given me a picture of 3 beautiful women. Yeah, so fine, made a little note. This went on, and it was women in various, with long hair, short hair. And at the end of it, he said, well, what is your determination about my personality? So the doctor said, well, I think you're obsessed with women. He said, what do you mean? You keep showing me pictures of women. So you see, it's, but that switch to see that, to actually make that change is really crucial. And that is why, mindfulness just on its own is not enough, because it requires the activation of, that consciousness and the conscience, if you like, to be able to see what's actually going on. But I was going to talk today about common disorders. And these statistics are taken from the NHS Digital King's Fund and also from various other sources. And it looks at the prescribing in the UK. And I think you'll find, when I read them out to you, you'll find them quite terrifying. 1 in every 17 prescriptions, or 6% of all prescriptions in the UK, dispensed in the community, were antidepressants. And they're the 4th most commonly prescribed drug group by the BNF section in both 2016 and 2017. Now, this represents 65.6 million antidepressant prescription items in the years 2016 to 2017. That's a lot of prescriptions, isn't it? That is an enormous number. The number of antidepressant prescription items has increased by 6% between the 2 years, between 2016 and 2017. This compares to an increase of 2% in overall prescribing. Over half of the antidepressant items, 54%, are prescribed in the 40 to 69-year-old age group. The number of items is highest in the 50 to 54-year-olds and lowest, as one would expect, in the 7 to 17-year age group. So, that tells you something about our society, doesn't it? That it's unhappy, and it's unhappy for mental reasons. And this is where really mindfulness and Buddhism comes in, because the Buddha is the great doctor, isn't he? He's come to remove the suffering that arises in the human heart. And most of those problems that arise in the human heart are reflected in the mind, give rise to mental disorder, give rise to depression, unhappiness, alcoholism, drug use, and so on, and suicide. So the cost to the NHS, £266 million in prescriptions, which is a 108% increase since 2008. I mean, that is, to me, when I read that, I was looking this up for today's talk, I was absolutely staggered. I knew it was high, but I couldn't believe it was actually that high. It's absolutely extraordinary, isn't it? However, the overall cost to the economy is estimated to be 70 to 100 billion. Because you see, the problem is when one person is unhappy or is depressed, I mean, a lot of things happen. You know, one thing, if I'm feeling desperately miserable, I might go out and get drunk. But the possibility is I'll crash my car into a lamppost or just fall on the street, and get a black eye and end up in an accident in an emergency department. All sorts of things happen, don't they, as a consequence of not dealing with that initial emotion, which is the unhappiness. And then the next day I won't be able to go to work. And because I can't go to work, somebody else will have to do my work for me. And then they'll get tired, exhausted perhaps. If I have to be away for a long time, they might have to take off work too, because then they feel very stressed. And their supervisor is saying, why aren't you working harder? We aren't getting through the work. I'm getting a lot of pressure. You've got to hurry up. You've got to stay late. And so on and so on, so it goes. We're all familiar with this, aren't we? I mean, in some jobs, people are the bosses are much more tolerant. But increasingly, they're becoming less tolerant. And there's more and more pressure on people to work harder, to work out of hours, to bring work home. Especially with the technology and so on, you can work at home. This is creating a lot of problems. So that figure, 70 to 100 billion, would solve 4.5% of the gross domestic product. It's astonishing. But it's estimated that the world's overall costs constitutes the largest single source of the world's economic burdens, of 1.6 trillion worldwide, mental disorders. And this is just in the areas where they're able to actually get figures. But think of all the other areas where they're not. So, that sort of sets the scene, doesn't it? I mean, there are several things one could, just looking at those figures, you could say, well, the reason why, for instance, the number of antidepressants is increasing is because people are more aware of mental disorders, mental health problems. And it's probably one of the reasons why the government is so keen on promoting awareness of mental health difficulties. It's because if you can deal with this, you can deal with mental health effectively, then people will be more productive, or they can raise more taxes and so on. We can pay for all the things we need, pay for the NHS, pay for everything that's required, housing and all the rest of it. So behind the government's urging for us to be aware of mental health, there is a good economic reason for it. That's one thing. Secondly, the sort of antidepressants that were used 10 years ago, 2008 and before, were not that effective. They were difficult to use. Sometimes they had a lot of very nasty side effects, made people feel very uncomfortable. But the sort of antidepressants they have now, SSRIs, things like citalopram, escitalopram, are highly effective. And you take them for a couple of weeks and you're feeling great. Happiness replaces unhappiness. But the problem is it doesn't replace the problem, the underlying problem is not actually removed. That's still there. But on the positive side, you could say, well, it does give a chance for people to actually then look at the underlying problem, if there is one. trouble is they don't, as a rule, and they sort of, after 6 months or a year of using these drugs, or maybe more, they feel a bit better. They come off the drugs, but the underlying problem and the insight into what's caused it and what could be done to remove it has been lost, which is a great shame. But this increasing prescription of antidepressants by GPs has had one beneficial effect, that the suicide rate in the United Kingdom has actually fallen. So you have much less suicide than there used to be. And that, you have to say, is a very good thing. And you could also say that the fact that less people suffer is a good thing too. But along comes, this practice of awareness. And this practice of awareness does give the possibility of genuine insight. But it has to be seen in the context, in my opinion, it has to be seen in the context of a whole person's life. Because just practicing awareness in a group for 3 months, or however long they do it, I think it's even less than that, does have a very, very powerful effect. But a lot of that effect is placebo. Having been around the sort of medical scene for very many years, I'm very, very conscious of the fact that you give almost anything to a patient, they will feel better. Give them sugar, give them a complicated, routine of what they need to do with their pills, Exactly at 4:15 you have to get up, and at that point you have to swallow the pill. It'll be much more effective than if you just say take it any old time during the day. All these things, interactions between the doctor and the patient, and you get a group together, that interaction too will be very powerful. The fact of being with a group and sharing things and being together, talking about your common problems, will give you a boost, You attribute that to awareness? Possibly. Is it really genuinely to do with awareness? Maybe. But in order to really get down to the core of the problem, we have to do a little bit more work, let's say. So we know that this mental
Good afternoon. So, my sermon based on Vatupama Sutta in the Majjhima Nikaya, the 7th discourse in the Majjhima Nikaya. 153 discourses are there in the Majjhima Nikaya. The 7th one is Vatupama Sutta. This is the simile of the cloth or parable of the cloth. It's very interesting for the connection with the purity of mind and connected with meditation as well, as we practice meditation for the purification of the mind. So therefore it is very much connected with our practice of meditation. and also very helpful for us to recognize our mind and how to develop purity, how to develop the purity of mind. Very important. No one likes to have impurity in the mind. As you go to take baths in every day almost for the clean of your body. Likewise, we have to clean our mind. So, in order to clean our mind, there are several methods, ways in Buddhism. As in the Satipatthana Sutta, meditation is being introduced like Sattanam Visuddhya, for the purification of the beings. The beings means the mind. So therefore, this Vatthupama Sutta, no idea? Another? So the Vatthupama Sutta clearly helps to us recognize our defiled nature of the mind and how to purify our mind, and also the benefits of the purification of mind. So Vatthupama Sutta, as I mentioned, it is the 7th discourse in the Majjhima Nikaya. 7th discourse in the Majjhima Nikaya. This is the parable of the cloth, or simile of the cloth. Buddha was living in the Jetavana monastery, and he addressed the bhikkhus. Because suppose a cloth were defiled and stained, and a dyer dip it in some dye or other, whether blue or yellow or red or pink, it would look poorly dyed and impure in color. Why is that? Because of the impurity of the cloth. So too, when the mind is defiled, an unhappy destination may be expected. So, therefore, it is clear this cloth, because of the impurity, as it is a dirty cloth, difficult to get the real color of the dye. So, because of the impurity. Because, again Buddha addressed the monks, because suppose a cloth were pure and bright, and a dyer, that means cleaner, dipped it in some dye or other, whether blue or yellow or red or pink, it would look well dyed and pure in color. Why is that? Because of the purity of the cloth. So too, when the mind is undefiled, a happy destination may be expected. So, because of the purity of mind, the destination is good, expected in Sugati, or in the heaven, or even heaven and in the human realm. That is the destination, the results of the purity of mind. And the results of impurity of the mind, then unhappy destination may be expected. That means Niraya, hell, and other purgatories like animal realms, etc., ghost realms. This way, the results depend upon the state of mind, or purity or impurity. That is the very important point. So as we are human beings, we always, as we practice Dhamma, we expect to be born in a good destination. So, happy life here and now, and after the death, favorable existence, then nirvana. These are the three aspects of practicing Dhamma. Good life here and now, and after the death, favorable, happy destination. Then finally, the final goal, the nirvana, is expected. So these are the three aspects practicing Dhamma. Therefore, all these results depend upon the purity or impurity of the mind. So therefore, in the Vatupama Sutta, the simile is the cloth. If the cloth is dirty, it's difficult to take the real color of the dye as it is a dirty, impure cloth. If it is clean and pure, because of that purity of the cloth, it gets the real color of the dye, red or pink or green or yellow, whatever it is. So this is the simile. This is the simile. That is why the name title of this discourse is called Vatu Upama. Upama means simile. Vatu means cloth. So the Buddha here, Buddha has pointed out 16 defilements in the mind. If we are very good meditators, or if we seek spiritual development, if we seek spiritual development, we have to observe our mind. So when we observe our mind, we can see the state of mind, whether it is pure or impure. Purity or impurity, state of mind, we can observe. So the Buddha in this discourse has pointed out 16 defilements. These are actually introduced as Chittasa Upakilesa. Chittasa Upakilesa. Bhikkhu Bodhi has translated minor defilements. Upakilesa, upa means second. Secondary or not major defilements. Upakilesa means minor defilements. What are these minor defilements? So therefore, as we know, the major the carnal defilements of the putujjana, unenlightened person's mind, there are three. They are called unwholesome or akusala roots, mula, akusala mula. They are called greed, hatred and delusion. They are the three main unwholesome roots. Greed, hate, lobha, dosa, moha. Lobha, dosa, moha. They are the main roots. So in this discourse, the word is being given upakilesa, minor defilements. We have to clean the main defilements. At the same time, we have to recognize the branches of the roots, minor branches of the main roots of the defilements. So all they are connected to greed, hatred and delusion. These are the three roots. All the others are connected, small minor roots of the main roots, main three roots. These 16 defilements are abhijja, vyapada, koda, upanaha, makha, palasa, issa, macharya, maya, sateya, tamba, saramba, mana, atimana, mada, pamada. These are the 16 minor defilements in the Vatupama Sutta. So little bit observe these 16, then we can understand, are these defilements, have we experienced these defilements in our life, or are they time to time appear in our mind? We have to notice and we have to recognize. First we have to understand what they are. Abhijja is again, there is in the word is visama lobha. Visama lobha, abhijja is lobha. Not the greediness. Greediness for the things which we have. If I have a mobile, I have attachment for the mobile, because that mobile is mine. That is lobha for the wealth and also for other possessions. That is lobha. But here, the visama lobha, what is visama lobha? Unrighteous greed. Unrighteous greed, very important. These possessions are not belongs to us. These possessions belongs to others. So the person has greediness towards the possession of others. Not the possession of oneself, but the possessions of others. This is called visama lobha. This is really unrighteous greed. We can if we think there is a land, that land is not oneself, but the person has a greediness to the land which belongs to the neighbor. Likewise, many things. So that is called visama lobha, unrighteous greed. So it is very dangerous, because of that unrighteous greediness, there is certainly a conflict against the law, and also the conflict between the owner and the person who is going to get it. There's a conflict. So therefore this is called Visamalobha. Vyapada means ill will. Ill will is krodha, vyapada, ill will, wishing harm to others, wishing others unhappiness, harming to them. May harm come to him, may difficulties come to him or her, may problems come to her. This way, wishing harmfulness things to the others, ill will. So it is always become unhappy because it is connected with little bit jealous and also anger. It is not the appreciation of the happiness of others, mudita. It is connected with jealousy, but it is different to jealous, ill will, wishing harmness of others. May problems come to them, may harm come to them. Usually we wish may no harm come to them, no. But the person who has ill will, may harm come to him, may troubles come to him or her, whatever it is. So this way, ill will. And koda is taraha, anger. Anger is different to ill will. Ill will always hidden, hiding in the mind, wishing bad things for others. But anger arises within the person quickly. If something happened, unexpected thing happened, or if not happening what is expected, or whatever it is, so one get angry. Is a quick appearance in the mind, unwholesome state of mind certainly, but it appears quickly. When we go for shopping, we try to stop the bus, but bus doesn't stop. Then we get angry. So this way, unexpectedly happening something what we expected. So this way, it is anger. So therefore, people when they get angry, they express using harsh speech or scold into others or hit into someone. If there is no one taking one material thing like a glass, taking and breaking the glass or something like that. So this way, if not walking very fastly, unrespecting to others, this way we express our anger. Anger is a quick, untrained mind, quickly appeared and express it. Anger. Because of this anger, people sometimes they kill others. It's different ill will. Okay? Upanaha is revenge. Revenge. People sometimes want to revenge others. It is called upanaha, hostility or malice. Makha is contempt. That means condemning others, what we call in Sinhala gunamaku bhava. Contempt. And palasa is domineering attitudes. Domineering attitudes. I am the boss, I am the chief, and everyone should listen to me, etc. Domineering. And Isa is jealous. Isa is jealous. Looking at the progress or success of others, or what one has not, doesn't expect the progress of others, is jealous. Macharya is selfishness or stinginess. Maya is deceit. In Sinhalese we say ravatilla, like hypocrisy or deceit, Maya. Sateya is fraud. In Sinhala we say vanchava. Kapatikama also. Fraud, vanchava. Tamba means stubborn, obstinacy. Tamba, stubborn. Sarambha means presumption. Like we say eye to eye or tooth to tooth, etc. We do something, sarambha, presumption. Mana means conceit. Mana means conceit. In Sinhala we say uddangubhava. Sometimes there are three types of conceit: equality, or inferiority complex, and superiority complex. But superiority complex comes in again here, but therefore this is called conceit, equality or inferiority. And atimana means superiority complex. I am superior than other, or this way superiority complex. Because of ego. Mother means vanity, infatuation. Sometimes in the Dhamma there are three types of infatuations. Youth, young people, because of the youth. Yavana made means youth infatuations. And health, because of the health. Looking at the other people, they are weak, or they are old, or they are not healthy like the person. This way, health infatuation. And life, because of the life which the person has, the life, and thinking about his life, infatuation. My life is wonderful, etc. Things like that. Pamada, that is negligence or heedlessness. Pamada, heedlessness. sometimes we postpone our spiritual practices, especially spiritual practices. And sometimes we are very not very interested, heedlessness, pramada, negligence. These are the 16 upakilesa, minor defilements. Well, they are comparing with 3 main unwholesome roots like lobha, dosa, moha. They are comparing with that. They are upakilesa means second type of defilements. It says like that. So certainly we understand. We like purity of mind. We like happiness. We like very good human nature of our mind. So therefore, we all are very happy to purify our mind. Especially we do meditation for the purification of mind. There are other benefits of meditation to overcome suffering, to overcome greed and lamentation, to realization nibbana. First is for the purification of the beings, sattanam visuddhya. So therefore, meditation is direct experience, direct way of overcoming the defilements. So therefore, this discourse explains how to overcome, how to purify our mind. In this discourse, when one recognizes these 16 defilements, then the bhikkhu, the monks, when they realize the defiled nature or the defilements in the mind, one expects the progress of their spiritual practices. So first and foremost, at the beginning, they have to develop saddha. According to Vatupama Sutta, first thing is saddha, to be developed within oneself. Because of saddha, confidence, we like to follow the Dhamma practice. We like the spiritual progress because of saddha, confidence. The confidence of the Buddha and confidence of the Dhamma and the confidence of the Sangha. So the Vatupama Sutta explained the qualities of the Buddha, Dhamma and the Sangha. The Blessed One is accomplished, fully enlightened, perfect is in true knowledge and conduct, sublime, knower of worlds, incomparable leader of persons to be tamed, teacher of God and humans, enlightened and blessed. In the Itipiso Gatha formula, we say, Viso Bhagava Arahant, Samma Sambuddho, accomplished one, fully enlightened one, Samma Sambuddho, Vijajana Sampanno, perfect in true knowledge and conduct. Sugato, Sugato means sublime here, the word is given by Bhikkhu Bodhi, sublime Sugato, means well gone to nirvana, know of the loka vidu, know of the world, incomparable leader of persons to be tamed, Purusha Dhamma Sarthi, and Satta Deva Manussanam, teacher of gods and humans, Buddho, blessed one, Buddho, enlightened one, blessed is Bhagava. These are the 9 qualities of the Buddha. So when we reflect upon these qualities, there is certainly a deep meaning of these titles, epithets. So therefore, if we meditate upon Buddha Guna, Buddha's qualities, what we call Buddhanusati Bhavana, we can understand the proper meaning of these epithets, 9 epithets, and we can develop good saddha towards the Buddha. So this is the way we can develop saddha. And secondly, he acquires perfect confidence in the Dhamma. The Dhamma is well proclaimed by the Blessed One, visible here and now, immediately effective, inviting inspection, onward leading, to be experienced by the wise for themselves. That means, Swakatu means proclaimed by, well proclaimed by the Blessed One, Swakatu. Sandetiko, visible here and now, to be understood. And immediately effective, akaliko, immediately effective. There is no gap. One really understand akaliko, or if not understand the Dhamma, then immediately effective. In the Sotapanna, Pala and Magga, there is no gap. That is immediately effective. Inviting inspection. Ehipasiko Dhamma invites us to listen and to observe or to read. And openaiko, onward leading. And to be experienced by the wise for themselves. Pachatam veditabbo vinyohiti. And Sangha, he acquires the perfect confidence in the Sangha. The Sangha of the Blessed Ones, disciples, is practicing the good way, Supatipanno, and practices straight way, Ujupatipanno, practicing the true way, Nyayapatipanno, and practicing the proper way, Samiji Patipanno. That is the 4 pairs of persons. Four pairs, again the 8 type of individual is Sotapanna, Magga, Sotapanna, Pala, Sakadagami, Magga, Sakadagami, Pala, Anagami, Magga, Anagami, Pala, Arahanta, Magga, Arahanta, Pala. These are the 8 persons, 8 type of individuals. The Sangha of the Blessed One's disciple is worthy of gift, worthy of hospitality, worthy of offering, worthy of reverential salutation, and unsurpassed field of merits, Anuttaram Punya Ketam. These 24 qualities of the Buddha, Dhamma and the Sangha, if one properly, really understand, then Saddha develop. Confidence develop. Confidence. So confidence in Buddhism, there are 2 types of confidence. Amulaka Saddha, Akaravati Saddha. Amulaka means there is no any understanding. It's mere blind faith. It's blind faith. Akaravati Saddha means confidence based on knowledge. Confidence based on knowledge. Thus we develop Saddha. The perfect Saddha is actually developed in the person's mind of Sotapanna. Until that, the Saddha is not perfect. Sotapanna person's Saddha is perfect, unshakable Saddha. So, when he develops Saddha, that is the door for the practice of Dhamma, for the practice of Dhamma. So following the practice, following the path, one eradicate the defilements. Tadanga, Vikambana, Samucheda. Tadanga means temporarily, Vikambana means for long term, and Samucheda means eradicate from the roots level. Eradicate from the roots level. That means enlightenment. When one attain enlightenment, then the defilements have been eradicated from the roots level. At the beginning one can say Tadanga means temporarily. When one perform our mind temporarily, our minds are peaceful at the moment, but we don't have a guarantee about. After a while we get angry. So therefore, at the moment, Tadanga, temporarily, mind is pure. Vikambana means for a period, because if we attain jhanas, meditative experience, if we have meditative experience, during that meditative experience, mind is pure. That's long term. This way, if we attend to a puja, if we are listening properly the sermon, if we are listening properly the chanting, during that period, mind is okay, mind is pure. That is Vikambana. Samucheda means, in ultimate sense, when one attain enlightenment, the defilement to be eradicated from the roots level. So this way, the path of extreme entry abandons content, a domineering attitude, envy, avarice, deceit, and fraud. The path of non-returning abandons ill will, anger, revenge, negligence. The path of arahantship abandons covetousness and unrighteous greed, obstinacy, presumption, conceit, arrogance, vanity. Oh, this is the way when the spiritual attainments take place in the mind, simultaneously we abandon these defilements. So therefore, if there is no spiritual progress, there is no abandoning the defilements. Therefore, certainly we need spiritual practices for abandoning the defilements. This is very important. While practicing the Dhamma, simultaneously negativities are disappeared. Negativities are disappeared. So therefore, important, the spiritual path, very important. So it is good to understand the ways how can we purify our mind. As I mentioned, the meditation is practicing meditation is direct technique, direct way for the purification of mind. So when the Buddha explained these methods, how to overcome our defilements, then Buddha said this is like the inner bathing. This is like an inner bathing. You know, when we take a bath, when we have bathing, we clean our body, outside the body. But inner bathing means practicing spiritual things, we can purify our mind. That is the Buddha called inner bathing. Inner bathing. When Buddha highlighted inner bathing, the inner bathing, spiritual development and purity of the mind, then Sundarika Bharadwaja was in the congregation sitting. He was walking around the monastery and attend to the congregation, and he heard the word about inner bathing. Then he, at the end of the sermon, Buddha, he asked from the Buddha, Sundarika Bharadwaja, Master Gautama go to the Bahuka river to bathe. Have you been to Bahuka river for bathing? That is the question he asked. Then the Buddha asked, go to Bahuka river. Why can the Bahuka river do? What can the Bahuka river do? Master Gautama, the Bahuka river is held by many to give liberation. It is held by many to give merit. And many wash away their evil actions in the Bahuka river. So in India, there is a holy bath. Holy bath. These are called Punya Tirtha. In the river, like Ganges, some places, in the river Yamuna, or the place where the Yamuna and Ganga meets together, these places were recognized as Punya Tirtha. If one take a bath, if one can bathing there, that is recognized as holy bath. So they believe that is the way they purify. Certainly they can purify their body, but they believe that is the way to go to heaven, to have a holy bath. So Buddha was asked by this Brahmin Sundarika Bharadwaja, have you been to the Bahuka river, Buddha? Gautama? No, I haven't been there. What is the meaning there? That is the place we can take the holy bath and we can get the merits and we can purify, we can get the liberation. So then the Buddha addressed the Brahmin Sundarika Bharadwaja, Bahuka and Adhikaka, Gaya and Sundarika too, Payaga and Sarassafi, and the stream Bahumani. These are the places of Punya Tirtha. These places were recognized as holy places connected with the rivers. Where one can take a holy bath. Okay? Then Buddha said, what can the Buddha said, they cannot purify an evildoer, a man who has done cruel and brutal deeds. When one does evil actions, can one purify the result, one's mind, the papa? So what is the meaning taking a holy bath to purify that evil action? So therefore there are many, many ways in different religions, like asking forgiveness. Okay? They ask forgiveness. Sometimes they are given kind of religious punishment for the evil action. But in Buddhism, there are several ways one can purify one's mind. The Buddha recommended to do good, many good things. According to the Lonaka Sutta, one can overcome the results of the evil action by doing so many good things. Charities, doing a lot of charitable deeds. One can dilute the weight of the unwholesome actions. Mainly not the Panchanantariya karma, results of the Panchanantariya karma, but the other minor unskillful actions, the weight of the minor unskillful actions, the results one can minimize by doing many good deeds. So this way, doing meditation is very direct experience. In the Sumangala Vilasani gives a very good commentary regarding the meditation. This bhikkhu's mind, which was for a long time scattered among such objects as visible form, Rupadi Aramnesu, does not like to enter into the path of subject of meditation. They don't like it. But runs only into the wrong path like a chariot yoke to an untamed bull. Just as the herdman who desires to break in an untamed calf, grown up with all the milk it has drunk from the untamed cow, would remove it from the cow, and having fixed a big post on a side, but would tie the calf to it with a rope, and then that calf of his, struggling this way and that way, unable to run away, may sit down or lie down close to the post. In the same way, this bhikkhu who desire to tame the villainous mind, grown up as a result of drinking for a long time of the pleasures of sense object, such a visible form, should remove it from such sense object as visible form, and having gone to a forest or to a root of a tree or to an empty house, should tie it to the post of the object of presence of mindfulness. Satipatthana Ramana Tamba. So the rope of mindfulness. The rope is mindfulness. The post is the object of meditation, kammatthana. That is the karmasthana. If you take the breathing, is the karmasthana. Mindfulness is the rope. So our mind, we have to tie our mind with the mindfulness, the rope of mindfulness, and connected with the post is the breathing exercise, or breathing in and out, anapana. So this way, at the beginning, is like a wild calf, running here and there, running here and there. Finally, after a little while, after the training, the calf sit down or lie down. Likewise, our mind gradually tame. Our mind gradually tame. This is the way the training practice in meditation. So, in the Satipatthana Sutta, the training is very, very proper program to tame our mind. It says, Sampajanya Pabba, section of Sampajanya. Punachaparam bhikkhave bhikkhu abhikkhante patikkante sampajanakari hoti. Alokite vilokite sampajanakari hoti. Samminjite pasarite sampajanakari hoti. Sanghati patta chivar dharane sampajanakari hoti. Asite pite kaite saite sampajanakari hoti. Uchchara pasava kampi sampajanakari hoti. Gatete nisinne sutte jagarite basite tuni bhave sampajanakari. We have to be mindful. And further, when going forward and returning, he makes himself fully alert. When looking towards and looking away, he is fully alert. When flexing and extending, that means bending and stretching his limbs, he is very alert. When carrying his outer robe, wearing his robe and his upper robe, and taking his bowl, is very mindful or alert. When eating, drinking, chewing and savoring, he is very alert. When urinating and defecating, he is alert. When walking, standing, sitting, falling asleep, waking up, talking and remaining silent, he makes himself fully alert. So this is the way in proper program of meditation in a retreat. We train our mind this way for taming our mind, So this is the way we can we can purify our mind through meditation. As you are very experienced meditators, you know Pancha Nivarna. When we attain jhana, these Pancha Nivarna, Kamachanda, Vichikicca, Silabhata Paramasa, Kamachanda, Vyapada, Tinamidda, Uddacha Kukucha, Vichikicca. They are the Pancha Nivarna, 5 hindrances. As you know all these things, listening many times, this sensual desire, anger or ill will, thina, sloth and torpor, and restlessness and worries, and skeptical doubts. All these things disappear when one attains jhana. When the meditation object comes to the mind, the laziness is, the sloth and torpor disappear. Then we take the meditation object, initial application of the mind, that is we adapt for the meditation. Then we observe it. Then Vicikicca disappear. doubts disappear. When we develop investigation of the object, that disappear, vicikiccha. Then then piti, the happiness or the rapture rise in the mind, then koda, anger disappear. At the same time, then relaxing of the mind and body, we experience happiness. Then disappear. Kamachanda Vyapada Tinamida Uddhacha Kukucha disappear. Wholesome one-pointness is restlessness of the mind disappear. This way, when Pancha Nivarna disappear because of the jhana factors, Vitakka, Vichara, Piti, Sukha, Ekagata. Then jhana, we experience jhana. Then 5 hindrances disappear. Vitakka, Vichara, Piti, Sukha, Ekagata. Kamachanda, Vyapada, Tinamidda, Uddhacha, Kukucha, Vicikiccha. These are the 5 hindrances disappear with the attainment of jhanas. This way one can purify mind temporarily, one can purify for long term, one can eradicate one's defilements by practicing Satipatthana, properly developing Vipassana meditation. So this is the simple meaning of the Vatupama Sutta. It's very important, and you can read it. Is appeared in the Majjhima Nikaya number 7 discourse. May you all attain the peace of Nibbana. ධර්ම ශ්‍රවණාබිලාෂී පින්වත්නි, අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වුණා මේ අභිධර්ම විශාරද ත්‍රිපිටකාචාර්ය කිරුළපන ධම්මවිජය ස්වාමින් වහන්සේ මේ ධර්ම දේශනාව පවත්වීමට එකඟ වෙලා සිටියා. මම හිතන්නේ මේ තාක්ෂණික ගැටලුවක් නිසා තවම මේ අපේ සම්බන්ධයට ආවේ නැහැ උන්වහන්සේ. ඒත් උන්වහන්සේ පැමිණෙන තුරු අපි මේ බලාපොරොත්තුෙන් සිටිනවා. ඊටාම ලංකාවේ ඊටාම ජනප්‍රිය ධර්මදේශකයන්න් වහන්සේ කෙනෙක් උන්වහන්සේ. ඉතින් ඒ උන්වහන්සේ පොඩි වෙලාවකට ඉස්සර වෙලා මේ ධර්ම දේශනාවට සූදානම් බව දන්වා සිටියා. නමුත් තවම සම්බන්ධ වුණේ නැති නිසා අපිට පේනවා යම් කිසි මේ සූම් ක්‍රමවේදය තුළ තාක්ෂණික ගැටලුවක් ඇති වෙලා තියෙන බව පෙනී යනවා. එය මගහැරෙන තුරු ඔබ සැමට අපගේ කනගාටුව පළ කිරීමට කැමැතියි. මොහොතක් අපිට ඉවසීමට සිද්ධ වෙනවා උන්වහන්සේ මේ සූම් තාක්ෂණයට සම්බන්ධ වෙන තුරු. උන්වහන්සේ මෙහි වඩින්නත් ඉස්සර අපි ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම් එකට නම දැම්මා. පොඩ්ඩක් ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම් එක පොඩ්ඩක් පමා වුණාට කනගාටු වෙනවා සමා වෙන්න. අපිට උන්වහන්සේ ගැන පොඩි හැඳින්වීමක් කරන්න ඕනි. උන්වහන්සේ දැනට ජයවර්ධනපුර විශ්වවිද්‍යාලයේ බෞද්ධ හා පාලි අධ්‍යයන අංශයේ කතිකාචාර්යවරයෙක් සීනියර් කතිකාචාර්යවරයෙක් හැටියට සේවය කරනවා. ලොකු ධර්ම ශාස්ත්‍රීය සේවයක් කරනවා. පොත්පත ලියලා ඉන්නවා. ඒ වගේම ලංකාවේ බොහෝම ප්‍රසිද්ධ ධර්මදේශකයන් වහන්සේ නමක්. බොහෝම මේ ධර්ම දේශනා කරමින් ඊටම ජනප්‍රිය ධර්මදේශකයන් වහන්සේ නමක්. ප්‍රියා සිරිවර්ධන මහත්මිය ඇතුළු පිරිස ඇවිල්ලා මට ආරාධනාවක් කරා. ඒගොල්ලන්ට කැමති කියලා ඒ කණ්ඩායමක් මේ ධර්ම දූතයන් වහන්සේ නමක් ලංකාවෙන් වැඩම කරලා මෙහි විහාරස්ථාන හැම එකේම උන්වහන්සේ වැඩම කරවලා මේ යම්කිසි ධර්ම දායාදයක් අපිට ලබා දෙන්න කැමතියි කියලා. ඉතින් ඒ ආරාධනාව මම සතුටින් බාරගෙන උන්වහන්සේට මෙහි වඩින්ට ආරාධනා කරා. ඉතින් අපි මේ වෙලාවේ මේ කෙටි හැඳින්වීම කරේ කාලේ වේලාව ගත වෙලා තියෙන නිසා ඉදිරියේදීත් උන්වහන්සේගෙන් ධර්ම දේශනාවක් දෙකක් අපට ශ්‍රවණය කරන්න ලැබේවි. ලන්ඩනයේ වගේම බර්මින්ගහැම් ආදී විහාරස්ථානවල උන්වහන්සේ ධර්ම දේශනාව වාර කීපයක් පවත්වනවා. මාසයකුත් ටික දවසක් කාලය ගත කරන නිසා මොකද නිමාඩු ගන්න අමාරුයි විශ්වවිද්‍යාලයෙන්. අතිශයින්ම කෘතඥ වෙන අතර අද දවසේ ධර්ම දේශනාව මේ පොසොන් පොය දවසේ ධර්ම දේශනාව පැවැත්වීමට මා ඉතා ගෞරවයෙන් කත්මෝරුවේ අපේ විනීත හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේට මා වෙලාවේදී ආරාධනා කරන උන්වහන්සේ ලියන ලද පොත් පිංචක් මං හිතන්නේ ඔබ හැමතෙම ලැබෙන්න ඇති උන්වහන්සේගේ ධර්ම ත්‍යාගයක් හැටියට. සාදු කියලා අපි
පින්වත් හැමදෙනාම සාදුකාරයක් දෙන්නට. සමන්ත චක්කවාලේසු අත්‍රා ගච්ඡන්තු දේවතා සද්ධම්මං මුනි රාජස් සුනන්තු සග්ග මොක්ඛදං ධම්ම ශ්‍රවණ කාලෝ අයං භදන්තා ධම්ම ශ්‍රවණ කාලෝ අයං භදන්තා ධම්ම ශ්‍රවණ කාලෝ අයං භදන්තා නමෝ තස් භගවතෝ අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස නමෝ තස් භගවතෝ අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස නමෝ තස් භගවතෝ අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස සබ්බේ සංඛාරා අනිච්ඡාති සබ්බේ සංඛාරා දුක්ඛාති සබ්බේ ධම්මානත්තාති යදා පඤ්ඤාය පස්සති අත නිබ්බින්දතේ දුක්ඛේ ඒස මග්ගෝ විසුද්ධියාති. ලන්ඩන් බුද්දිස්ට් විහාරයේහි විහාරාධීශවර අති ගෞරවනීය අවසරයි නායක ස්වාමීන්ද්‍රයන් වහන්සේ වරප්‍රමුඛ විහාරවාසී මහා සංඝරත්නයන් අවසරයි. අපේ ව්‍යවහාරය අනුව පොසොන් පුර 15ක් පොහොය දවසේහි පෙහෙවස් සමාදන්ව සිටින උපාසක උපාසිකාවිනි සෙසු සදහැවත් පින්නතුනි, අද දවසේ මම දැකපු මම අහපු විදිහට ඔය හැමදෙනාම පැය ගණනාවක් මේ පරිශ්‍රය තුල දානශීල භාවනාදී නොයෙකුත් ආගමික වත්පිළිවෙත්වල නියැලුණා. මම දන්නේ නැහැ ඔබ වෙහෙස වෙලා ඉන්නවද විවේක මනසකින් ඉන්නවද කියලා මට විශේෂ අවබෝධයක් නැහැ. පෞද්ගලිකව මට මා තුල ගැටලු කීපයක් තියෙනවා. එකක් තමයි මේ වෙලාවට මම දේශනා කරන මාතෘකාව මොකක්ද කියන එක. ඒකට හේතුව මීට පෙර මම ඔබට බණ කියලා නැහැ. අපි මුණ ගැහිලා නැහැ. මට ආරාධනා කරපු අයත් අද තමයි මම සමහරු දැක්කේ. ප්‍රියානෝනා සහ කීප දෙනෙක් ඊට කලින් දැක්කා. එතකොට අපි මාතෘකාවක් ගනිද්දී ඒ ඉන්න පිරිස වැදගත්. හැබැයි මම උපකල්පනයක ඉන්නවා, අදහසක ඉන්නවා මෙතන ඉන්න අය බණ දහම් අහලා තියෙන ධර්මයේ ගැන යම් ප්‍රමාණයක දන්න පිරිසක් කියලා පූර්ව අදහසක ඉඳගෙන තමයි මේ සාකච්ඡාව කරන්නේ. මම පැයක් ඇතුළත පැයකින් මේ කටයුතු නතර කරනවා. ඒ වෙලාව තුල මම අපේක්ෂා කරන විදිහට ධර්මකාරණා පැහැදිලි කරන්න තමයි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් වෙලාව ගිහිල්ලා තියෙන නිසා පෝය ගැන කියන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් අපේ සම්ප්‍රදායට ගරු කිරීමක් හැටියට මේ ධර්ම ශ්‍රවණය කරන්නේ ඇයි කුමක් සඳහාද කෙසේද කියන එකට මම විනාඩියක් ගන්නවා. බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ දේශනා කරන හැටියට නම් මේ ධර්මාසනයේ ඉන්න මමත් ධම්සභාවෙත් මින් එළියෙත් බණහන හැමදෙනාමත් අපි එකතු වෙලා මේ කරන්නේ මංගල සම්මත කටයුත්තක්. මොන කටයුත්තක්ද? මංගල සම්මත. මම දැන් කියනවා මේකට මංගල්‍යයක් කියලා, මංගල සම්මත වැඩක් කියලා. මාත් එක්ක එකඟ වෙනවද නැද්ද? ඔව්. අපි එහෙම කියන්නේ ඇයි? ඔව්, වැරදුනාට කිසිම කෙනෙකුට හානියක් වෙන්න මම වචනයක්වත් කියන්නේ. ඒ නිසා උත්තර දෙන්න ගැටලුවක් කරගන්න ඕනෙත් නැහැ. අපි එහෙම කියන්නේ බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ එහෙම දේශනා කරලා තියෙන නිසා. ඔයගොල්ලෝ දන්නවා මංගල සූත්‍රයේදී බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ පැහැදිලි කරනවා කාලේන ධම්ම සාකච්ඡා. කාලේන ධම්ම සවණං, කාලේන ධම්ම සාකච්ඡා දෙකක් තියෙනවා. දැන් එතකොට කාලේන ධම්ම සවණං කියනකොට මේ ධර්ම ශ්‍රවණය කිරීම අපි මෙතන කරනවද නැද්ද? මම නම් දන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද අහනවා වගේ හිටියට අහනවද දන්නේ නැහැනේ මම. එතකොට බණ ඇහුවොත් මේක මංගල කාරණයක් වෙනවා. දෙවැනියට කියනවා කාලේන ධම්ම සාකච්ඡා කියලා. එතකොට දැන් මම විතරක් තනියෙන් කතා කළොත් මේක සාකච්ඡාවක් වෙනවද? නෑ. හැබැයි ඉතින් ගොඩාක් කතා නොකලට කමන්නේ වෙලා නැති නිසා. හැබැයි උනේ බෑ හරි කියන්න වෙනවා. එතකොට අපි දෙගොල්ල මේ ධර්මයේ ගැන සාකච්ඡා කරනකොට ඒක මංගල සම්මත කටයුත්තක් වෙනවා. අපේ සම්ප්‍රදාය සහ අපි දන්න ධර්මය අනුව අපි මේ දේවල් කරලා අපි හදාපු, අපි බිහි කරපු අම්මා තාත්තට සලකනවද නැද්ද? සලකනවා. මාතා පිතු ප ဋ ාණං කියන මංගල කාරණය කෙරෙනවද නැද්ද? කෙරෙනවා. ඒ සූත්‍රයේම තියෙනවා ඥාතකානංච සංඝෝ කියලා කාරණයක්. ඥාතීන්ට සංග්‍රහ කරනවා කියලා. ඒක කරනවද නැද්ද අපි? අපි කරනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි මංගල සම්මත ජීවිත ගත කරන මිනිස්සු. ලෝකේ කොහේ හිටියත්. එතකොට දැන් අපි මේ කටයුත්ත කරනකොට මම තව ටිකක් ඒක පැහැදිලි කරනවා. ඇයි ඒ සූත්‍රයේ කාලේන ධම්ම සවණං, කාලේන ධම්ම සාකච්ඡා කියලා කාලේන කියලා වචනයක් තියෙන්නේ ඇයි? සුදුසු කාලේ. දැන් ওই සූත්‍රය දේශනා කළේ ගිහියන්ටද පැවිද්දන්ටද දෙගොල්ලන්ටමද? මං හිතුවා අපිත් ඇදලා ගන්න අදහස ඇති ওই පැත්තට කියලා. අපි නම් එන්නේ නැහැ. ඇත්තට මේක දෙගොල්ලන්ටම නෙමෙයි. ඒකේ තියෙනවනේ අඹදරුවෝ හදාගෙන ওই දේවල් කරන්නටයි කියලා. ඉතින් ඕකට අපි කැමති නැහැ. ඒ නිසා තමයි අපි මෙහෙම ඉන්නේ. එතකොට ඕකේ දෙගොල්ලන්ටම කරන්න පුළුවන් දේවල් තියෙනවා. හැබැයි ඕක දේශනා කළේ දෙයියන්ට සහ ගිහියන්ට. ඒ නිසානේ ඒකේ තියෙන ඒක ජීවිත කතාවක්. ඒක අද බණේ මාතෘකාව ඕක නෙවෙයි. ඒකේ තියෙනවා සත්පුරුෂයෙක් ආශ්‍රය කරනදලා නිවන් දකින්න තැන දක්වා ජීවිත කතාවකුයි මංගල සූත්‍රයේ තියෙන්නේ. ඒක මගේ ජීවිතය නෙවෙයි, මම දැන් ඉන්න ජීවිතය නෙවෙයි. ගිහි ඔබ ලෝකෙ කොහේ හිටියත් ගෙවන ජීවිතය තමයි මංගල සූත්‍රයේ තියෙන්නේ. ඉතින් එතකොට දැන් බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ දේශනා කරනකොට ගිහියන්ට කාලේන ධම්ම සවණං, කාලේන ධම්ම සාකච්ඡා. ඇයි? ඔබට සම්පූර්ණ කාලය ඒ සඳහා වෙන් කළ නොහැකි. හැබැයි ඔක සමහරව වැරදියට ගන්නවා. ඒ කියන්නේ 60න් පස්සේ විතර තමයි කාලය කියලා. ඒක නෙවෙයි. මෙතන ඉන්න පුංචිම දරුවාටත් ඔහුගේ පාසල් වියක් තියෙනවා, කටයුතු තියෙනවා, රැකී ආරක්ෂා තිබෙනවා ඔබට. ඒ වගකීම් මැද්දේ ඔබට මේ සඳහා වෙලාවක් වෙන් කරගත යුතුයි. ඒක මොකක්වත් කරන්න බැරි කාලේ කියන එක නෙවෙයි. දැන් එතකොට අද මේ දවස මේකට සුදුසුම කාලයද නැද්ද? ඔව්. මොකද මම මේ බණ කියන්න කාලය වෙන් කළේ මාස 2කට පෙර. එතකොට මම වගකීමක් බාරගත්තා. මං ආරාධනාවක් ඉවසුවා භික්ෂුවක් හැටියට. හැබැයි මට එන්න පුළුවන් පහසුකමක් මේ වෙනකොට තිබුණේ නෑ මගේ රාජකාරී මට්ටමේ. නමුත් ඒකේ පැත්තෙන් පැහැදිලි කරගෙන මම ආවා. ඒ කියන්නේ මම මේ පැයට ලෑස්ති වෙලා තියෙන හුඟ කාලෙක ඉඳලා. හැබැයි ඔබ පොසොන් එකට ලෑස්ති වුණේ මීට කාලයකට පෙරද නැද්ද? පෙර. එතකොට අද දවස ඔබට මේක වෙන් කරගත්ත පැයක්. හෝ වෙන් කරගත්ත දවසක්. මේ දවස එතකොට අපිට මේ සඳහා සුදුසුම කාලය. කවුරුවත් බලහත්කාරයෙන් අරන් ඇවිල්ලා නැහැ මේ වෙනකොට. ඒ නිසා ඔබේ ජීවිතවල යම් සුදුසු කාලයක් සුදුසු වෙලාවක් වෙන් කරගන්න ඕනේ කරනවා එහෙනම් ධර්මයේ දැන ඉගෙන ගැනීම සඳහා. හැබැයි අපිට මේ පැය ගත වෙනකොට දැනුත් විනාඩි 7ක් ඉවරයි. මේ පැය ගත වෙනකොට අපි මේකත් එක්ක මොකක්ද ඒකට කියන්නේ? එක මනසකට ආවේ නැත්තම් අපි මේකත් එක්ක ජීවත් වුණේ නැත්තම් මේ පැය තුල මේ පැය අපත යනවද නැද්ද? මේ පැය අපත යනවා. එනිසා මේ පැය තුල එක හිත් දරාගෙන බණ අහන එක මේ සුල සාකච්ඡාවේ යෙදෙන එක තමයි බුදුහාමුදුරෝ දේශනා කරන්නේ. එහෙමනම් ගිහි ඔබට තියෙන සුදුසු කාලයේ හැටියට. හරි. දැන් මේ මංගල කටයුත්ත කරන්නේ ඇයි? මං අහන්නේ බණ අහන්නේ ඇයි කියලා. මොකටද?
අපේ අද දවසේ පොසොන් වැඩසටහනට අපේ පොයේ වැඩසටහනට ලොකු ශක්තියක් ලැබුණා. මේ සිංහල ධර්ම දේශනාව සඳහා ගෞරවනීය අපේ කිරුළපෙන ධම්මවිජය ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ එකතු කර ගැනීමට ලැබීම පිළිබඳව උන්වහන්සේ අභිධර්ම විශාරද ත්‍රිපිටකාචාර්ය කම්මඨානාචාර්ය පූජ්‍යපාද කිරුළපන ධම්මවිජය හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේ තමුත්තේගම සුජාත පුත්‍ර විපස්සනා භාවනා මධ්‍යස්ථානාධිපති. ඉතින් ලංකාවේ දැනට ඉන්නේ තාමත්ම ජනප්‍රිය ධර්මදේශකයන්න් වහන්සේ නමක් අපේ කිරුළපන ධම්මවිජය හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේ. මේ අවස්ථාවේදී අපේ ලංකාවත් මෙහෙත් අතර තියෙන කාල පරාසයේ පොඩි ගැටලුවක් ඇති වුණා. ඒ නිසා උන්වහන්සේ පොඩ්ඩක් ප්‍රමාද වුණා. දැන් උන්වහන්සේ අපේ ධර්මදේශනාව පැවැත් ආරාධනයට අනුව ධර්මදේශනාව පැවැත්වීමට පැමිණ සිටිනවා. අපි උන්වහන්සේ ඉතාම ගෞරවයෙන් පිළිගන්න අතර මේ ධර්මදේශනාව සඳහා උන්වහන්සේ අපට ලබා දුන්නේ අපේ දායකාවක් වන පවිත්‍රා රත්නපාල මහත්මිය. මං එතුමියටද ස්තුති කරමින් පූජ්‍යපාද කිරුළපන ධම්මවිජය හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේට ලන්ඩන් බෞද්ධ විහාරස්ථානයේ මේ පොසොන් පොය දවසේ වැඩසටහනට සිංහල ධර්මදේශනාව පැවැත්වීම සඳහා ඉතා ගෞරවයෙන් ආරාධනා කරනවා. උන්වහන්සේට කාලය පැයක් ගන්න පුළුවන් නම් ප්‍රමාද වුණාට 6 වෙනකන් ධර්ම දේශනාව පැවැත්වීමට අපිට පුළුවන් කාල වේලාව වෙන් කරලා දෙන්න.
හැමදෙනෙක්ම සාදුකාරයක් පවත්වන්න. ධර්ම ශ්‍රවණයට ප්‍රථමයෙන් තිසරණ සහිත පංචශීලයේ සමාදන් වන්න. ඔබටත් මටත් මේ උතුම් ධර්මලාභය ලබා දුන් ඒ භාග්‍යවත් බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේට මාගේ নমස්කාරය වේවා කියන ප්‍රාර්ථනාවෙන් নমස්කාරය කියමු. කවුරුත් පංචශීලයේ සමාදන් වෙන්න. බුද්ධං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි ධම්මං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි සංඝං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි ဒုတိယံ පි බුද්ධං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි ဒုတိယံ පි ධම්මං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි ဒုတိယံ පි සංඝං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි တတိယံ පි බුද්ධං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි တတိယံ පි ධම්මං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි တတိယံ පි සංඝං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි สรณากมนังสัมปุณนังปานาติปาตาเวรมณีสิกขาปดังสมาดิยามิอดินนาดานาเวรมณีสิกขาปดังสมาดิยามิกาเมสุมิจฉาจาราเวรมณีสิกขาปดังสมาดิยามิมุสาวาดาเวรมณีสิกขาปดังสมาดิยามิสุราเมรยมัจจปมาดัฏฐานาเวรมณีสิกขาปดังสมาดิยามิติสรเนนสัดถิงปัญจสีลังธัมมังสาดุกังสุรักขิตันกัตวาอัปปมาเดนสัมปาเดตับบังสมันตาจักรวาเลสุวัตรากัจจันตุเดวตาสัทธัมมังมุนิราจัสสะสุนันโตสักกมกขดังธัมมัสสวเนกาโลอายังบดันตาธัมมัสสวเนกาโลอายังบดันตาธัมมัสสวเนกาโลอายังบดันตานะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะสังเกตวชนังสัจจังโลกสัมมุติการนังปรมัตถวชนังสัจจังธัมมานังตัตลักขณังติසද්ධර්ම ශ්‍රවණාබිලාෂී ගුණබර වාසනාවන්ත පින්වත්නි භාග්‍යවත් බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ නමක් ලෝකයට පහළ වෙලා ලෝක සත්වයා කෙරෙහි කරුණාවෙන් ලෝකයට දේශනා කරන්නට යෙදුණු තුන් චතුරාර්ය සත්‍ය ධර්මයෙන් බිඳක් කෙටියෙන් නමුත් ශ්‍රවණය කරන්නට සූදානම් වන මොහොත අද දවසේ මේ උතුම් පින්කම මේ ආකාරයෙන් සිද්ධ කරන්නේ සිහිපත් කරලා තියෙනවා මහා බ්‍රිතාන්‍ය ප්‍රධාන සංඝනායක ලන්ඩන් බෞද්ධ විහාරයේ විහාරාධිපති දූරන්දර අවසරයි නම සිහිපත් කරන්නට පූජනීය බෝගොඩ සීල විමල නාහිමිපාණන් වහන්සේගේ අනුශාසනා පරිදි එම විහාරවාසී තවලම බන්දුල අවසරයි පින්වත් පූජනීය ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ සහ කාශ්‍යප යන ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේලාගේ මඟ පෙන්වීම සමගින් පවිත්‍ර රත්නපාල මහත්මිය සහ එම මහත්මියගේ දියණියන් දෙදෙනා අද දවසේ මේ උතුම් පින්කම මේ ආකාරයෙන් සිද්ධ කරන බව සිහිපත් කරලා තියෙනවා දායකත්වයේගෙන විශේෂයෙන්ම පොසොන් පොයේ නිමිති කරගෙන පවත්වන්නා වූ දාන සීල භාවනා වැඩසටහනේ එක්තරා ධර්ම දේශනාවක් ලෙස පින්වත්නි අපි ඔබ බොහෝ කාලයක් දැන් මේ ධර්මයේ ඇතුළේ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ ධර්මලාභය ලබලා හැසිරෙන පින්වතුන්ලා ස්වාමින් වහන්සේලා. එතකොට අපි හැමතිස්සෙම ප්‍රත්‍යවේක්ෂාවක් කරන්න ඕනි අපේ හිතත් එක්ක. මේ කියන කතාව හොඳට අහගන්න පින්වතුනි. මේක සාම්ප්‍රදායිකව පටිච්ච සමුප්පාදය හෝ අභිධර්මයේ විවරණය කෙරෙනම බණක් නෙමෙයි. නුමුත් බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ යම් දේශනාවක් ලෝකයට දේශනා කළාද? බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ යම් කිසි අපේක්ෂාවකින් ලෝකයාට බුද්ධත්වයේ ලැබලා බණ කිව්වද? අන්නේ අපේක්ෂත්වය කුමක්ද අපි කොතනද ඉන්නේ කියන ප්‍රත්‍යවේක්ෂාව ඔබට කරගන්න මේ දවස් මේ දේශනාව හැරවුම් ලක්ෂයක් බවට පත්වෙයි. හැර වෙන දේශනාවක් බවට පත්වෙයි. එනිසා ඕනෑකමින් සවන් යොමු කරගෙන චිත්ත විහෙරි උපදවාගෙන ඇහෙන බණපදයක් ගානීම නුවණින් මනසිකාර්ය කරමින් මටත් මේ ධර්ම දේශනාව තුලදීම සීල සමාධි ප්‍රඥා ගුණ කෙලවර පතන බෝධියකින් චතුරාර්ය සත්‍ය ධර්මය අවබෝධව සංසාර දුක්ගිනි කෙලවර වේවා කියන ප්‍රාර්ථනාවෙන් මේ දේශනාව ශ්‍රවණය කළ යුතු වෙනවා. පින්වත්නි මිහිඳු මහරහතන් වහන්සේ ලංකාවට වැඩම කරාට පස්සේ තමයි විවිධ ඊනියා මතවාද වලින් විවිධ ජෛනාදී සම්ප්‍රදායන්ගෙන් යුක්ත වෙලා තිබ්බ ලංකාවට බුදුදහම කියන ආభాෂය ලැබුණේ. එදා මිහිඳු මහරහතන් වහන්සේ ලංකාවට එන්න කලින්ම වුණත් ලංකාවේ බුදුදහම නොතිබ්බම නෙමෙයි යන්තම් තිබ්බත් මේකට පුනර්ජීවයක් ලැබුණේ ආපහු නැගිටීමක් ලැබුණේ අවදිමත් භාවයක් ලැබුණේ මිහිඳු මහරහතන් වහන්සේ ලංකාවට ආවට පස්සේ. මිහිඳු මහරහතන් වහන්සේ ලංකාවට ඇවිල්ලා දේශනා කරපු බුදුන්ගේ පණිවිඩය මොකක්ද? අපි හැමෝම මිහින්තලයට යනවා, සිරිපාදට යනවා, දලදා මාලිගාවට යනවා. නමුත් බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ පණිවිඩය කුමක්ද? ඒ අනුව අපි කටයුතු කරනවද කියන කාරණාව බොහෝ දෙනෙක් හොයන්නේ බලන්නේ නැහැ. ඔහේ ධර්මයේ හැසිරෙනවා මිසක්. මම දැන් මේ ලංකාව ඇතුලේ බොහෝමයක් ලංකාව ඇතුලේ නෙමෙයි ලංකාවෙන් පිට වුවත් බොහෝමයක් ධර්ම දේශනා සිද්ධ කරනවා. නමුත් මා දැකපු එක දෙයක් බෞද්ධයන් හෝ වෙනත් ධර්ම ශ්‍රවණය කරන ශ්‍රාවකයන් බණ අහනවා විතරයි. බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ කවුද කියන එක උන්වහන්සේගේ පණිවිඩය මොකක්ද කියන එක තේරුම් ගන්න තරම් තියුණු නුවණක් ඒකාග්‍ර භාවයක් තමන්ගේ ඉලක්කයට නැඹුරු අපි කියන්නේ ફોකසින් කියලා. අන්නේ ඉලක්කයට නැඹුරු වුණු නම්‍යතාවයක් මිනිස්සු ගාව නැහැ. මිනිස්සු ಜಾතිය උරුම කරගෙන ಜಾතියට පත්වෙන දේවල්ම කරනවා. ව්‍යාධිය උරුම කරගෙන ව්‍යාධියට පත්වෙන දේවල්ම කරනවා. මරණය උරුම කරගෙන නැවත මරණයන් ලැබීමේ දේවල්ම කරනවා. ඒක ආර්ය පරීක්ෂණයක් නෙමෙයි. ඒක අනාර්ය පරීක්ෂණයක්. හැබැයි යම් කිසි කෙනෙක් ජාතිය ස්වභාවකටගෙන ජාතියෙන් මිදීමේ උපක්‍රමය හොයනවා. බලන්න ඔබ කරනවද කියලා. ඔබ ජාතිය ස්වභාව කරගෙන ඉන්න කෙනෙක්. ඔබ ජාතියට පත්වෙච්ච කෙනෙක්. දැන් ඔබ ජාතියෙන් මිදීමේ ක්‍රියාවලියේ නිරත වෙච්ච කෙනෙක්ද? නැත්තම් නැවත පුඤ්ඤාභි අපුඤ්ඤාභි ආනිඤ්ඤාභි සංකාරයන් රැස් කරමින් තේරෙන්න කියනවා නම් කුසල් අකුසල් පින් පව් ඕනික රැස් කරමින් නැවත ජාතියකට යන ජීවිතයක් ඔබ ගත කරන්න. යම් හේකින් ඔබ ජාතියකට පත්වෙන ආකාරයේ කුසල අකුසල කර්මයන් කරමින් සංස්කාර රැස් කරමින් පුඤ්ඤාභි අපුඤ්ඤාභි ආනිඤ්ඤාභි වශයෙන් ජාතියකට නම් පත්වෙන්නට යන්නේ ඔබ කරන්නේ අනාර්ය පරීක්ෂණයක්. ආර්යයන් වහන්සේලා ලෝකෙට පහළ වූ කාලයක බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ ලෝකෙට පහළ වූ කාලයක බුදු පුතුන් වහන්සේලා ලෝකෙට පහළ වී ඇති කාලයක සම්මුතිය ඉක්මවා පරමාර්ථ ධර්මයන් ලෝකෙට ඕනෑතරම් ශ්‍රවණය කරන්නට ලැබෙන කාලයක වචනවලට පමණක් සීමාව තිබූ පරමාර්ථ ධර්මයන් මනසිකාරය කරමින් විපස්සනා වඩමින් සුද්ධ විදර්ශනා ආදී ඥානයන් වර්ධනය කරගනිමින් යාහෙකි නිවන පිළිඹු වෙන ඉස්මතු වෙන එළියට ආපු වෙලාවෙත් ඔබ කරන මේ අනහාරි පරීක්ෂණයක් නම් මොකටද මේ බණ? කාව නලවන්නද? කාව හුරතල් කරන්න? ඇයි මේ මිහින් රැහැ 10යි? ඇයි මේ? අපි ඔබ බණට ආරාධනා කරන වෙලාවට ඇවිල්ලා බණ කියලා යන්න නෙමෙයි. පිටුතුනි මේ යථාර්ථය තේරුම් ගන්න මේකෙන් මිදෙන්න. ව්‍යාධිය ස්වභාව කරගෙන නැවත ව්‍යාධියටපත් වෙන ප්‍රතිපදාවක නම් ඔබ ඉන්නේ. කොහොමද? දැන් ව්‍යාධිය ස්වභාව කරගෙන ඔබ ආයිත් මේ ජීවිතේ බොරු කියනවා. ඔබ මේ ජීවිතේ රිසියාකම් කරනවා. කුහකකම් කරනවා නම් නේ ආපහු මොන තත්ත්වයකටපත් වෙන්නේ? අර ඒ අනාගතේ සංසාරේ ලැබෙවි විකෘති වී ඒවටපත් වෙන ජීවිතයක් තමයි ඔබට ලැබිලා තියෙන්නේ. මරණීය ස්වභාව කරගෙන නැවත නැවත මරණයටපත් වෙන ජීවිතයක් නම් ඔබ පතන්නේ. ඔබ දිව්‍ය තලයකට ගියත්, බ්‍රහ්ම තලයකට ගියත්, සක්විති රජෙක් වුණත්, ප්‍රදේශ රාජ්‍ය සම්පත්තියෙන් යුක්ත වූවත් කුමන ආකාරයේ සත්වයක් විදිහට මේ තුන් ලෝකේ කොතැනක ඉපදුණා. ස්කන්ධ පහක් ඇති පංචවෝකාර භවයේ වේවා, ස්කන්ධ හතරක් ඇති චතුවෝකාර භවයක වේවා, ස්කන්ධ එකක් පමණක් ඇති ඒකවෝකාර භවයක වේවා, කවර ආකාරයේ කුමන තැනක කොයි විදිහට ඉපදුණත් මරණීය ස්වභාවකට ගෙන නම් ඉන්නේ. ඔබ යන්න හදන්නේ එතනට. ඔබ කරන්නේ ආර්ය පරීක්ෂණය නෙමෙයි. ඔබ අනාර්ය පරීක්ෂණය කරන අනාර්ය. ඔබ අනාර්ය පරීක්ෂණය කරන අනාර්ය. භික්ෂුවක් කැලේට වැදිලා කරන්නේ මොකක්ද? භික්ෂුවක් කැලේකට වැදිලා ජාතිය ස්වභාව කරගෙන හිටියට ජාතියෙන් මිදීමේ ප්‍රතිපදාව අනුගමනය කරන්න දඟලනවා. ව්‍යාධිය ස්වභාව කොටගෙන හිටියට ව්‍යාධියෙන් මිදීමේ ප්‍රතිපදාව අනුගමනය කරන්න දඟලනවා. මරණීය ස්වභාවකටගෙන හිටියට මේ මරණයට බය නැහැ. භික්ෂුවක් මේ ජීවිතයේ හතාත්ම ජීවිතයේ මරණයට බය නැහැ. නමුත් නැවත නැවත සාංශාරික වශයෙන් මිය දෙන්නට වෙන මරණයෙන් ගැලවෙන්න භික්ෂුවක් පරේෂණය කියනවා. ඒකට කියනවා ආර්ය පරීක්ෂණය. පින්වතුනි. මේ ආර්ය පරීක්ෂණය ඇතුළේ දිගහැරෙන කතන්දරේ හරි ලොකුයි. ඒක පැයකින් කෙලවර කරන්න පුළුවන් එකක් නෙමෙයි. මේක ප්‍රතිපදාවක්. ප්‍රතිපදාවක්. ඔබ විසින් පිරිය යුතු පිළිවෙතක්. ඔබ විසින් වැඩිය යුතු මාර්ගයක්. ඔබ විසින් අත්විඳිය යුතු දර්ශනය. ඔබ විසින් පිරිසිඳ දැකිය යුතු යථාර්ථය. දහම සවක්කාතයි තමයි. දහම අකාලිකයි තමයි. දහම සාන්දෘෂ්ටිකයි තමයි. හැබැයි ඔබ ඒහිපස්සිකයි. ඇවිල්ලා බලන්න. පච්චත්තං වේදිතබ්බෝ විඤ්ඤූහිති. හැමෝටම බෑ. නුවණ තියෙන මිනිස්සු හරිම අල්පයි පින්වතුනි. ඒ නුවණ තියෙන මිනිස්සෙක් වෙලා මේ දහම පිරිසිඳ දැක්කොත් ඔන්න ඔබට පුළුවන් ඊතර වෙලා යන්න. මේක කොහින් පටන් අරන් කොහින් කියලා ඉවර කරන්නද පැයකින් දෙකකින් කියන එක පින්වතුනි කවදාවත් මට දේශනාවකදී හිතා ගන්න බැරි වූ කාරණා. හැබැයි ඔබ මතක තියාගන්න මේ ලෝකේ තියෙනවා සත්‍ය දෙකක්. එකක් තමයි සම්මුති සත්‍ය. අනිත් එක තමයි පරමාර්ථ සත්‍ය. සම්මුති සත්‍යත් සත්‍යක්. ලෝක සම්මුති කාරණා. සංකේත වචනං සත්‍යං ලෝක සම්මුති කාරණා. සංකේත වචනේ සත්‍යක් වෙන්නේ ලෝක සම්මුති කාරණාවට අනුව. තව සත්‍යක් තියෙනවා. බුදුවරු විසින් අනුදැන වදාළ. පරමත්ත වචනං සත්‍ය. පරමාර්ථ කියලා වචනය. පරමත්ත වචනං සත්‍යං ධම්මා නං තත ලක්කන. ඒක ලෝකයා පෙන්වන මුලාව නෙමෙයි. දැන් ලෝකයා පෙන්වන කාරණාව කොහොමද? අම්මා, තාත්තා, අක්කා, නංගි, අයියා, මල්ලි. මේ බොරුවනේ ලෝකයා පෙන්වන්නේ. සුදූස, කොට මහත, හීන ප්‍රනීත, දුර ඈත, අතීත වර්තමාන අනාගත. මේ ඔක්කොම ලෝකෙට ඇති දේවල්. ඕලාරික සුකුම. හැබැයි බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ පෙන්වන ලෝක යථාර්ථයේ තියෙන ලක්ෂණ තුනයි. අනිච්ච, දුක්ඛ, අනාත්ම කියන ලක්ෂණ තුنين යුක්ත ලෝකය. එතකොට අපි මේ සම්මුතිය පැත්තකට දාමු. සම්මුතිය කියන්නේ පින්වතුනි බිඳ බිඳ වෙනස් වෙන්න පුළුවන් දේවල්. නැවත නැවත වෙනස් වෙන තැන්. යම් කිසි කෙනෙක් වෙනස් වෙන කෙනෙක් ගැන බලාපොරොත්තු තියෙනවා නම් ඔබ හිතන්න මං ගැන කියලා. දැන් ඔයගොල්ලෝ මං ඔබට පොරොන්දුවක් වෙනවා. මම දැන් 2021යි. 2022 දී මං නරක වෙනවා. 23 දී මං අන්තිම නරක වෙනවා. 24 දී මං නරක කෙනෙක් බවට පත් වෙනවා. ඔබ හිතන්නේ මම ගිහි කෙනෙක් කියලා. 2021 මං හොඳයි. එහෙම නෙනේ ප්‍රස්තාව. 22 මං නරක. 23 ටිකක් නරක වෙනවා. 24 හොඳටම නරක වෙනවා. ඔබ කැමතිද? මාව අතරින්නකෝ. අපි දුක මෙන්න මෙතන පිරිමි දරුවෙක් ඉන්නවා කියලා. ඔබ කැමතිද මේ පිරිමි දරුවව ඔබේ දියණියට කසාද බන්දලා දෙන්න? ඇයි? මෙයා දැන් හොඳයිනේ. ඇයි කැමති නැත්තේ? මෙයා 22 දී වෙනස් වෙනවා නම් 23 දී මීටත් වෙනස් වෙනවා නම් 24 දී මීටත් වෙනස් වෙනවා නම් ඒ වෙන්නේ නරක පැත්තට. හොඳ පැත්තට වුණා නම් නරක පැත්තට නම් වෙනස් වෙන්නේ ඔබ ඔබේ දියණියට මෙයාව කසාද බඳලා දෙනවද? නෑ පින්වතුනි. හැබැයි මීටත් වඩා වේගින් වෙනස් වෙන පිරිමි දරුවෙක්ට ඔබ ඔබේ දියණියව කසාද බඳලා තියෙනවා. එයාගේ රූපය වෙනස් වෙනවා, සිත වෙනස් වෙනවා, සිතිවිලි වෙනස් වෙනවා, ගුණ ධර්ම වෙනස් වෙනවා, මනුෂ්‍ය වෙනස් වෙනවා, කායික වශයෙන් වෙනස් වෙනවා, මානසික වශයෙන් වෙනස් වෙනවා. ඔබ වෙනස් වෙන ලෝකයකට අපේ භාෂාවෙන් කියනවා නම් ජග් ගහන්න යන අහිංසක අනාථ අසරණේ. වෙනස් වෙන ලෝකයකට මුක්කු ගහලා ඒ මුක්කු උඩ ඔබේ හිතේ තියෙන සිතැඟිමවල ඒ මුක්කු උඩ ලස්සන ලෝකයක් බලන්න දඟලන ඔබ දන්නේම නැතුව මේ මුක්කු දිරනවා. මේ මුක්කු වැටෙනවා. එදාට බුදු පහන ගාවට කියලා ගෙදර කෙනෙක් මැරෙන්න වැටිලා ICU එකේ අන්තිමට හුස්ම දිනකොට ලැජ්ජ නැතුව බුදු පහන ගාවට ගිහලා ජීවිතය අදින්න එපා. ඒ පහනේ ඉන්න බුදු පිළිමයට මොකද වුනේ කියලා බලන්න. මේ තමයි යථාර්ථය, රියැලිටි. ඔබට මෙයට මූණ දෙන්න බෑ නම් ඔබට බුදුදහම ප්‍රතිඵලයක් නෑ. බුදු පහන ගාවට ගිහිල්ලා ජීවිතය අදින්න එපා. මගේ ICU එකේ ඉන්න මාමට නැන්දට ආච්චිට පුතාට ජීවිතය ලැබෙන්න කියලා. බුදු පහන ගාවට ගිහිල්ලා කල්පනා කරන්න. අද මෙවන් දෙතිසක් මහා පුරුෂ ලක්ෂණ තිබ්බ උතුමන් වහන්සේත් පිරිනිවිලා ගිහිල්ලා නම් හරි. ඔබ වහන්සේ කියපු යථාර්ථය ඇයි ආනන්ද ඔබ ඔය හැටි අඬන්නේ? මැරෙන බව නොවේද මාමි කියන්නේ. එහෙම නෙවෙයි. ආනන්ද හැමදෙරු අඬනවා. පිරිනිවන් මංචකේ. බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ අහනවා ඇයි ආනන්ද අඬන්නේ? මං ඉන්නකම් කිව්වේ මේ ටික මතක නැද්ද? දැන් බුදු පිළිම ගාවට කියලා ඔබ අඬනවා. බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ කියනනම් අහනවා ඇයි නෝනේ අඬන්නේ? ඇයි මාත්‍ය අඬන්නේ? මං කිව්වේ ඕක නෙමෙයිද? ඕකෙන් ගැලවෙන්න පුළුවන් තැනක් තියෙනවා නම් මම මුලින්ම ගැලවෙනවා. ගැලවෙන්න බෑ. අනිවාර්යෙන් we have to face this. අපිට මේකට මුහුණ දෙන්න සිද්ධ වෙනවාමයි. දැන් මොකද කරන්නේ? කැඩෙන බිඳෙන වෙනස් වෙන ලෝකය මනසින් අතාරින්න. කැඩෙන බිඳෙන වෙනස් වෙන ලෝකය දුරු කරන්න. කැඩෙන බිඳෙන වෙනස් වෙන ලෝකයට ආදරය කරන්න. මොකටද? මටවත් මමත් මැරෙනවා නම් පිටුතුනි. ඔබත් මැරෙනවා නම් පිටුතුනි. තියෙන භෞතික සම්පත්තිත් නැති වෙනවා නම් පිටුතුනි. කුමක් වෙනද අපේක්ෂා තියෙන්නේ? කාර්, වෑන්, ඒවා ලොකු දේවල් නෙමෙයි. ඒවා ප්ලාස්ටික් කෑලි. කොයි හරි හරියට වැදුනොත් අඟල් ගානක් ඇතුළට යනවනේ. ඒව රකින්න ජීවිතේ කැප කරන්න එපා. ඒව නැති වෙනවමයි. කිසිම දෙයක් කරයි. මෙන්න මේ තැනට හිත හදාගන්න අකම්පිත හිතක් ඇති කරගෙන ලෝකයේ පිළිබඳව අපේක්ෂාවකින් තොරව ජීවත් වෙලා බලන්න පිටුතුනි ඔබ මෙහෙම කරනවද කියලා. ඔබට පුළුවන් ද ලෝකයේ පිළිබඳව අපේක්ෂාවකින් තොරව ජීවත් වෙන්න? නැත්නම් ඔබ ලෝකයේ පිළිබඳව හීනමවනවද? අද රෑ නිින්දට ගියාම ඔබට ඇති වෙන හැඟීම 0ද +1ද බලන්න. ඒ කියන්නේ අලුත් දේවල් හෙට බැංකුවේ පොලිය ලැබුණොත් හොඳයි. හෙට මෙහෙම ලැබුණොත් හොඳයි. හෙට මෙහෙම වුණොත් හොඳයි. මං කියන්නේ ජීවිතේ ජීවත් වෙන්න එපා කියලා නෙමෙයි. අනවශ්‍ය කරදර ගොඩ ගහගෙන ජීවිතේ අතරමං වෙනවද කියලා බලන්න. එහෙම වෙන අය තමයි පිටුතුනි බහුතරයක්. ඇත්තටම දැන් මට පේනවා මේ ගම්මානකට එළියට ගිහිල්ලා බැලුවාම එහෙම වෙන අය තමයි වැඩි. වික්ෂුන් වහන්සේලා කීයද ඉන්නේ නේ මේවා අතහැරලා දාලා ඇවිල්ලා 25000යි ලංකාවට ඉන්නේ. ඒ 25000ත් මේ කතාව තේරුම් අරගෙන සසරින් එතර වෙන පිරිස ගණන් කරලා ගණන් හදලා බැලුවා. කීයක් කියලාද හිතයි? අනේ මන් දන්නේ නැහැ. ඒකෙත් පාරක් හරියට හොයාගෙන නිකන් හිතුමතේ නෙමෙයි, පාවි නෙමෙයි, ප්‍රතිපදාවක් පූර්ණය කරමින් සංසාරේ ගමනින් එතර වෙන්න දඟලන එක. මගෙන් ඇහුවට වැඩක් නැහැ. ස්වාමීනි කොහොමද මේ තරම් දේවල් ඉගෙන ගත්තේ? අමුතු එකක් නෙමෙයි. දහමේ තිබ්බා. එතර වෙන්න කරුණු හෙව්වා. ආපු කරුණු ටික. අපි මම මේ දහමේ අපි දන්නේ පිංගුතුනි දශමයයි. හැබැයි නිවනට යන පාර අඟලක් අඩු නැතුව තියෙනවා දහමේ. ඒක තමයි කතාව. ඒතර මගේ රත්තරන් පිංගුතුල හැමතිස්සෙම තේරුම් ගන්න මේ යථාර්ථය අපි මම අනාර්ය පරිශ්‍රණයේ යෙදෙන කෙනෙක්ද ආර්ය පරිශ්‍රණයේ යෙදෙන කෙනෙක්. ඕක තමයි මට කියන්න ඕනේ. ඔබ ජීවිතේ යදිනවා නම් භෞතිකයේ යදිනවා නම් භෞතිකයේ පතනවා නම් භෞතිකය ගැන හීනමවනවා නම් ඔබ අනාර්ය පරිශ්‍රණයේ යෙදෙන කෙනෙක්. ඔබ සැප සම්පත්තීන් වල අසාර භාවය දකින්න. ඔබ සැප සම්පත්තීන් වල කෙලවර තියෙන ශූන්‍ය භාවය දකින්න. ඒ වාගේ අතහැරීම කියන එක දකිනවා. ඒවා බිඳි බිඳි යෑම දකිනවනම්, ඒ වාගේ කැඩී බිඳී වෙන්ව යාම දකිනවනම්, ඔබේ කයේ කැඩී බිඳී වෙන්ව යාම දකිනවනම්, ඔබට ඔබේ දරුවගේ මරණය බලන්න පුළුවන් ද බලන්න ඇස් වහගෙන. බලන්න කල්පනා කළා. හදිසියෙවත් අද ඔය උකුලේ ඉන්න දරුවා මැරිලා ගෙදර ආවොත් කොබේ ධර්මය? අම්මා මැරුණොත්, තාත්තා මැරුණොත් බොරු සුරංගනා කතා ටිකක් විතරක් ඇහෙනවා මිසක් මම මේක කියන්නේ නිකන් හුරතල් බස් ටිකක් ඇහෙනවා මිසක් වචනයට පියාණනි ඔබට නිවන් සුව කියලා කියනවා මිසක් කෝ යථාර්ථවාදීව සංසාරය දකින්න කෙනෙක් කෝ පුතේ උඹ ගිය සංසාර ගමන කියලා අඬන්න පුළුවන් අම්මේ කෝ තාත්තගේ මිනි අතගාලා හිතන්න පුළුවන් කෙනෙක් මේක තමයි සසරේ හැටි කියලා කෝ එතකොට අපි කියපු අපි නෙමෙයි මොකද්ද කෝ බුදුබණ කෝ මිහිඳු මහරහතන් වහන්සේ ගෙනාපු යථාර්ථය සමනාමයන් මහරජ ධම්මරාජස්ස තවේ වනුකම්පයි ජම්බුදීපයි දාගතා එහෙනම් ආවේ ඇයි තවේ වනුකම්පයි ඔබට අනුකම්පා පිණිස ඒ සංඝ පෙරපුරෙන් අඛණ්ඩව අවිච්ඡින්නව පැවතගෙන ඉන්න අද වෙනතුරු පැවතින මේ සම්මුති සංඝය ඇයි මේ බණ ටික කියන්නේ සමනාමයන් මහරජ ධම්මරාජස්ස ශාවක ධම් රජාණන් වහන්සේගේ ශ්‍රාවකයෝ අපි ධම් රජාණන් වහන්සේ මොකද්ද මේ ජීවිතය යථාර්ථය පිටුතුනි මේක තේරුම් අරගන්න මේක තේරුම් අරන් ඔබ මේ ලෝකෙන් මේ නිර්ර්ථක ලෝකෙන් ගැලවිලා යා යුතුමයි ඇයි අස්සකෝ ලෝකෝ සබ්බං පහය ගමනීයම් ඔබට මට මේ ලෝකින් හැම දෙනෙක්ටම මේ ලෝකෙ දාලා යන්න වෙනවාමයි අය හිතන්න කතා කරන්න හොයන්න බලන්න පරීක්ෂණ කරන්න එපා ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් ගැහුවා කියලා හිමාලේ 1000ක් ඉන්නවලු 2000ක් ඉන්නවලු කතන්දර කිසිසේත් මිස්තර වූ ආත්ම භාවයක් නැහැ ඔබට මට නෙමේ කල්ප ගානක් ජීවත් වෙන බ්‍රහ්මයෙක්ටවත් අවුරුදු 1000ක් 2000ක් ජීවත් වෙන්න හීනමවන්න එපා 25000ක් නෙමෙයි ඉස්සර මිනිස්සු 84000ක් ඉඳලා තියෙනවා අසංකේයයක් ඉඳලා තියෙනවා අදකෝ ඒ තරම් ආයුෂ වළඳපු රජවරු අදකෝ ඒ තරම් පුණ්‍ය ශක්තියක් තිබ්බ බුදුපසේ බුදු මහරහත් උතුමන් වහන්සේලා අදකෝ මරණී විසින් කැඳවාගෙන ගියා ඔබ මා ගැන කාතුමා දෙසකේ කතා ඔබ මා ගැන කවර කතාවක් පින්වතුනි මේක ලේසි කියලා හිතන්න එපා මට කියන්න ඕනේ ඒක බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ වෙලාවක කියනවා මේ මානනි මාවැන්නෙක් විසින්ම මේ සා වීරය කළ යුතු වුණා නම් මේ ධර්මය අවබෝධ කරගන්න හීන වීරයකින් යුක්ත මේ මිනිස්සුયો කවදානම් මේ ධර්මය අවබෝධ කරගන්න මාවැන්නෙක්ම මේ ෆ්‍රේම් එකෙන් එළියට ඇවිල්ලා මාවැන්නෙක්ම මේ රාමුව ගලවලා මරණය සුද්ධෝදන රජතුමා හංගද්දි රටේ මහා මායාවගේ මරණය කට්ටියත් එක්ක එකතු වෙලා වහද්දි මරණයක් දැකලා අනේ අපි මැරෙනව නේද කියලා කල්පනා කරපු සිද්ධාර්ථ බෝධිසත්වයේ බුදු වුණේ 6 අවුරුද්දක් දුෂ්කර ක්‍රියා කළා. ඇස් සිදිරි පිට මරණ වෙවි අපේ මරණي අපේ රජතුමාලා හංගලා නෑ අපිට සොහොන් පේන්න නැත්තේ නෑ. ඇස් ඉස්සරහා මේ දැන් කොරෝනා හැදිලා මිනිස්සු මැරිලා ඇදගෙන වැටෙනවා. අපිට මොනසා ලෙඩ රෝග දැක්කද? මැලේරියා දැක්කා, මීයුණ දැක්කා, ඩෙන්ගු දැක්කා. ඇස් ඉස්සරහා අපේ සුනාමි ආවා. දැන් කොරෝනා ඒකේ නව ප්‍රභේද කියනවා, තව ප්‍රභේද කියනවා. අපිට බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේට වැහුව බෝසත් කාලේ උන්වහන්සේ ස්වකීය මනසිකාරයෙන් කල්පනා කළා. අපිට වැහිලා නැහැ. යන්න අපේක්ෂා රෝහලට. ලෙඩ්ඩු කීයක් මැරෙන්න ඉන්නවද බලන්න. දවසට දියවැඩියා හැදියා තප්පර ගානකට කී දෙනෙක් මැරෙනවද බලන්න. මෙච්චර පේන්න තියෙනවා අපිට. අපි අපේ තාත්තව ගිහිල්ලා වල දාන මලකඳට දැන් ඔය ලංකාවට ඔය පිටුතුලා ආපු වෙලාවක බලන්න මේ. ලංකාවේ කන තුනේ. ලංකාවේ තියෙන නිසල විලවල් සොඳුරු නිහඬ පරිසර කනත්තට ගහලා නිසල විල කියන. නිසල අරණ, නිසල විමන, කනත්ත නිසල අරණ, කනත්ත නිසල විමන. මලකඳන් ගිහිල්ලා මල දාන කුණු ගොඩ. ඒක දැකලා ජීවිතය යථාර්ථය කල්පනා කරන්න අපේ මනස නැවෙන්නේ නැහැ කිව්වා. හීන වීරයක් ඇති මේ මිනිසුන් කවදානම් මේ සසරින් එතර වෙයි. පිංගුතුනි මේක ලේසියට ගන්න එපා. මේකට වීරය කළේ නැත්තම් ඒකයි මම මේ කියන ඔබට දැන් chance එකක් tie මේ ජීවිතේ පෙර කරගත්තු පින නිසා. හැබැයි ඊළඟ ජීවිතේ ධම්මවිජය ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේව හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඊළඟ ජීවිතේ අපේ පූජනීය මේ පරම පූජනීය පින්වත් බෝගොඩ සීල විමල අවසරයි පින්වත් ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේලාව හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඔබට මේ වගේ සත්පුරුෂව දේශනාවක් ශ්‍රවණය කරවන්න. පින්වන්ත ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ සත්පුරුෂයිනේ. ඒකනේ පින්වන්ත ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ ඔබට ශ්‍රවණය කරන ධර්ම දේශනාවක් අනේ මේ ලංකාවේ ඉන්න ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ නමක් හරි කමක් නැහැ අපිත් වඩම්මලා අපිත් බණ ටිකක් විතරක් වෙනස් හරි කියෝම්. නැත්නම් පූජනීය ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේට තිබ්බනේ මේ මහා පූජනීය පින්වත් මහානායක ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ. ධර්මයේ දන්න ධර්මයේ දැකපු මේ උතුමන් වහන්සේලා උප්පත්තියේ ඉඳන්ම මෛත්‍රී චිත්තයෙන් වාසය කරන උතුම් පැවිදි උප්පත්තිය. බණ ටිකක් ඔය සුදුරෙද්ද දාලා තියෙන ආසන ඉඳලා කියන්න බැරිද? පුළුවන්. මේ සත්පුරුෂ සේවනයේ සසරට නැති වුණොත් අපායට ගියාම තිරිසනෙක් වුණාම ප්‍රේතෙක් වුණාම අඬ කරන්න බෑ. එක්ස්කියුස් නැහැ. සොරි කියන්න බෑ. වෙන්න ඕනි දේ වෙලා ඉවරයි. ඒ නිසයි මේ බව දැකපු උතුමෝ අතීතයේ නිදිමත එද්දි ඔළුවට තෙත තනවැහැරි තියාගෙන භාවනා කළ නිවන් දැක්කේ. මිලක්ක තිස්ස වැද්දා. අවුව ඉඳගෙන නිදිමත එනකොට තෙත තනකොළ ඔළුවේ තියාගෙන භාවනා කළේ. ওই පිංගුතුල ජීවිතේට දැකලා තියෙනවද යෝගාවචරයේ ගිහි කෙනෙක් තෙත සාලුවක් හරි ඔළුවේ වෙනගෙන නිදිමතයි කියලා වතුරේ කකුල් දෙක දාගෙන භාවනා කරන? මන්නන් දැකලා යන්තම් යෝගාවචර ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේලා කීප නමක් මන්නම් දකින්න. ගිහි පිංගුතුල්ල නම් දකින්නේ. ඔබ දැකලා තියෙනවද? ඔබ අහලා තියෙනවද අර ඊතල කකුල් දෙක දෙන නිසා දනිස්සෙන් සක්මන් කරනකොට එක ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ නම රජතුමා ඊතලෙන් විදිනවා මුවෙක් කියලා හිතාගෙන. ඒ ඊතලේ අයින් කරලා ළඟ තිබ්බ පැලෑටි ටිකක් අරගෙන තමන්ගේ තුවාලේ තියාගෙන භාවනා කළා. ওই පිංගුතුල සක්මන් කර කර ඉන්න ගමන් චූටි ගලක කකුල වැදුණා. දවස් 10 භාවනා වැඩසටහනක් තිබ්බා. සමහරු යනවා ස්පිරිතාලේ යනවා ගෙදර. සමහරුන්ට බඩගින්න දරා ගන්න බෑ. විකාල භෝජන සිකපදයේ සමාදක් වෙලා. ගෙදරින් එනකොටම බිස්කට් පැකට් එකක් බෑග් එකේ දාගෙන ඉවිල චුට්ටු රැයට කනවා. කොහොමද නිවන් දකින්නේ? කොහොමද නිවන් දකින්නේ? වීරය කරන්න. ඒ වීරය කලේ නැත්තම් මේ ප්‍රතිපදාව අඳුර ගන්න. පින්වතුනි මේක ලේසි නෑ. මේක යන්න තියෙන මාර්ගය බලන්න. මම ඔබට කියන්නම්. දැන් මම මේ කියවන්නේ මේක ප්‍රශ්නේ. යා යුතු මාර්ගය හොයාගන්න. අපිට තියෙන ලොකුම ප්‍රශ්නය තමයි මේ නිස්සාර ජීවිතේ නැවත නැවත ඉපදි මෙරි යන්න තියෙන සංසාර ගමන. මේක තමයි ලොකුම ප්‍රශ්නේ. මරණයටපත් වෙන එක ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෙමෙයි. මැරෙනවමයිනේ. මටත් ඔබටත් මේ යථාර්ථය පොඩි. අපි මැරෙමු. කියනවට මැරෙන්න එපා හරි. කවදා හරි දවසක මැරෙනකොට මැරෙමු. මොකද කරන්න එපා කියන්නේ? මාත් ලෑස්ති වෙනවා. ඔබ හරි. මැරිලා ගිහිල්ලා ආයෙ උපදිනවා සංසාරේ. අන්න ඒක ලොකු ප්‍රශ්නයක්. මැරිලා ගිහිල්ලා ආයෙ සංසාරේ උපදිනවා. ඒක ලොකු ප්‍රශ්නයක්. ඒ සංසාරي උපදින්න විඥානීය පළවෙනියටම බැහැගෙන ප්‍රතිසන්දි විඥානීය කියන එක. ප්‍රතිසන්දි විඥානීය මේ පාරේ චුතියටපත් වෙලා නැවත ප්‍රතිසන්දියකට යන්නේ අලුත් ජීවිතයක උපදින්නේ කාරණා කීපයක් නිසා. අංක 1 කර්මය. ඔබ කරන කුසල කර්ම, ඔබ කරන අකුසල කර්ම හෝබ කරන මහග්ගත කුසල් නැත්නම් ආනිඤ්ජාභි සංකාර කියලා කියනවා. ධාන ආදී ලබන තැන්. ඒ කුසල හෝ අකුසල හෝ ආනිඤ්ජ කර්මයක් නිසා ඔබට කියලා නැවත උප්පත්තියක් ලෝකෙ සකස් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙනම් මේ ජීවිතේ එහෙම කර්ම රැස් කරනවද නැද්ද? මේ බණ අහනකොටත් පුඤ්ඤාභි සංකාර රැස් වෙනවා. ඒ නිසා ආයිත් ඔබ භවයේ බණ අහන්නේතෝ දමල ගාලා වහලා ගියොත් අපුඤ්ඤාභි සංකාරයක් රැස් වෙනවා. ඒත් ඔබ භවයේ හිටියත් භවයේ ගියත් භවයේ දෙයියනේ මොකද කරන්නේ? මොකද කරන්නේ? මල පූජා කරනවා. කුසල සංස්කාරයක් රැස් වෙනවා. මල පූජා කරන ගමන් මේ මල අනිත්‍යයි මාත් අනිත්‍යයි කියලා කල්පනා කරනවා. මල පූජා කරපු එකේ කුසලයේ අනිත්‍ය කල්පනා කරපු එකේ කුසලයේ ඩබල් වෙනවා. කුසලයේ දෙකක්. දැන් ආයි භවයටමයි පාර කැපෙන්නේ. ගැලවිල්ලක් නෑ. ඇයි? සංස්කාර රැස් වෙන්නේ. එදිනෙදා අපි කරන මල් පූජාරව මේව නිසා නෙමෙයි. මේ කියන්නේ ඒව කරන්න එපා කියලා නෙමෙයි. ඒව කරන්න ඒවා කොයි හරි නිවන් දකින්න ආත්මේ දක්වා ඔබට පිටට පිළිසරන්නට පවතින එච්චරයි. ඔය කවුරු හාමුදුරුවෝ කිව්වත් පින් කරන්න එපා පිව් කරාම භවේ ඒක උන්වහන්සේ නමක්වත් එන්නේ නෑ. ඔබ පව් කළා යාචකයෙක් වුණොත් පේමන්ට් එකේ බණ කියන්නේ. ඔබට යමක් කමක් තියෙන නිසා තමයි අද මේ බණ ටික අහන්නේ. ඔබට යමක් කමක් තියෙන නිසා තමයි අද මේ ලෝකෙම වැහිලා. අද මේ ඔන්ලයින් ඇවිල්ලා හරි මේ බණ ටික අහන්නේ ඇයි? ඔබට යමක් කමක් තියෙන නිසා. ඒ නිසා ඔය දැන් කියන ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේලා කවුරුත් පාර යනකොට කැලණි පාලම ගාව යට ඉන්න යාචක මහත්තුරුන්ට බණ කියන්නේ නැහැ. කවුරුත් ගිහිල්ලා ඒ පාලම අස්සේ ඉන්න අහිංසක ගෙවල් වල මිනිස්සුන්ට බණ කියන්නේ නැහැ. කවුරුත් ගිහිල්ලා පිටකොටුවේ මුට්ට කරගාන මිනිස්සයාට බණ ටිකක් කියන්න නැහැ. නැති බැරි වුණොත් මුකුත් නැහැ. ඒ නිසා නේ කිව්වේ දාන්න මොකද්ද? අලං දානානි 13. දන් දෙන්න ඕනේ සුදුසුමයි. අලං පුඤ්ඤානි කාතු. පින් කළ යුතුයමයි. මා පුඤ්ඤ බාහිත. වෙනට බය වෙන්න එපා. පබ්බජිතස්සපි උපකාරානි පුඤ්ඤානි. දේව භූතස්සපි උපකාරානි පුඤ්ඤානි. මනුස්ස භූතස්සපි උපකාරානි පුඤ්ඤානි. නැත්නම් මේ වැරදියට ගන්න. ඒකයි මේ කියන්නේ. මනුෂ්‍යයන්ටත් පින් ඕනේ. දෙවියන්ටත් පින් ඕනේ. පැවිද්දන්ටත් පින්. පින නැත්තම් ඉන්න බෑ පැවිද්දේ උනත්. එතකොට සංස්කාර රැස් කරන එක නවත්තන්න කියලා නෙමෙයි මේ කියන්නේ. සංස්කාර රැස් වෙන්නේ මල පූජා කරන්න පුළුවන් සංස්කාර රැස් නොවිත්. රහතන් වහන්සේ කොහොමද පූජා කරන්නේ? ක්‍රියාසිත විතරයි ඇති වෙන්නේ නේ. ජවනය කර්මය උපදවන්නේ නැහැ. ක්‍රියාසිත කීපයක් පමණයි යන්නේ. සංස්කාර ඇති වෙන්නේ කුමක් නිසාද? අවිජ්ජා පච්චය සංඛාරා. සංකාර පච්චය විඥාන. බලන්න සංසාරයට වැටෙන තැන. අවිද්‍යාව නිසයි. අවිද්‍යාව නිසයි. අවිද්‍යාව නිසයි සංස්කාර. සංස්කාර නිසයි විඥාන. විඥානය ඇති වුණා කියන්නේ නාම රූප, සලආයතන, ස්පර්ශ, වේදනා, තණ්හා, උපාදාන, ආයිත් ඊළඟ භවය භව, ජාති, ජරා මරණ ඔක්කොම එකතු. මේ පටිච්චසමුපාදයේ කතාව ඕක. තව ගැඹුරට යන්න පුළුවන්. පටිච්චසමුපාදයේ කතාව ඕක. පටිච්චසමුපාදයේ පෙන්වුවේ ඕකට. එහෙනම් ඔබ මතක තියාගන්න ඔබ මේ ජීවිතේ අවිද්‍යාව දුරු කරනකම් සංස්කාර රැස් වෙනක නවතින්නේ. වේල්ල කැඩුනා වගේ. උඩ වේල්ල කැඩුනහම යට නියරවල් ඔක්කොම පිරෙනවා වගේ අවිද්‍යාව කියන වේල්ල කැඩුනොත් සංකාර විඥාන නාම රූප සලආයතන පස්ස වේදනා තණ්හා උපාදාන මේ ඔක්කොම ටික පිටුතුනි පිටගෙන යනවා. අන්න දැන් ඔප්ෂන් එකක් තියෙනවා. අප විසින් කළ යුතු කාරණාවක් තියෙනවා. බුද්ධෝත්පාද කාලයක හිතන්න පුළුවන් මනසක් ලැබුණා නම් ඔබ විසින් සිටිය යුත්තේම අවිද්‍යාව දුරු කරන්නේ කොහොමද? අවිද්‍යාව දුරු කරන්නේ කොහොමද? අවිද්‍යාව දුරු කරන්නේ කොහොමද කියලා විතරයි. කොහොමද අවිද්‍යාව දුරු කරන්නේ? අවිද්‍යාව කියලා කියන්නේ ධර්මාර්ථ වශයෙන් ගත්තොත් දුක්ඛේ අඥානං, දුක්ඛ සමුදය අඥානං, දුක්ඛ නිරෝධය අඥානං, නිරෝධ ගාමිනී පටිපදාන්න. දුක නොදැනීම, දුකට හේතුව නොදැනීම, දුක නැති කිරීම නොදැනීම, නැති කිරීමේ මාර්ගය නැති. චතුරාර්ය සත්‍ය පිළිබඳව නොදන්නාකම ඒකට කියනවා අවිද්‍යාව කියලා. ඒ නිසා ඔබ අංක 1ට දුක කියන්නේ මොකක්ද කියලා හඳුනගන්න. දුක තමයි මේ නාම රූපයන්ගේ පැවැත්ම. නාම රූපයන්ගේ පැවැත්ම දුකක්. නාම රූපයනොත් දුක. ස්කන්ධත් දුක. පැවැත්මත් දුක. ඔබට ඕක තේරෙන්නේ නැහැනේ. ඔබට ඕක තේරෙනව අඩුයි. ඕගලන්ට තේරෙනවද ඕගලන්ගේ ජීවිතේ පැවැත්ම දුකක් කියලා? එහෙම තේරෙනව නම් බැරියයි. එහෙම තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ. මිනිස්සුන්ට නිකන් නොමිලේ තේරෙන එකක් නෙමෙයි. චිත්ත වේගයක් දාලා පොඩි එෆර්ට් එකක් දාලා හයියක් අරන් වීරයක් අරන් සාමාන්‍ය පේන මසස ඉක්මෝල මනසින් ලෝකය දකින්න පුළුවන්. මනස කිය මොලේට නෙවෙයි මෙතනට තට්ටු කරාට මනස මෙතන හිතට. මනසින් ලෝකය දකින්න ඔබට පුළුවන් නම් මසස ඉක්මවලා ඔන්න ඔබට මේක පේන්න ගන්නවා. පින්වතුනි අවිද්‍යාව දුරු කිරීම පිණිස ඔබ විසින් සකස් කළ යුතු උපදවා ගත යුතු සම්පූර්ණ කළ යුතු කාරණා 11ක් තියෙනවා. මේවට කියනවා විදර්ශනා ඥාන කියලා. මොනවාද? විදර්ශනා ඥාන. දැන් බලන්නකො මම මේ කියන ඒවා තියෙනවද කියලා. අහලවත් තියෙනවද බලන්න. යන්තම්. විදර්ශනා ඥාන 11යි. නාම රූප පරිච්ඡේද ඥානෙ, සම්මස්සන ඥානෙ, උදයව්‍ය ඥානෙ, භංගානුපස්සනා, බයතුපට්ඨාන, ආදීනවානුපස්සනා, නිබ්බිදානුපස්සනා, මුංචිතු කම්මිතා, පටිසංකානුපස්සනා, සංකාරුපේක්ඛා, සත්‍යානුලෝමික. ඔය තමයි ඥාන 11. මොනවද? නාම රූප පරිච්ඡේද, සම්මස්සන, උදයව්‍ය, භංගානුපස්සනා, බයතුපට්ඨාන, ආදීනවානුපස්සනා, නිබ්බිදානුපස්සනා, ආදීනවානුපස්සනා, මුංචිතු කම්මිතා, පටිසංකානුපස්සනා, සංකාරුපේක්ඛා, සත්‍යානුලෝමික. ඔය කියන ඥාන 11 කෙනෙක් උපදවා ගත්තොත් විතරමයි පිළිවෙල. වෙනනම් නිවන් දකින ක්‍රමයක් බුද්ධ ශාසනයේ නැහැ. බුද්ධ ශාසනයේ තියෙන සප්ත විසුද්ධිය. සීල විසුද්ධි, චිත්ත විසුද්ධි, දිට්ඨි, කාංකා විතරණ, මග්ගා මග්ග, පටිපදා ඥාන දස්ස. හරිනේ. සීල, චිත්ත, දිට්ඨි, කාංකා විතරණ, මග්ගා මග්ග, පටිපදා ඥාන දස්ස. ඔය 7යි. ඔය 7 ඇතුලේ උපදින සීල විසුද්ධියෙන් සීලය, චිත්ත විසුද්ධියෙන් සිත උපචාර සමාධියක් හෝ අර්පණා මට්ටම, කියන්නේ ධ්‍යාන මට්ටම හෝ ධ්‍යාන මට්ටමකට ආසන්නවම තියෙන සමාධිය. දිට්ඨි විසුද්ධියේදී නාම රූප පරිච්ඡේද ඥානයි. කාංකා විතරණ විසුද්ධියේදී කාංසා ටික විසඳෙනවා. මග්ගා මග්ග ඥාන දර්ශනිය පටන් ගන්න සම්මස්සන ඥානින් පටන් අරගෙන උද්‍යව්‍ය ඥානින් කෙලවර වෙනවා. එතන ඉඳන් උද්‍යව්‍ය ඥානින් ඉඳන් විදර්ශනා ඥාන වැඩිලා සංකාරුපෙක්ඛා ඥානින් නවතිනවා. සංකාරුපෙක්ඛා ඥානින් නැවත නැවතින යෝගාවචරය. එක අවස්ථාවක මනෝද්භාරිකව පහළ වෙන චිත්ත වීතියක් සමග භවංග පතනයක් සිද්ධ වෙලා මාර්ග චිත්ත වීතියට වැටෙනවා. පරිකර්ම ජවන, උපචාර ජවන අනතුරුව වැටෙනවා අනුලෝම ජවනී කියන එක. දැන් ඔයගොල්ලෝ දන්නේ නැහැ නේ. ආන්න ඒකයි මට කියන්න ඕනේ. ඔයගොල්ලෝ දන්නේ. මම දන්න ටික නෙමෙයි කියන්න ඕනේ. ඔබ මේව දන්නේ නැතුව කොහොමද යන්නේ? ඩොක්ටර් කෙනෙක් වෙන්න ඕනි කියලා හිතාගෙන ලෝ කරලා හරියන්නේ නැහැ. නිවන් දකින්න කියන්නේ ආර්ය පරිශ්‍රණය. ආර්ය පරිශ්‍රණي උපදවාගත යුතු ඥාන ටික පැත්තක තියෙද්දි මේ මොනා කරන්නේ? පැහැදිලි පිඟුතුනි පැහැදිලිද මම මේ කියන්නේ මම පිඟුතුනි මේ බණ කියලා මේ රටේ තැවිලා ඉන්නේ. කියන්නේ තැවිලා කියන්නේ මේ බණ වලින් කියලා. එතකොට මට තේරෙනවා මිනිස්සුන්ගේ අඩුව. මම මේ බණ ටික කියන්නේ මිනිස්සුන්ට නිවන සම්පාදනය කරලා දෙන්න මිසක් ධම්මවිජය ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේගේ නම රට වටේ ලෝකෙ වටේ තියන්න නෙමෙයි. මට ඔබ කවුරුත් පේන්නේවත් නැහැ. ඔබ කවුරුත් මාව බලන්න එන්නෙත් නැහැ. එන්නත් ඕනේ. හැබැයි මා මේ කියන වචන ටික ගන්න. සම්බුද්ධ ශාසනයේ පිළිසරණක් ලබන්න ඉන්න ඕනම කෙනෙක් වෙනුවෙන් කරන කැපකිරීමයි මේ කරන්නේ. ඒ කැපකිරීමෙන් පිළිසරණක් ලබනවන් අරගෙන මේකෙන් ඉතර වෙලා යන්න. නාම රූප පරිච්ඡේද ඥානෙ, සම්මස්සන ඥාන, උද්‍යව මේවා මිනිස්සුන්ට ලබන්න පුළුවන් ඥාන. ඇයි බැරි ලබන්න පුළුවන් ඥාන? ඔබ දන්නවද මේවා ලබන යෝගාවචරයෝ ඉන්නවා? මේ 2021ට මේවා ලබන ගිහි පින්වුතුන් ඉන්නවා. මම පහුගිය දවසක භාවනා පන්තියක් අපි භාවනාවක් පටන් ගත්ත මේ කියන විදර්ශනා ඥාන සම්පූර්ණ වෙන ආකාරයේ. දැන් මට පේන උපචාර සමාධි උපදවාගෙන මරණ සතිය. ඔවුන් නාම රූප පරිච්ඡේද ඥානයට ලෑස්ති වෙයි. හරි. එතකොට මේ නාම රූප පරිච්ඡේද ඥානයට අදාළ දේශනාවන් ශ්‍රවණය කරලා ඒ ශ්‍රවණය කිරීම වලින් පසුව ඔවුන්ගේ ඥාන ක්‍රමානුකූලව සම්පාදනය වෙද්දී තව අවුරුද්දක් එකමාරක් යද්දී ඔවුන්ට මේ ධර්මතා පිළිබඳව දැනගත හැකි සියලුම දේවල් දැනගෙන ඉවරයි. ඔවුන් වේගවත් නම් ඒ තරම් කාලයක්වත් යන්නේ නැහැ. ඔවුන් වේගවත්. ඔවුන් දවසට පැය 6-7ක් 8ක් භාවනා කරන්න පුළුවන් ඔබට. එච්චර කාලයක් යන්නේ. ඒ නිසා මේ ඥාන උපදව ගන්න. කොහොමද ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ අපි මේවා ගැන හොයන්නේ? ඇයි දෙයි හාමුදුරනේ කොයි තරම් බණ කියලා දාලා තියෙනද? දැන් පේනවනේ පැයකින් මේවා කියන්න බෑ. අපි පැයකින් කොයි කියන්නේ? කොච්චර බණ කියලා දාලා ඇතිද? කොච්චර ධර්ම සාකච්ඡා කරනවද? කොයි තරම් වැඩසටහන් කරනවද පින්වතුනි ඔබ වෙනුවෙන්? ඒ වගේ එකකට කට්ට කාගෙන ඇවිල්ලා සම්බන්ධ වෙලා මේ පාර දැනගන්න. මේ පාර දැනගෙන අපට ඔබෙන් ලයිට් බෝයි කැටයක්වත් ඕනි නෑ. මේවට බලාගෙන බණ කියනවා නෙමෙයි. මේකෙන් ඈතර වෙලා යන්න. ගැලවිලා. මිදිලා යන්න මේක අවස්ථාවක් කරගන්න. අනාර්ය පරේෂණයේ නැලවි හිටියොත් ජාතිය ස්වභාවකටගෙන අන්ධෙක් වගේ ජාතියම හොයනවන. සංසාරයේ ස්වභාවකටගෙන සංසාරයම නම් හොයන්නේ. ඔබට මේකෙන් ගැලවෙන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට මගේ ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ අපි මොකද කරන්න ඕනේ? දැන් තේරෙනවනේ පාරක් තියෙනවා යන්න. දැන් තේරෙනවනේ යන්න පාරක් තියෙන බව. අන්නේ පාරට අදාළ දැනුම එකතු කරගන්න. අංක 1 තමයි ඒක. බහුශ්‍රත භාවය කියන එක බාහු සච්ඡංච සිප්පංච විනයෝච සුසික්ඛිතෝ සුභාසිතාච යාවාචායතං මංගල පුත්තම. කමගුල් කරුණා. අනිත් එක ලස්සන ආභරණයක් නේ. කෙනෙක් බහුශ්‍රතයි නම් ඒක ඔහුගේ ජීවිතේට ආභරණයක්. එයා භික්ෂුවක් නම් තවත් ආභරණයක්. සීලයෙන් යුක්ත බහුශ්‍රත භික්ෂුවක් නම් දිලිසෙන ආභරණයක්. මග වඩපු සීලයෙන් යුක්ත බහුශ්‍රත භික්ෂුව. බලන්නකොනේ. ඔබ බලන්න ඔබ සීලයෙන් යුක්තයිද බහුශ්‍රතයිද මග වඩන කෙනෙක්. එහෙමනම් ඔබට ඔබ ගැන දැනෙන හැඟීම මුළු ලෝකෙම එකතු වෙලා ඔබ ගැන හිතුවත් හිතා ගන්න බෑ. මේකට අවශ්‍ය තොරතුරු එකතු කරගන්න. පාවිච්චි කරන්න රේරුකාණේ චන්දවිමල නායක ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේගේ පොත්පත්. යන්තම් හරි පටිච්චසමුප්පාද විවරණ, අභිධර්ම මාර්ගය, විදර්ශනා භාවනා පොත, සතිපට්ඨාන භාවනා මේවා ගන්න ළඟට. ගන්න අභිධර්මාර්ථ ප්‍රදීපිකා පොත්. එයි මේ අභිධර්ම ඒ වගේ තියෙනවා පින්වතුනි මේ දැනගත යුතු ස්කන්ධ ධාතු ආයතන විදර්ශනාවට අවශ්‍ය කරන දේවල්. ස්කන්ධ ධාතු ආයතන විදර්ශනා කරන්නේ නැතුව මේකෙන් ඈතර වෙන්න බෑ. S2 වහගෙන කටින් විතරක් නිකම් මේ අරහං කිය ඉඳලා යන්න හදන්න එපා. බුදුගුණ ටික දන්නේ නැතුව නිවන්. එහෙම කොයිද නිවන් යන්නේ? එහෙම නිවන් යන්න පුළුවන් පන්සලේ ලයිට් ටික නම්. වෙනනම් යන්න පුළුවන් නිවනක්. නිවන කියන්නේ ඒසා සිම්පල් එකක් නෙමෙයි. ඒසා මේ සොඳුරු එකක් නෙමෙයි. මුගලන් මහරහතන් වහන්සේ කොයිසා වීරිය කරාද? අනුරුද්ධ මහරහතන් වහන්සේ කොයිසා වීරිය කරාද? අන්නේ ජීවිත යථාර්ථය අවබෝධ කරගන්න. තොරතුරු එකතු කර ගැනීමට පටන් ගන්න. නාම රූප පරිච්ඡේද ඥානය කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? අර විසුද්ධි මාර්ගය කියලා පොතක් තියෙනවා ලස්සන. ඉතින් මේ ඔක්කොම දැන් ඔයගොල්ලෝ හිතන වෙති අනේ ස්වාමීනි ලංකාවේ නේ ඔවා තියෙන්නේ. අපි කොහොමද ඔවා ගන්නෙ? අපිට ගන්න නෑ. ඔය තියෙනවා මේ අන්තර්ජාලයේ මේ හැම පොතක්ම අද වෙනකොට යුනිකෝඩ් කරලා PDF නෙමෙයි. යුනිකෝඩ් කරලා තියෙනවා ගන්න. ඒතර මේවා කියවන්න. මේවා කියවනකොට තමයි තේරෙන්නේ දෙයියනේ කොයිසා දේවල් තියෙනවද අපිට මානසිකාරය කරන්න කියලා. කෙස් කියලා අපි නිකන් මේ ඔය කේසා කේකී හිටියට යන්න පුළුවන් නිවනක් නැහැ. ඒ කෙස් සකස් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ කොහමද? ඒකේ ආකෘතිය කොහොමද? ඔබ දන්නවද ඔබ අහලවත් තියෙනවද කියලා නිකමට හිතන්න මා මේ අද දැකපු ධර්ම කාරණාවකින් මට මතක් වුණා. ඔය කෙස්වල තියෙනවා කර්මජ රූප කලාප 20ක්. කාය දශක කලාප 10කුයි භාව දශක කලාප 10කුයි. දන්නවද මම මේ කියන්නේ මොනවද කියලා? නිකන් ඔළුව හොල්ලගෙන බලන්න. පඨවි ආපෝ තේජෝ වායෝ වන්න ගන්ධ රස ඕජා ජීවිත රූපය සමග කාය ප්‍රසාදයත් එක්ක කාය දශක කලාපයයි. නැවත ඒ වගේම ඕජාට්ටමක රූප කලාපයි ජීවිත රූපයයි භාව දශක රූපයයි භාව දශක කලාප. චිත්තජ සුද්ධාෂ්ටකයයි ඍතුජ සුද්ධාෂ්ටකයයි ආහාරජ සුද්ධාෂ්ටකයයි ඔක්කොම මෙතන 24යි 8 3යි අතන 20යි 44ක්. කෙස්වල තියෙනවා රූප කලාප ජාති 44ක්. සත්ත්ව පුද්ගල ශූන්‍ය ධර්මතා. ඒ සත්ත්ව පුද්ගල ශූන්‍ය ධර්මතා එකතු වෙලා තමයි කෙස් කියන සම්මුතිය හැදෙන්නේ. ඒ කෙස් ගහ එකතු වෙලා තමයි කොණ්ඩේ කියන සම්මුතිය හැදෙන්නේ. ඒ කොණ්ඩේ එකතු වෙලා තමයි ලස්සනයි කැතයි දිගයි කොටයි කියන සම්මුතිය හැදෙන්නේ. ගැහණිය හැදෙන්නත් එහෙම. පිරිමියා හැදෙන්නෙත් එහෙම. සුදු හැදෙන්නෙත් එහෙම. කළු හැදෙන්නෙත් එහෙම. සම්මුතිය පැටලි මිනිස්සු කොයිසා ජීවිතේ මුලා වෙනවද බලන්න. සම්මුතියට ආදරය කර කොයිසා මිනිස්සු ජීවිතේ රැවටෙනවද බලන්න. සම්මුතිය ඇතුලේ කොයිසා මිනිස්සු හිර වෙලා ඉන්නවද කියලා බලන්න. කරුණා කරලා තේරෙනවද? මේ ඔපචුනිටි එක අතහැරුණොත් ඔබ මේ ජීවිතේ රෙස්ට් කරන්න ආවේ නැහැ. මතක තියාගන්න. රෙස්ට් කරන්න කියන්නේ ඔය මහන්සි වෙල්ලෙන් නවතින්න කියන එක නෙමෙයි. නිකන් ඉන්න ආවේ නැහැ. ඔබ මේ ජීවිතයේ රෙස්ට් කළොත් ඒ වේස්ට් කරන්නේ, ඒ වැය කරන්නේ, ඒ නාස්ති කරන්නේ බුද්ධෝත්පාද කාලයක දුලබයි කියලා උදම් අනන මනුස්ස ජීවිතයක් බව මතක තියාගන්න. මේව ඇහුණාම නිින්ද යන්නේ නැහැ මිනිස්සුන්ට ඔළුව තියෙනවද? මේව ඇහුණාම භික්ෂුන් වහන්සේලා නිදාගන්නේ සයනාසනං පටික්කිප්පාමි නේසජ්ජිකංගං සමාදියාමි කියලා දුතාංග සමාදන් වෙලා ගුණපිළිවෙත් පුරන. වැනි පාවි දකින්න පුළුවන් නිවනක් නෑ. ඉතින් සසරේ තමයි පින්වතුනි මතක තියාගන්න කවදා හරි දවසක පශ්චත්තාපයට නම් පත් වෙනවා. මෙවැනි ජීවිතයක් නම් නැවත ලැබෙන්නේ. ඒකයි. බුදු කෙනෙක්ගේ පහළවීමක්, මිනිස්සත් භවයක්, පාරිශුද්ධ වූ ධර්මයක්, කල්යාණ මිත්‍ර සේවනයක්, වඩන්න පුළුවන් තැනක්, වඩන්න පුළුවන් ප්‍රදේශයක් ආයි ලැබෙයි කියලා හිතන්න එපා. තව ටිකයි. දැන් 20යි නම්, දැන් 30යි නම් තව 30ක් විතර. දැන් 20යි නම් තව 40ක් විතර උපරිම. දැන් 40යි නම් තව 20යි, 50යි නම් 10යි, 60යි වගේ නම් ඉතින් ඉවරයි අන්තිම හතර පාදුවන්නේ. අප්‍රමාදීව මේකින් ඉතරට යන්න. ඕන තරම් බණ තියෙන. ඕන තරම් භාවනා කරලා මමම අපිම කොච්චර කරලා තියෙනවද බලන්න. ඒවට මං දැක්කා ඔය බණක් දැම්මහම මම ඉතින් ඔබට කියන්නේ ලක්ෂයක් එකමාර ඔය එක බණක් ලක්ෂ දෙකක් අහලා තියෙනවා. දැන් බලනකොට එක බණක් බණ 1000ක් 1300 ගානක් 1400 ගානක් බණ තියෙන 1400 ගානක් දාලා නිකමට. හැබැයි ගොසිප් එකක් දාන්න ධම්මවිජය හිමිසි උරු හැරයයි කියලා. කොහොමද බලන්න? එතකොට බැලි මිනිස්සුන්ට නිවන් යන්න ඕනේ. මිනිස්සු නිවන ගැන දන්නේ. මිනිස්සු දුර්ලභ ජීවිතය ගැන හිතන්නේ නැහැ. මිනිස්සුන්ට මේක තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ. හැම මිනිස්සයාම පුරුදු බොරුවම රඟපානවා බුදුදහමත් ඈඳගෙන. පුරුදු බොරුවම රඟපානවා බුදුදහමත් ඈඳගෙන. කෝ හදාගත්තු හේත්? කෝ අවබෝධ කරපු විදර්ශන? කෝ අවබෝධ කරපු රූප ධර්ම? පින්තුල හිතන මේ ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ ආපු වෙලේ ඉඳන් බයිනවා මේ බයිනව නෙමෙයි. මේ බයි පින්තුනි මේ මහා කරුණාවකින් ඔබට කියන්නේ. පුළුවන් නම් මේක තේරුම් අරන් ඔය යන ජීවිතය හරවන්න. මං කියවන්නේ මේ දේශනාව හැරවුම් ලක්ෂයක් කරගන්න. ඔය ජීවිතය හරවන්න. සසරට නෙමෙයි. නැවතුමට හරවන්න. භවයට නෙමෙයි. නිවනට හරවන්න. පුළුවන් නම් ඔබ මේ මනුස්ස ජීවිතයේ ප්‍රතිඵල නෙලාගත්තු කෙනෙක් බවට පත් වෙනවා. ධර්ම දේශනාවට ලැබිලා තියෙන කාලය අවසන් නිසා ඉතින් එහාට ධර්ම දේශනාව සිද්ධ කරන්න ඉදිරි කාලයේදී නැවත සම්බන්ධ වෙමින් පුළුවන් වෙලාවක් ලැබුණොත් මේ යන මාර්ගය පිළිබඳවත් අපි ටිකින් ටික භාවනා වැඩසටහනක් කරා හරි කතා කරමු. මේ අපේක්ෂාවකින් අද මේ දේශනාව අවසන් කරන ඔබ සියලු දෙනාට මේ ගොහෝරතර සසරින් මිදී ලබන තුම් චතුරාර්ය සත්‍ය ධර්මයේ සුවසේම අවබෝධ කරගෙන මේ සසරින් නිවිලා මිදිලා යන්නට මේ කුසල් හේතු වේවා පාරමී වේවා කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා. පිටින්දී අද දවසේ මේ උතුම් ධර්ම දේශනාව මේ ආකාරයෙන් ශ්‍රවණය කරන්නට අවකාශය සලසා දෙමින් කටයුතු කරන බව සිහිපත් කරලා තියෙනවා. මහා බ්‍රිතාන්‍ය ප්‍රධාන සංඝනායක ලන්ඩන් බෞද්ධ විහාරයේ විහාරාධිපති ධූර අවසරයි පූජනීය බෝගොඩ සේලවෙමළ නාහිමිපාණන් වහන්සේගේ අනුශාසනා පරිදි එම විහාරවාසී අවසරයි පින්වත් ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ තවලම බන්දුල ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ සහ අවසරයි කාශ්‍යප යන ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේලාගේ මඟ පෙන්වීම යටතේ පවිත්‍ර රත්නපාල මහත්මිය සහ පවිත්‍ර රත්නපාල විය හැකි පවිත්‍ර රත්නපාල මහත්මිය සහ එම මහත්මියගේ දියණියන් දෙදෙනා මෙම ධර්ම දේශනය සඳහා දායකත්වය ගෙන කටයුතු කරන බව සිහිපත් කරලා තිබෙනවා. ඒ පිංගුතුන්ගේ ප්‍රාර්ථනා පරිදි විශේෂම පරම පූජනීය ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේලාගේ ශාසනික දිවි පෙවත් තව තවත් සීල සමාධි ප්‍රඥා ගුණයන්ගෙන් උපනැං වී සසරත් වසන තුරාවට ඊර්ෂ්‍යා ගුණමකු මදමාන ආදී කෙලෙස් ධර්මයන්ට විස්කම්බන වශයෙන්වත් ප්‍රහාණී වී තිබී අනුශය වශයෙන්ම ප්‍රහාණීය වීමට පතන බෝධියකින් උතුම් ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේලා සුවසේම නිවී යන්නට එතෙක් මේ ශාසන කටයුතු සිද්ධ කරන්නට මේ සියලුම කුසල් හේතු වේවා කියලා පිංගුතුන් කවුරුත් සාදු කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනාවක් ඇති කරගන්න. ඒ වගේම පිංගුතුන්ගේ නමින් පූජනීය ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේලාගේ නමින් ඔබ අපි නමින් මේ පරලොව යන්නට යෙදුණු සියලුම ඥාති හිත මිත්‍රාදීන් මෙපින් අනුමෝදන් කරගෙන සංසාර ජීවිතය සුවපත් කරගනිත්වා. පතන බෝධියකින් උත්තරීතර නිර්වාණ ධාතුව සුවසේම සාක්ෂාත් කරගෙන උතුම් නිවනින් සුවසේම නිවී යන්නට මේ කුසල් හේතු වේවා පාරමී වේවා කියලා කවුරුත් සාදු කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනාවක් ඇති කරගන්න. වෙහෙර විහාර ගම් දනව වනසෙනසුන් ආරක්ෂා කරන අල්පේශාක්‍ය මහේශාක්‍ය සියලු දෙවියෝ මෙපින් අනුමෝදන් කරගෙන දෙව්ලොව සැනසෙත්වා. දෙවියන්ට පතන බෝධියකින් උත්තරීතර නිර්වාණ ධාතුව සුවසේම සාක්ෂාත් කරගෙන නිවී යත්වා මේ කුසල් පාරමී කරගනිත්වා කියලා සාදු කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනාවක් ඇති කරගෙන අදට ධර්ම දේශනාව අවසන් කරනු ඔබ සියලු දෙනාට උතුම් චතුරාර්ය සත්‍ය ධර්මයේ සුවසේම අවබෝධ වේවා කියන ප්‍රාර්ථනාවෙන් හැම දිනෙකටම සම්මා සම්බුදු සරණයි.
කිරුළපන ධම්මවිජය හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේ වෙත මාගේ හෘදයාංගම කෘතඥතාවය මම පළ කරනවා ලන්ඩන් බෞද්ධ විහාරස්ථානයේ වෙනුවෙන්. අද දවසේ අපේ පොසොන් වැඩසටහනට ඇත්ත වශයෙන්ම අති විශාල ආලෝකයක් ආවා අපේ හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේගේ ධර්ම දේශනාව. අපට මේ ධර්ම දේශනාව ලැබීම පිළිබඳව අපි අතිශයින්ම සන්තෝෂ වෙනවා. මේ විහාරස්ථානයට සම්බන්ධ බොහෝ දායක පින්නතුන් ඔබ වහන්සේගේ ධර්ම දේශනා අහලා තියෙනවා අන්තර්ජාලය ඔස්සේ. ඒ වගේම වෙබ්සයිට් එක බලලා අපිත් හරි සන්තෝෂයටපත් වුණා. වර්තමාන ශ්‍රී ලාංකික සමාජයේ බෞද්ධ ජනතාවට කරන උදාර සේවය අතිස් මහත් සේවය ඇත්ත වශයෙන්ම ප්‍රශංසනීයයි. අපි ඊටාම සම්භාවනාවට පාත්‍ර වූ ඔබ වහන්සේ මේ බෞද්ධ සමාජයට කරන්නා වූ දේශීය හා විදේශීය බෞද්ධ සමාජයට කරන්නා වූ අතිශයින්ම වැදගත් ශ්‍රේෂ්ඨ මේ ධර්ම දේශනා ආලෝකය අපි සෑම දෙනාටම බොහෝ කාලයක් අමතක නොවී අපේ සිත තුළ නිරන්තරයෙන් රැව් පිළිරැව් දෙන්නට අපට ශක්තිය ගෙනාවා. අපි ඔබ වහන්සේට අපි දන්නවා හරි කාර්ය බහුල කෙනෙක්. ලංකාවේ බොහෝ ධර්ම දේශනාවලට සම්බන්ධ වෙනවා. මේ සූම් තාක්ෂණය ඔස්සේද ඒ වගේම බොහෝ ස්ථානවලට වැඩම කරවා ගැනීමෙන්ද විශාල පිරිසකට ධර්ම ශ්‍රවණය කිරීම සඳහා ලොකු සේවයක් සලසා දෙනවා. වර්තමාන සමාජයට අතිශයින්ම ප්‍රයෝජනවත් ධර්ම දේශනාවන් පවත්වන බව අපි සියලු දෙනාම දැක්කා. මේ අවස්ථාවේදී ලන්ඩන් බෞද්ධ විහාරස්ථානයේ අපේ දායක පින්නතුන් වෙනුවෙනුත් අපේ මේ බෞද්ධ විහාරස්ථානයේ වෙනුවෙනොත් මහා සංඝරත්නය වෙනුවෙනොත් මම අපේ කිර්ල පූජ්‍යපාද කිර්ලපන ධම්මවිජය හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේට මාගේ කෘතඥතාවය සමග ආශිර්වාද ගෙනිනවා ඔබ වහන්සේ ගෙනියන්නා වූ මේ ශාසනික සමාජ සේවාවන් සම්බුද්ධ ශාසනයේ දියුණුව පිණිස බොහෝ හේතු වී තිබෙන අතර ඉදිරියටත් කටයුතු කිරීමට ධෛර්ය ශක්තිය නිරෝගී සම්පත්තිය ඔබ වහන්සේ වෙත ලැබේවා 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 කියලා අපි ආශිර්වාද කරනවා. දායිකාවක් වන පවිත්‍ර රත්නපාල මහත්මිය එතුමිය තමයි මේ ධර්ම දේශනාවට කිරුළපන අපේ ධම්මවිජය හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේට ආරාධනා කරනු ලැබුවේ. එනිසා මම එතුමියටත් මගේ කෘතඥතාවය මේ අවස්ථාවේදී පළ කිරීමට කැමැතියි. තුති. we are going to terminate our Poson Day celebrations. We are going to do some chanting and perform the puja with offering gilampasa and flowers, incense to the Buddha, and paying our homage to the triple gem, and do some chanting. And we convey our punya nodana at the end of this puja. Today, if our Dayakas and Dayakas who like to continue their Atanga Sila practice until tomorrow, you don't need to observe 5 precepts. Otherwise, we would like to administer 5 precepts. Now, before the puja, I would like to ask you to say sadhu, 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 and say namo tassa 3 times, please. Buddhang saranang gacchami, Dhammang saranang gacchami, Sanghang saranang gacchami, Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami, Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami, Dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami, Tatiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami, Tatiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami, Tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Panatipata virmani sikkhapadan samadhiyami. Adinadana virmani sikkhapadan samadhiyami. Kame sumichachara Viramani sikkhapadan samadhiyami. Musavada viramani sikkhapadan samadhiyami. Suramere majjapama datthana viramani sikkhapadan samadhiyami. Pujava.
උදයි මේ අවස්ථාවේදී අපි සියලු දෙනාම එකතු වෙලා ගාථාවන් කියලා බුද්ධ පූජාවන් පවත්වමු. අද උදෑසන සිට අපේ විහාරස්ථානයේ ඉඳලා පොසොන් පුර 15ක පොහොය මුල් කරගෙන මේ ආගමික වතාව සිද්ධ කරන්නට යෙදුනේ. පෙරවස් සමාදන් වුණා. දාන සීල භාවනාදී පින්කම් සිද්ධ කරා. දැන් මේ සන්ධ්‍යා භාවයේදී අපි විසින් සකස් කරගත්ත මේ ගිලම්පස සම්බුද්ධ පූජාවන් බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේට පූජා කරනවා, පූජා වේවා කියන අදහසින් අපි හැමෝම එකට ගාථාවන් කියලා ගිලම්පස පූජාව පවත්වමු. වන්නේ ගන්ධ ගුණෝපේතං ඒතං කුසුම සංතතින් පූජයාමි මුනිං දස්ස සිරිපාද සරෝරුහේ පූජේමි බුද්ධං කුසුමේන නේන පුඤ්ඤේන මේතේ නච හෝතු මොක්ඛං පුප්පං මිලායාති අතයි ධම්මේ කායෝ තතයාති විනාස භාවං ඝන සාරප්පදිත්තේන දීපේන තමදං සිනා තිලෝක දීපං සම්බුද්ධං පූජයාමි තමෝනුදං ගන්ධ සම්භාර යුත්තේන දූපේනහං ගංදිනා පූජයේ පූජනීයං තං පූජා භාජන මුත්තමං සුගන්ධං සීතලං කප්පං පසන්න මధుරං සුභං පානීයමේතං භගවා පතිගන්හාතු උත්තම අදිවාසේතු නොබන්තේ ගිලාන පච්චයං ඉමං අනුකම්පං උපාදාය පතිගන්හාතු උත්තම වන්දාමි චේතියං සබ්බං සබ්බඨානේසු පතිතිතං සාරීරික ධාතු මහාබෝධින් බුද්ධ රූපං සකලං සදා කායේන වාචා චිත්තේන පමාදේන මයා කතං අච්චයං කමමේ භන්තේ භූරි පඤ්ඤ තථාගත ඉමිනා පුඤ්ඤ කම්මේන මාමේ බාල සමාගමෝ සතං සමාගමෝ හෝතු යාව නිබ්බාන පත්තියා සාදු සාදු. හොඳයි, මේ අවස්ථාවේදී අපි සියලු දෙනාම එකට එකතු වෙලා පිරිත් දේශනාවන් සජ්ජායනා කරමු. මෙත්ත සූත්‍රය සජ්ජායනා කරලා ඔබටත් ඒ වගේම අනිකුත් සියලු සත්වයන්ටත් මෛත්‍රිය පතුරවමින් මෛත්‍රිය වඩමින් මේ පිරිත අපි හැමෝම එකට සජ්ජායනා කරමු. කරණීය මත්ත කුසලේන යං තං සංතං පදං අபிසමෙච්ච සක්කෝ උජුච සුජුච සුවචෝ චස්ස මුදු අනතිමානි සන්තුස්ස කෝච සුබරෝච අප්පකිච්චෝච සල්ල උක උත්ති සන්ද්‍රේන්ද්‍රයෝච නිපකෝච අප්පගබ්බෝ කුලේසු අනනුගිතෝ නච කුද්දං සමාචරේ කිංචියේන විඤ්ඤෝ පරේ උපවදෙය්‍යං සුඛිනෝ වාකේමිනෝ හොන්තු සබ්බේ සත්තා භවන්තු සුඛිතායේ කේචි පාන භූතත්ති තසවාතාවරාවා අනවසේසාදිඝා වායේ මහන්තාවා මජ්ජිමාරස්සකානුක තුලාදිට්ඨාවා යේව අද්දිට්ඨායේ ච දුරේ වසන්ති අවිදුරේ භූතාවා සම්භවේ සීවා sabbe satta bhavantu sukhitatta paro parang nikubbete nati manyete katta chinang kanche vyaro sena patigha sanya nanya manyasa dukkha micceya matayata niyam puttang ayusa eka putta manurakke eva pisabba bhutesu man sambhavaye aparimanang mittanca sabba lokasmik man sambhavaye aparimanang uddang adhoca tiriyanca asangbadhang avera asapatang dittang cara nisinnova sayanova yavatasya vigatamiddo etang sating aditteya brahma metang viharang idma uditting ca anupagam silvadasanena sampanno kamesu vinaya gedang naijatu gabbasayang punare titi etena saccavajjena sottite hotu sabbada etena saccavajjena sottite hotu sabbada etena saccavajjena sottite hotu sabbada vitiyo vivajjantu sabbarogo vinasatu mate bhavatvantarayo sukhi digayuko bhavatu sabba mangalang rakkantu sabba devata sabba buddha nubhavena sada sotti bhavantu te bhavatu sabba mangalang rakkantu sabba devata sabba dhamma nubhavena sada sotti bhavantu te bhavatu sabba mangalang rakkantu sabba devata sabba sangha nubhavena sada sotti bhavantu te.
We would like to convey our punyanumodana to everyone, those who have helped for the program, for the day. Today, this Poson Poya program is sponsored by several Daikas. Especially, I would like to thank to the resident monks. Venerable Bandhulatera has sent emails giving the information of the program. I would like to thank him. Venerable Kassapa Thera has done a very great job for this Zoom communication system. Entirely is Venerable Kassapa Thera's product, and it is very successful. We could provide the facilities to listen to our Dayakas, the Poson Day program from the London Buddhist Vihara to everywhere here in this country and in Sri Lanka as well. I am very thankful to him. And also, I would like to thank to the Dayakas who contributed for the program. One venerable from Sri Lanka is Most Venerable Kirulapana Dhammavijaya Thero, Abhidhamma Visarada Tripitaka Kammattanacharya, and incumbent of Tambuttegama Sujata Putra Vipassana Bhavana Center. He had contributed for the program, gave a very useful Dhamma sermon for the program. I'm very grateful to him, as he is very, very busy monk, doing a great service for the Sri Lankan community, and I'm very grateful for him to giving his sermon via Zoom system, and for inviting to Venerable Kirulapana Dhammavijaya Thero, Pavitra Avadayika Pavitra Ratnapala has contributed for the program, and indirectly I would like to thank to her as well. Today the Dani in the morning was offered by our Dayaka Mr. Sujit Veerasinghe. A monthly basis he offered Dana with the family, Visuddha Veerasinghe and such as Sujit Veerasinghe with children, offered Dana today to transfer merits to his departed relatives, as especially for his mother and father. May they get the blessings of the Dani and may they attain peace of Nibbana, and may Sujit and his family get the blessings of the Dani and the Puja. May they have good health, happiness and success of their endeavors. The lunch Dani was offered by Miss Dr. Cyril Amarasinghe and Mrs. Sudharma Amarasinghe. Today is their regular Dana day. In the company of Vijay and Anula and Shamali, Sudharma has prepared the Dani and offered Dani. The Punya, these blessings may go to Ata Amarasinghe, loving father of Dr. Cyril Amarasinghe, and may he receive the blessings and may he attain peace of Nibbana. And also Shamali and Prasanna's wedding anniversary, may they get the blessings of the Dani and Puja, may they have very happy, peaceful life. And also Shamali's parents and two brothers and Vijay and Anura's departed parents get the blessings of the Dani and the Puja, may they attain peace of Nibbana, and may these three families get the blessings of the Puja and Dani. May they have happy, peaceful, healthy life. We wish them long life as well. Dr. Vimala Sundara, our former family doctor, is not well. We would like to extend our blessings to him, wishing him a speedy recovery from his illness. May no harm come to him, may no difficulties come to him, may no problems come to him. Also, today, our Dayaka Ravi Veerasurya's elder son, Nandika Veerasurya, celebrate his birthday. Actually, yesterday was day before yesterday was his real birthday. So today we would like to extend the belated happy birthday to Nandika. wishing you all the success of your endeavors and wish you good health, protection from the dangers of the current situation, and Virasuriya family get the blessings as well. And finally, I would like to share the merits with the trustees of the London Buddhist Vihara Trust. They have always support us, give all the supports they give us. Today, Mr. Gamini Amarsekara, one of the trustees, help since morning up to now. And all the trustees share these merits. May they be well. And we wish them good health and protection from the dangers. Finally, the Anagarika Dharmapala Trust in Sri Lanka are actually behind all the activities of the London Buddhist Vihara. So we would like to extend the blessings to the chairman and trustees of Anagarika Dharmapala Trust. Wish them all the success and good health, and also especially protection from the current dangerous situation in Sri Lanka. May no any harm come to them. Finally, our great founder, Anagarika Dharmapala, may be he is in the heaven looking, viewing our program. May he share the merits. May he attain peace of Nibbana. With these thoughts, I would like to conclude the program, sharing the merits with those who have connected via this Zoom system and online communication system. May you all share these merits. May you all enjoy these merits. May you all be well, happy and peaceful, and wish no any harm come to you, no any troubles come to you, especially from this current COVID situation. May no any harm come to you. We wish you good health. සිල් දෙනාටම ආශිර්වාද පවත්වනවා. ස්ථාර්ථකාමී ශාසන මාමක ලෝකපාලක සම්‍යද්දෘෂ්ටික සියලු දෙවි දේවතාවෝද සියලු නමින් නැසීමේ පරලෝකීය වූ ඥාතීන්ද මේ පින් එකසේ ආනුමෝදන් වෙත්වා කියලා අපි දෙවියන්ට පින් දෙනවා. එත්තාවතාච අම්මේහි සම්බතම් පුඤ්ඤ සම්පදං සබ්බේ දේවා අනුමෝදන්තු සබ්බ සම්පatti සිද්ධියා. එත්තාවතාච අම්මේහි සම්බතම් පුඤ්ඤ සම්පදං Sabbe bhuta anumodantu sabba sampatti siddhya. Ittavata chamehi sambatam punya sampadang sabbe satta anumodantu sabba sampatti siddhya. Abhivadana silissa vada pachayino chattaro dhamma vadanti yuvanno sukhang balang rogye sampatti sampatti mevacha ato bana sampatti ate sami. One name I have forgotten, Dr. Upali Abesiri had contributed for the discussion of the Dhamma. Venerable Bandula Thera gave a sermon. Venerable Kassapa Thera has conducted meditation class and also contributed, conducted the discussion, Dhamma discussion. I'm very, very thankful to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you.